It all starts with a simulation game called Evil Queen Maker, where the player becomes a mentor in the demon realm. The goal is to train the weakest demon lord all the way to the top, and this game was a massive hit, gaining a huge crowd of passionate fans. The MC was one of those hyper-dedicated players, always defending the game and arguing with haters online. But he ended up feeling like a fool, because out of nowhere, things went completely downhill, and the game flopped hard. Less than a year after launch, the developers decided to drop an expansion to cash in on the roaring success. But the expansion introduced ridiculous plot twists and horrible endings, causing the game's rating to plunge in the blink of an eye. The devs even shoved a trashy NTR route in there. Outraged, he turned into a hater himself and started roasting the game online until the developers actually replied to his comment. The dev team challenged him to make a better ending himself, making the MC even more annoyed. Suddenly, his computer screen begins to glow, and he gets sucked right into a mysterious abyss. As he plummets through the void, he gets totally confused, trying to figure out where on earth he ended up. Mid-fall, he comes across a giant eye staring right at him. Right after that, a mysterious figure appears, leaving him even more baffled. The mysterious being starts babbling utter gibberish, leaving the MC completely lost. Feeling a sharp headache, he begins to wake up. Still feeling pretty lightheaded, he wonders what this mysterious place is. Looking up, he realizes he is standing right in front of a massive, imposing castle. He touches the iron gate and finds everything oddly familiar, feeling like he has seen this place somewhere before. He spots a raised flag and immediately recognizes the emblem of the game Evil Queen Maker. Shocked to see it with his own eyes, he starts suspecting that he has been transported into the game. He finds the situation unbelievable, but quickly concludes that if he really is in the game, that must be the castle of the young demon lord. An elderly man appears behind the gate and asks if he is Nahen, leaving the guy totally confused by that name. Then, he notices something important. He realizes that the old man in front of him is Kane, an NPC from the game. And he notices that Kane is repeating the exact first line the character would say to the player in the original story. Kane bows, thanking him for volunteering to guide the demon lord, making the guy realize he has stepped into the mentor role. At that moment, he remembers the developer's comment and realizes the true meaning of that awful challenge. He understands that now he has to forge a better ending with his own hands, even though he thinks this whole situation is an absolute mess. In another room, a child's voice asks Cecily how she looks at that moment. The maid says she tried to give her a more imposing appearance, asking if the girl likes the result. Hugging her teddy bear, the little girl feels bashful and says she feels a bit awkward in those clothes. The maid cannot resist so much cuteness, and honestly, neither can I. She really is super cute. The woman smiles and comments that she must be nervous about the new mentor's arrival, trying to reassure the little ruler. The maid reveals she asked Chef Mark to make a delicious pudding as a welcome treat. She thanks Cecily for the support, while the maid melts inside because her master is so adorable. Someone knocks firmly on the door, and Kane announces his arrival, calling for young Seer. The butler enters politely and informs her that the new mentor is already waiting for her. Seer steps down from where she was and calmly replies that she is ready to meet him. As they walk toward the main hall, Kane watches her with pride, admiring the dignified posture of his little boss. Seated on her grand throne, Seer says she is ready, leaving Kane emotional over her majestic demon lord presence. The MC finally arrives, and he greets Seer, starting their very first interaction. He gives an elegant bow and officially introduces himself as Nahen. She is Seer von Devata, the sole survivor of the former demon lord's bloodline, who used to hold second place in the realm. However, 2 years ago, the clan suffered a devastating defeat in a sudden war, where the previous leader ended up passing away. Facing all that tragedy, Seer was only 5 years old when she was forced to take the clan's throne. Left powerless, the Devata clan plummeted to the very bottom of the rankings, and even that spot is now in grave danger. Back to the present, the little girl runs down from the throne straight toward Nahen, catching the guy completely off guard. She gives a cute bow and greets him politely, causing him to reply somewhat awkwardly. With a smile, she asks the mentor to speak casually, placing herself as his student, which fills the butler with immense pride. Nahen gently places his hand on her head and tells her that from that moment on, she should call him teacher. He promises to turn her into the greatest demon lord of all and says he is very happy to meet her. Overjoyed by the promise, Seer replies enthusiastically, instantly accepting him as her new teacher. But as soon as he steps out, he feels like he hit a dead end. He panics as he realizes the massive trouble he just walked into. The guy wonders if he went crazy or got possessed, unable to believe he actually accepted the job as the girl's mentor. He knows that as a die-hard fan of the game, he knows every single story detail and all possible endings, from the biggest to the smallest. The problem is that clicking a mouse is completely different from actually raising someone, especially without knowing how to use magic. Nahen intended to politely decline the offer, but wonders if he accepted out of pure gamer instinct or because he was standing in front of the character herself. He also thinks maybe he accepted because he truly understood the girl's pain, but he still considers whether he should just run away. Suddenly, a mysterious golden dust glimmers before his eyes, leaving the guy in total shock. Several unfamiliar images start flashing through his mind, revealing that they are the original memories of Nahen's body. Upon accessing those memories, he is surprised to discover that the original Nahen was actually an insanely powerful archdemon. Feeling all that power surge through him, he realizes that with Nahen's strength and his own knowledge of the game, the tables have turned. He clenches his fist with confidence, realizing that not only can he fulfill the role, but he can go way beyond expectations. Now, he believes he can achieve the most perfect and happy ending he could ever imagine for this story. There's just one weird detail. He can remember the codename Nahen, but the archdemon's true name has vanished from his mind. The next day, they go study outdoors, and Seer gets confused, asking why they aren't using her study room. Nahen explains that studying outdoors improves concentration and gives a buff to her stats, something only those who know the game would understand. He notices her teddy bear, which never existed in the original game, and asks if she plans to study with the toy around. Nahen suggests the bear step back a bit so she can focus, but the girl gets sad, saying the toy only has her as a friend. Seeing her reaction and the look on Kane's face, Nan realizes there is a sad reason behind it and decides not to push the matter for now. To cheer the girl up, Nan greets the teddy bear itself and politely asks it to pay attention in class too. Affectionately, the mentor reaches out and gives a friendly handshake to the white plushie's paw. Seer breaks into a radiant smile from ear to ear and says the bear agreed to try hard, allowing the class to finally begin. Nahen decides to start by teaching mana manipulation, but Seer is surprised, since Kane said she was supposed to learn history first. Nahen jokingly says Kane is way too close-minded, making the girl agree immediately while the butler gets embarrassed behind them. The teacher explains that she needs to master mana and martial arts so she can protect herself and her people as a ruler. Seer thinks it is a great idea, but proudly mentions she already learned royal etiquette from Kane's previous lessons. Nahen snaps his fingers and says those studies only matter in practice, finding it odd that she uses such formal terms with other demons. To help her with practical learning, the mentor summons a glowing magical scroll floating right in front of her. Seeing the girl's curiosity, Nahen explains that it is a magic training journal to help her put the lessons into practice. He promises a pudding as a reward if she does the task, knowing that using things she likes is vital to raising affection in the game. He turns back to the board to explain that mana is split between the energy stored in the mana heart and the amount she can actually use. When asked what determines this usable energy, the little girl gets thoughtful and confesses she does not know the answer. The teacher explains that demons and magical creatures have internal circuits in their bodies and asks if she knows what they do. Seer raises her little hand with full excitement and correctly answers that these circuits serve to allow the use of mana. He praises her answer and asks what would happen if someone had many of these circuits spread throughout their body. Given her spot-on answer, the teacher smiles proudly and praises her for learning everything so fast and smartly. The girl giggles shyly, and Nahen decides that genuine praise is the best way to keep her motivated to keep growing. He details that while internal energy comes from birth, anyone can expand their body circuits with enough training. To prove his point, Nahen unleashes a colossal amount of energy that blasts into a giant beam toward the sky. With a calm smile on his face, he shows that it is possible to release and control an absurd amount of mana all at once. Seer is amazed by her teacher's display of strength, while Kane watches everything in total disbelief at his absurd power level. The butler admits in his thoughts that even if Nahen is an unknown demon, he definitely possesses the required skill. With her eyes sparkling, Seer asks if she will also be able to do that, and Nahen assures her she will, as she carries the clan's blood. Excited by the vote of confidence, the little demon lord raises her hand and promises she will train as hard as she can. Soon, news that the weakest demon lord of all finally got a mentor starts spreading across the entire realm. The demon lord of the 70th floor dismisses the news, saying he does not care about whoever is at the very bottom of the rankings. Another demon lord, from floor 69, also ignores the rumor and asks them to bring only news that brings profit. However, while to some that gossip meant nothing, to other demons the news sparked massive interest. A powerful female demon relaxes in her bathtub and mocks the news, asking what kind of jobless fool would take that position. Her servant reveals the mentor's name is Nahen, but admits that no matter how much he investigated, he could not find anything out about him. Intrigued by the mystery, she slowly steps out of the water, finding this whole situation extremely interesting. With a mischievous smile, she decides to go out for a walk after so long and orders them to prepare everything. Meanwhile, Seer walks determined to complete the tough assignment her new teacher gave her. The maid Cecily meets her in the hallway and with a friendly smile asks what brings her there. Suddenly, the little demon lord remembers Nayan's homework and turns around quickly, catching the maid off guard. With her face blushing red from embarrassment, the little girl shyly calls Cecily before giving her order. Wagging her tail at such cuteness, the maid patiently asks her to speak what she desires. Seer points at the scroll and, trying to sound firm, stutters an order for her to start cleaning everything immediately. Cecily opens her eyes wide in confusion, not understanding the reason for such a sudden order from her master. The maid explains she was already cleaning the place using her magic, which leaves the little girl feeling a bit awkward. Cecily takes a closer look at her hands and notices Seer is holding a magic training journal. She figures out the teacher's plan to teach Seer how to give orders like a true leader and decides to play along to help. Cecily bows respectfully and says she will pay more attention to her duties, accepting her lady's command. Seeing that her command actually worked, Seer's eyes sparkle with joy over the task's success. Relieved, the girl says goodbye, saying she is heading to class, while the maid melts inside thinking about how cute she is. Seer goes happily skipping through the castle garden, completely unaware that there are people talking just up ahead. She spots Cain and Nahen talking and runs up to them, greeted by a friendly smile from her teacher. She proudly shares that she finished the assignment, and Nahen pats her head, promising to give her a special gift as a reward. Thinking about what to choose, the teacher looks at the teddy bear and suggests giving a new toy friend to the white bear. The little girl gets extremely excited about the idea, thinking it is wonderful to give her toy some company. But upon hearing the proposal, Cain suddenly develops a tense and worried expression, catching the mentor's attention. Noticing the butler's reaction, the shine in Seer's eyes quickly fades, and she gets disheartened. Hugging her bear sadly, she softly says it is okay, and that she does not need anything else. Nahen remembers that the castle is broke and does not even have money for a plushie, deciding he needs to take action. He pats her hair and proposes taking control of the castle's finances until she is old enough to manage them. The girl looks up at him with her eyes wide open, surprised by her teacher's offer of financial help. Cain gets shocked and asks if that was why he was looking into the castle's accounts earlier, but the guy cuts him off. He asks the butler if he wouldn't like to see little Seer truly smiling after getting a new toy. The words deeply touch Cain's heart, leaving him visibly moved and unsure of how to answer. The butler admits he would love to see that joyful scene, but the issue of the castle's lack of money still worries him. Nahen says he understands his concern, but makes it clear he has zero personal interest in keeping the gold. He places a hand on Cain's shoulder and explains that everyone has different talents, asking him to let him handle what he knows best. With determination, he states that in the very near future, young Seer will reach the absolute top of the demon realm. Hearing all of that, the little girl slowly approaches and shyly holds onto the hem of her teacher's coat. Looking deep into his eyes, she says with firmness that she has decided to fully trust his words and actions. The teacher gazes back at her, feeling the immense responsibility he just received along with the little one's trust. She breaks into a giant smile and asks him to make tons of money, making the guy agree in a humorous mood. With a sly smile, he promises that soon gold will start appearing in the castle almost like magic. Nahen calls the girl to begin practical class, while Cain watches them from afar, still wondering if he did the right thing. During training, Nahen instructs her to guide the flow of mana calmly, and the little girl tries her hardest following his commands. The little lord's mana heart begins to glow brightly, releasing small sparks of reddish energy. He notices that although she has few circuits, her energy capacity is bizarrely high and far above the level of an ordinary person. Seeing how dedicated the girl is, and how easily she learns everything, the mentor feels at ease knowing her progress will be fast. He claps his hands, announcing the end of that part of training, thinking it best not to overdo it on the very first day of practical lessons. Exhausted by the effort, Seer collapses tired onto the ground while Cain supports her, realizing her physical endurance is still low. Nahen praises her for the good work and suggests a quick break before they start training to build her endurance. Shortly after, the little girl is already running across the garden lawn carrying her faithful white bear in her arms once again. Seeing her run like that, Nahen takes the opportunity to ask Cain why she is so attached to that teddy bear. Kane reveals that the plushie was a gift from Seer's late father, and Nahan finally understands why she holds on to the bear so tightly. The guy reflects that the former lord's passing was crucial to the story, deciding he will tell her the whole truth when Seer is ready for revenge. Suddenly, a castle servant comes running up and calls for the head butler in a hurry, interrupting their conversation. The worker named Eldon delivers a letter and warns, quite nervously, that the envelope came directly from the floor below, floor 71. Kane immediately worries about what they could suddenly be demanding, and Nahan perfectly understands the faithful butler's panic. He knows that in the demon realm, a difference of just one floor represents an absurdly superior military and financial strength. With an enigmatic smile, the teacher asks Kane not to freak out, as that contact was precisely what he was waiting for. Days later, their carriage arrives at the location, and the guy asks Kane to relax a bit so he doesn't end up showing weakness. Observing the driver steering the visitor's carriage, Nahan immediately realizes that man is no ordinary driver. The guy approaches in a casual manner and ironically questions what could be so honorable about meeting a simple carriage driver. He reveals the driver's true identity, calling him Sage Baphomet, which leaves the man startled to have his cover blown. Kine and the other staff members are left jaw-dropped, shocked by Nahan's audacity and sharp insight in exposing the disguise. The disguised demon lets out an awkward laugh, while from inside the carriage comes a female voice, finding the whole situation amusing. The door opens, and the elegant demon lord begins to step down from the carriage with an imposing and charming posture. The castle servants freeze out of nerves before the intimidating presence and power emanating from the visitor. Maintaining his composure, Nahan gives a respectful bow and formally greets her, calling her Queen Citri. Citri walks toward him and comments that to be able to see through her servant's disguise, he definitely isn't just anybody. She says a normal man would never accept being the mentor of a demon lord, and the guy agrees with a sarcastic smirk on his face. Kane nearly suffers a heart attack seeing the arrogant tone the teacher uses to speak with a demon lord of a rank far above theirs. Nahan asks what brings her there, and blocks her entrance to the castle, saying he will only let her pass if there is a plausible justification. He smiles and explains that despite her higher rank, nobody can barge into someone else's territory without a good explanation, demanding respect. Citri gets furious feeling challenged by someone of a lower level, but takes a deep breath and decides to swallow her pride for the sake of her plan. She explains that as the ruler of Floor 71, she came for a business meeting with Seer, and Nahan finally allows her entry. Baphomet notices the guy was smart to use Citri's visit to command respect and remind everyone that Seer is still the lord of that place. Nahan apologizes for his previous coldness, reasoning he was just protecting his pupil, and asks Kane to guide the guests. The queen orders Baphomet to wait outside, assuring that conversation with the mentor will barely take any time at all. As she walks toward the interior of the palace, Citri notices and mocks that the number of staff members there has decreased quite a bit. Nahan justifies that their financial situation is tough, and while she feigns pity, he knows very well who is to blame for this crisis. The teacher offers her a seat, and Citri asks with disdain when the child will show up for their meeting. She settles provocatively onto the sofa and warns that they need to discuss a financial matter of extreme urgency. Nahan merely stares back at her coldly with his golden eyes, realizing she is trying to seduce him to gain an advantage. He warns that he manages the castle's money and she can speak directly to him, while she falsely thinks she already has him in the palm of her hand. She explains that several of her soldiers passed away protecting the Devata clan from humans, and therefore demands heavy financial compensation. The teacher asks whose order it was to send the troops, and she lies, saying she did it out of pure kindness to save them. Hearing that shameless excuse, the guy lets out a mocking smile and thinks about how that female demon is a total fraudster. Citri changes her expression on the spot and asks in shock what he just muttered, doubting what her own ears just heard. Without showing any fear, the guy just takes another calm sip from his teacup and keeps his cynical little smile. She slams her hand hard on the table, completely enraged by the teacher's audacity in treating her with such disrespect. Citri stands up, releasing intense flames around her body, and yells that the guy must have lost his mind completely to challenge her. He remains relaxed on the sofa and mockingly asks if she got angry over being called a fraudster, fueling her hatred even further. Nahan calmly explains that pushing useless soldiers and then charging for it is indeed a huge scam. Beside herself with rage, the demon lord roars, saying that man's arrogance has crossed all tolerable limits. She extends her hand and fires a violent blast of magical flames straight at the guy sitting on the sofa. With a ruthless gaze of hatred, Citri decrees that attack is the punishment the teacher brought upon himself. However, Nahan remains in the exact same position and keeps calmly drinking his tea as if nothing were happening. The teacher says darkly that he planned to resolve everything quietly to spare her pride, but that she crossed the line. Without making any physical effort, the guy simply raises his hand and snaps his fingers in the air very serenely. Instantly, Citri's destructive flames are completely dissipated and vanish from the hall without leaving a trace. The queen opens her eyes wide in complete shock, unable to comprehend how her most powerful fire was snuffed out so easily. A dark and terrifying aura begins emanating from Nahan, making the demon lord back away terrified upon feeling that presence. To calm things down, Nahan suggests they resolve the entire situation by talking like civilized, intelligent demons. He stares directly at the demon lord and reveals he has an excellent business proposal to present to her. Citri spots a monstrous projection behind Nahan and stutters in terror, recognizing a terrifying force of the realm. Even trembling with fear inside, she tries to keep up a tough front and asks how he has the nerve to make her a proposal. The teacher smiles and says the matter involves the magical seal restricting her powers, leaving the female demon speechless. Citri tells him to shut his mouth if he is just going to state what everyone knows, but Nahan reminds her she was once the 12th Lord before being sealed. He says she needs to climb the floors to recover the stones that sealed her power, which are guarded by strong demons. The guy summons a new glowing scroll with his fingers and suggests they forge a mutual cooperation pact. He tosses the scroll onto her forehead and promises he will personally help her break the seal binding her original powers. Citri hesitates and swallows hard, processing that tempting offer that could change her fate in the realm. She catches the scroll midair and asks, still suspicious, how exactly a mere mentor plans to actually help her. Nahan cracks a mysterious smile and replies that she just saw a small display of his capability moments ago. He reminds her that what she witnessed was merely a tiny fraction of his entire true and colossal hidden power. Intrigued, the queen asks what he really is, but the guy simply replies with simplicity that he is the demon lord's mentor. He keeps his friendly smile and calmly asks if she is finally ready to sign the agreement document. Citri finishes signing the paper, and Nahan mentally celebrates securing gold for the castle and safety for Seer without casualties. The teacher knows she only accepted the pact because of the clause guaranteeing his full and unconditional support in any situation. Citri looks at the pact and reflects that if that show of force was just a tiny fraction of Nahan, he is insanely strong. With a greedy smile, the demon lord concludes that this partnership is a risk totally worth taking right now. She demands that he also seal the contract with blood, and Nahan accepts the condition immediately, picking up a sharp blade. The guy presses his blood-marked thumb directly onto the paper to formalize the magic pact between them. The blood marks merge on the scroll, sealing the fate of Demon Lord Ser and her new ally and mentor. The completed contract floats in the air wrapped in red magic, glowing to record their unbreakable commitment. A bright scarlet glow consumes the scroll, indicating the blood pact was successfully accepted by the system. Nahan puts away the knife and says with a serious look that he hopes to work very well with her from this point of alliance onward. Seir coldly wipes the blood from her hand and replies that she also hopes to reap great fruits from this new business partnership. Nahan kneels down beside little Seir and joyfully shares that Queen Seir will now help them with duties from here on out. Seir bows politely and thanks the new ally, who gets flustered and replies rudely, calling the little girl a brat. Nahan scolds her for calling an ally a brat, teasing that she needs etiquette lessons, leaving the female demon annoyed. Intimidated by the teacher's gaze, the queen turns her face away blushing and tries to apologize awkwardly. She runs a hand through her hair shyly and asks that they get along well from now on, calling Seir by her proper name. Satisfied, the teacher praises her attitude and announces he will now explain the practical details of how the plan will work. With a smile, Nahan reveals the first step. Queen Seir will also have to become his new student. Upon hearing that absurd revelation, Seir's eyes widen in shock. She screams indignantly, asking what kind of joke that is. But Nahan reminds her that despite her glorious past, today she has fallen quite a bit. He says ruthlessly that now she is just an ordinary demon lord, weak and with negligible influence, crushing her pride. Bright red with anger, she yells, saying he didn't need to be so mean with his words and complains about his cynical little smile. Nahan gets serious again, commenting that she probably thinks she can only grow if she recovers her sealed ancient powers. He claims she can still get much stronger even without the seal, leaving the female warrior completely stunned by that revelation. She clenches her fist tightly, thinking that coming from a man with so much hidden power, that bizarre statement might actually be true. He remembers that in the game, Seir was Seir's greatest ally, and knows that by helping her train, she will regain all her past strength. Seir tries to hide her surprise and tells him not to mess around with a demon lord, asking for them to leave for today. Nahan suggests she visit them whenever she has free time, and the queen flies into a rage, screaming that he is the one who should come to her palace. Jealous, little Seer holds tightly to his coat and yells angrily, warning that the teacher belongs only to her. Seer sighs and gives up arguing faced with the little girl's jealousy, agreeing to do lessons with the mentor once a week. The teacher calmly agrees with the frequency, but Seer gets annoyed, thinking he is implying she will be eager to see him. Mockingly, he says she will find out over time, knowing that despite closing the alliance, there are still other issues to solve. In the courtyard, Seer's soldiers complain about working in that broken-down castle, finding the whole situation miserable. A castle officer hears their whining and tells them to crawl back home if they find it so bad, sparking an argument. This is Vice Commander Varuna, leader of Seer's forces, who glares at them coldly, ready to set those lazy rookies straight. The leader of Seer's soldiers apologizes to Varuna and promises to punish the rebels, ordering them to stop gossiping and get back to training. Varuna asks his superior if they are really going to leave things like that, complaining that the atmosphere and training are a complete mess. Commander Rin El-Laza replies casually that there isn't much to do, as they already expected things to get noisy for a while. A few days later, Nahan shows up letting out a long sigh of exhaustion, looking like he is dealing with a pretty stressful situation. Seer slams her hand on the table angrily and asks if he wants to fight, annoyed because he suddenly said he has no more time to teach her. The teacher calmly explains he is very busy organizing the integration of her troops with the castles and therefore has no free time. With ulterior motives, he glances sideways and says he would be extremely grateful if she could lend a hand organizing the soldiers. Seer gets furious about having to personally work with the troops and accepts reluctantly, swearing she will get revenge on him someday. Seeing her storm out planning revenge, Nahan finds it funny and thinks that if that anger serves as her driving force to evolve, then it's a great thing. The guy looks at little Seer and asks for one more favor, suggesting she accompany him to finish the day's preparations. He runs into Rin El-Laza in the castle hallway and greets her formally, while the commander quietly thinks to herself how adorable the little girl looks. Nahan explains he came to see where Seer will practice swordsmanship and handle another important matter, while Rin asks to be called just by her name. Varuna lets out a mocking smirk, thinking that to Nahan, stabilizing command over the integrated troops seems like just a simple task. The teacher asks cynically if that wouldn't be natural, and when Varuna asks if he has ever led an army before, he admits he hasn't. Varuna smiles and warns he doesn't mean to belittle him, but points out that uniting soldiers from rival factions into a single group is a crazy tough task. Nahan closes his eyes and asks calmly if he really finds that hard, offering to show how he will solve the problem. Varuna stares back at the guy and challenges him to demonstrate, saying he will pay close attention to learn how it's actually done. Moments later, Seer's disgruntled soldiers and little Seer appear gathered in the middle of the castle training grounds. In the training yard, the other warriors begin gossiping upon spotting Lord Seer, accompanied by Vice Commander Varuna and Nahan. Nahan observes Varuna closely and recognizes he is very skilled and loyal, but knows all that loyalty is solely and exclusively for Seer. Because of that, the teacher decides to use that perfect training opportunity to impress the Vice Commander and win him over for good. He politely approaches the lizard soldier Epsilon and officially introduces himself as Seer's mentor, giving the creature a friendly handshake. The lizard squeezes his hand hard and angrily asks if he is the one responsible for separating them from their beloved former queen, Seer. With an ironic smile, Nahan takes the blame and says it was a great decision to take in a group of weak soldiers who had nowhere else to go. Offended by the blatant humiliation, the lizard soldier opens his glowing yellow eye wide, burning with pure hatred against Nahan's nerve. Epsilon begins crushing the teacher's hand with all his immense physical strength, trying to make him bow down over his words. Baring his sharp teeth, the lizard growls angrily and asks if the guy really thought pretty words would be enough around here. Without showing any pain or weakness, Nahan merely comments coldly that the lizard's handshake is a bit too tight. In the blink of an eye, the teacher returns the grip with brutal physical force, making the huge lizard warrior groan in pain from surprise. The lizard drops to his knees on the ground, clutching his injured hand, while Nahan looks down at him and coldly orders him to learn his place. He says the lord they must serve is right there, and questions how a subordinate dares try to put himself on equal footing with her mentor. Nahan asks if Seer taught them to misbehave like that, and the injured lizard questions if the guy is actually insulting his former queen. The teacher places his hand on the little girl's back and realizes that deep down, they still view Queen Seer as their sole ruler. Nahan points at Seer and orders them to look closely, stating that their true and only lord now is the little girl standing right there. Looking at the little girl, the lizard warrior melts inside thinking about how cute she is, but quickly shakes his head to focus on the situation. Epsilon refuses and states his only lady is Queen Ser, prompting Nahan to ironically praise the warrior's unwavering loyalty. With a dark gaze, Nahan says that if that is his decision, then there is no choice but to settle the matter using force. The teacher releases a dark and crushing aura that spreads across the entire yard, forcing dozens of soldiers to drop to their knees. Epsilon tries to resist the overwhelming weight of that absurd energy, but ends up falling to his knees on the grass, groaning in pure agony. Varuna watches it all, sweating nervously, completely shocked and breathless upon feeling the guy's monstrous level of magic power. Nahan walks calmly among the surrendered warriors and warns that disobedient dogs are useless and expendable, giving them one last chance. He asks Epsilon if he prefers to vanish from existence by continuing to deny reality, or if he will accept putting his hopes in a new future. The lizard warrior replies that as loyal demons, they are obligated to strictly follow Queen Ser's orders above all else. Nahan snaps his fingers satisfied, commenting that this level of loyalty pleases him quite a bit and that he will have to face the consequences. Suddenly, the dark aura vanishes completely, and the warriors can finally breathe a sigh of relief, though left totally bewildered. Ser appears unexpectedly in the yard and screams angrily at her own soldiers, asking why they insist on causing trouble for her. Epsilon tries to justify that the pact was just for show, but Ser cuts him off angrily and yells for him to shut up, as it is a real pact. She explains that the union between the two clans is strong and that their troops now represent the symbol of this grand, unbreakable partnership. She says she needs this relationship to work out, revealing the partnership will be vital for the terrible war that will start very soon in the realm. Epsilon finally bows and apologizes for the lack of respect, but the queen yells, saying she is no longer his official master from here on out. Pointing her finger commandingly in their direction, Ser re-asks the question and demands they state once and for all who they are supposed to serve now. The lizard soldier slams his hand firmly over his chest in a military salute, ready to give his final answer to Queen Ser. The entire squad of Ser's soldiers joins the salute, swearing unified loyalty and declaring themselves now the official army of Lord Ser. Ser and Vice Commander Varuna open their eyes wide in complete shock at that unexpected declaration of loyalty. Ser proudly points to her loyal warriors, and Nahan gives a thumbs up, satisfied with the great result achieved there. The teacher extends his thumb to encourage little Ser, who stares back at him with her eyes sparkling with shyness and admiration. With a cute smile on her face, the little girl mimics her mentor's gesture and gives an enthusiastic thumbs up with her little hand. Ser asks if they are finally ready to start today's lesson, and they reply yes, with absolute determination. Nahan crouches down affectionately near Ser and asks for just a second of patience so he can start explaining today's task. Before he can step away, the little lord grabs hold of his hand with sheer determination, leaving the teacher confused by the gesture. He gently asks her to let go of his hand so he can start the lesson, but the girl makes a face and flatly refuses to let go. With stubborn, puffed-up cheeks, she insists she won't let go, making the mentor think she is going through a stubborn toddler phase. Out of options, the guy picks her up in his arms so he can teach comfortably, making the little one laugh happily while Ser glares at him furiously. Ser loses her patience completely and screams, asking when on earth he is actually going to start teaching her like he promised before. The teacher assures her they can train perfectly fine like this, leaving the white-haired warrior even more annoyed and confused. The guy begins releasing dark trails of smoke from his feet, mysteriously explaining that for today's lesson, that will be enough. A massive, thick cloud of black smoke suddenly arises, covering the training hall and putting the visitor on high guard. Amidst the fog, Nahan dictates the sole rule of the test. All she has to do to win the lesson is land a single hit on him. Finding it completely absurd, she asks angrily if he is joking and if he really considers a simple one-hit test as real training. With a very confident smile, the teacher simply assures her that, yes, that definitely counts as training. The guy releases an absurd pressure of mana while holding the little girl, forcing Ser to drop to her knees again under the colossal weight. As she struggles on the floor not to collapse, he calmly states he is far stronger than her old self. He challenges the Demon Lord to break through the weight of his crushing mana and stand up on her own strength to try to land just one single hit. Groaning in pain, the warrior tries to figure out what kind of bizarre, senseless energy is keeping her from moving freely. He knows that having strong allies will boost Ser's influence, and that helping them evolve is the fastest way to expand his own clan. Nahan mockingly questions how she plans to reclaim her position if she falls under so little mana, making the female demon yell, asking if he's mocking her. The teacher mockingly suggests she give up if it's too hard, and the trembling warrior tells him to be very careful with what he says. He reflects that to break her seal, which is in the mid-tier realm, Ser will need to get used to enduring extreme pressures of dense energy. With a subtle smile, he knows making her bear this weight will also serve as a bonus to expand her mana circuits over time. The teacher explains to Seer, who is on his shoulders, that this is the true objective of that training and asks her to watch closely. The little girl gazes at him curiously and asks why she has to watch it so closely, not quite understanding his plans. The mentor thinks quietly that very soon she too will have to go through this exact same tough training, while Ser screams in the background. The sun begins to set behind the mountains, and Nahan playfully comments for the female demon not to overexert herself due to her age, poking fun at her. Trembling with fatigue and completely drenched in sweat from the test's exertion, Ser merely grumbles angrily for him to shut his mouth already. Crawling on the ground, she vows she will manage to hit him at least once today, while he drinks his tea, mockingly rooting for her success. He notices the warrior's incredible speed of adaptation, realizing she wasn't the 12th lord for nothing, and might surprise him soon. Seer pulls on the mentor's shirt sleeve and asks to have a class too, but he affectionately reminds her they already trained this morning. The teacher tries to resist so she doesn't exhaust herself, but he cannot say no to those sparkling little eyes and agrees to give an extra lesson. With a gentle smile on his face, Nahan snaps his fingers in the air once more to conjure a new, fun, practical exercise for her. The crushing pressure on Ser vanishes instantly, leaving the warrior lying on the floor confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Nahan announces a break in training so Ser can actually breathe and asks Seer to state out loud what she learned in the last class. Proudly, the little girl explains perfectly that she learned about external mana, which allows casting spells far beyond one's internal power. The teacher approves of the answer and asks a new question, wanting to know how she goes about gathering that energy floating freely in the air. Seer raises her little hand with excitement and cutely answers that you just have to ask the mana for help, winning an enthusiastic compliment from her mentor. She gets thoughtful about how to talk to the energy for the first time, but Nahan reassures her, guaranteeing it is completely possible to converse with it. To illustrate the process, the guy begins releasing and scattering small, sparkling specks of his own magical energy around them. He explains that by spreading one's energy, it is possible to make friends with the floating mana in the environment and gently guide it toward oneself. He shows how this external energy connects to him and explains that by borrowing power from these friends, much stronger spells come forth. Nahan warmly extends his hand and asks if she would like to try doing the same, and Seer answers yes, her little eyes shining with joy. Determined, the little demon lord reaches her tiny hand toward the wind, concentrating fully to try and replicate the magical process. Small golden and red sparks begin to appear around her fingers, indicating she successfully initiated the release of her own mana. The teacher guides the girl to spread the mana slowly around herself, while Seer observes the two very closely from a distance. Seer is shocked by the massive amount of energy released by Sire, questioning if that is truly the mana of a 7-year-old child. Seeing the girl's absurd potential, Queen Seer concludes she must protect that blood alliance at all costs from here on out. Nahan praises the start of the process and asks her to begin gathering the external mana, and Seer, excited, agrees with the instruction. The little one feels a strange sensation, and Nahan explains with a smile that this new feeling is just the environmental energy she pulled in. He says this spell requires a lot of energy, but guides her to mix her own mana with the external mana and imagine a bright flame in her mind. With the command to spark the flame in her mind, a colossal and intimidating fire energy suddenly starts manifesting around them. The teacher demonstrates the spell by creating a small, tame, skull-shaped flame on the tip of his finger, floating quietly. Nahan passes the turn for Seer to try doing the same, but Queen Seer comes running, screaming desperately for them to wait a second. Seer asks in horror what he is teaching the girl, revealing in shock that the technique is an ancient, lost magic. The teacher feigns surprise while looking at the tiny flame on his finger, cynically asking if that really is an ancient, lost magic. He praises her sharpness for recognizing the spell, but changes the subject, saying he needs to focus on finishing the class with Seer first. He turns back to the little girl with a friendly smile and asks if she feels capable of mimicking what she just saw, and Seer happily accepts. Concentrated, the little demon lord closes her eyes and imagines the flame shining in her mind to conjure the powerful ancient spell. To everyone's surprise, a small, bright magical flame successfully begins forming right above the girl's outstretched little hand. Seer is amazed by the result of her effort, and Nahan breaks into a proud smile, warmly congratulating her on the great feat. Seer happily hugs the teacher, while he patiently explains she will need to practice this mana control regularly from now on. Nahan teases Seer, saying trying to hit him is part of her training, but the queen blushes angrily and screams that wasn't what she was doing. Seer points at him hastily and demands the guy teach her that amazing ancient magic too, but Nahan rejects the proposal on the spot. She yells indignantly, complaining she is also his student, but the teacher justifies that the two haven't built a high enough level of trust yet. Thinking about how to take advantage of the situation, he teases that if their relationship became closer, he might consider it. Seer turns completely red and flustered at his suggestion, stuttering as she asks if the two really need to get more intimate. She clenches her trembling fists and tries to convince herself it's no big deal, and she'll do whatever it takes just to regain her strength. Embarrassed, Seer asks what his ideal type of woman is, leaving Nahan and little Seer extremely confused by the direction of the chat. He sets things straight, saying he was merely referring to diplomatic trust between their clans, and Seer screams red-faced from embarrassment for misunderstanding. Desperate, she tells him to forget what he heard, and Nahan just laughs mockingly, asking that next time she bring a more tempting proposal. Clutching her teddy bear tightly, little Seer just watches that bizarre argument, not understanding a single thing happening. Later, night begins to fall over the palace, and the guy retires to his private study room to plan his next moves. He reflects on the memories inherited from Nahan and concludes that Body knows ancient magics precisely because it belonged to a legendary archdemon. The young man remembers Nahan's true identity was an absolute mystery in the game, realizing that Body seems to fear the other great demons. Not wanting to waste energy on mysteries now, the teacher focuses on the castle's immediate problems, resolving to tackle them one by one. He analyzes the documents on the desk and concludes the absolute top priority for the clan right now is territorial expansion. The guy ponders his options and realizes the only viable target to attack is the 70th floor, ruled by the demon lord Andromalius. He knows a frontal attack would be too costly, and while searching for a better strategy in the papers, notices something surprising on the desk. The next day, little Seer comes running in calling for the teacher with great joy, interrupting his thoughts in the room. Commander Rin appears right behind apologizing, explaining the little lord insisted on accompanying her to today's meeting. Nahan reassures her and thanks the commander for coming so quickly, while Rin takes her stance saying she came to give her honest opinion as requested. The teacher confirms and directly reveals he called her to plan territorial expansion, leaving Rin El-Laza in complete shock. She explains that trying to conquer Andromalius's floor is super difficult, and that even allied with Seer, they would be at a huge strategic disadvantage. Rin advises caution to avoid jumping into a direct war with no chance of victory, but the guy holds out a sheet of paper with his plans written down. Upon reading Nahan's plan, the commander realizes in surprise that the invasion is indeed possible, as long as they avoid a direct assault on the enemy. The teacher shows a confident look and asks for her opinion, assuring he considers that strategy a flawless masterstroke. Rin agrees with the infiltration and promises to pick the best spies, but gets worried when Nahan suggests including the brute soldier Epsilon in the team. The teacher calmly assures everything will go fine, knowing that after today's discipline session, the lizard warrior will behave very well. Rin suggests forming a new legion for the rookies to prevent squad fights, and Nahan thinks forming a division for them is an excellent idea. She adds that this will also help awaken and strengthen the feeling of loyalty in the new soldiers integrated directly under young Seer. Nahan thinks the idea is brilliant and plans to charge Seer all the necessary funds to finance the operation of this new army division. He turns to Seer and asks what she thinks of all this, and the little girl happily replies she agrees with whatever decision her mentor makes. In another corner, Seer suddenly approaches with determination and announces she also wants to actively join the conquest mission of the 70th floor. The teacher looks at her mockingly and cynically asks if she is offering help simply because she doesn't trust his ability for the invasion. While everyone is sitting at the tea table, little Seer suddenly stands up and runs away from them. She goes straight to Citri, who is doing push-ups on the floor, and plops down beside her, saying they should train together. The little girl happily says things are less tiring when done together, making Nahan laugh at the scene. Citri is left completely baffled and stares at the girl with an expression of extreme surprise. The demon lord thinks to herself that dealing with such an innocent child is truly a pretty tough challenge. Nahan approaches and warns that Seer will end up dirtying her beloved teddy bear if she stays on the floor. He asks if she wants to take a bath along with the teddy bear, and then asks Butler Kane to take care of the little girl. Citri comments that he seems really good with kids, but the guy replies it isn't really a matter of being used to it. He explains he simply thinks and acts in the way he knows will make Seer feel most comfortable in any situation. Right after, he teases his ally, asking if she acts without thinking, which leaves her quite annoyed. Nahan snaps his fingers and suggests pausing the training so they can continue their previous conversation about the 70th floor. Citri stretches and asks why he wants to help, doubting it's just because they are true allies. She then decides to be honest and reveals her clan was also already preparing for an inevitable war. Nahan realizes the conflict was bound to happen, but gets concerned that it's occurring much sooner than expected. She says she has no reason to turn down his help, and even while calling him shameless, asks what the plan is. The guy proposes a full direct confrontation, but she counters saying they would suffer massive losses if they did that. The Demon Lord quickly catches on to the move and asks if he just wants to fake the attack, receiving applause for her quick thinking. She questions why she should trust him and act as bait, wanting to know if he truly has a brilliant plan. Citri reads the paper and sees that Andromalius publicly insulted Aaron Raiders, who holds the main control of that floor. She considers the enemy a total idiot, and Nahan confirms his plan is to bring Aaron's forces over to their side. She asks if he has someone to send who can persuade the target, and he guarantees he will send the perfect person. Citri questions how the split will be handled, and gets surprised when he suggests dividing everything 50-50 without hesitation. Nahan gives a confident wink and states that since they are allies, that split is the fairest way to maintain the agreement. She suspects his kindness, but the guy calmly replies that whether to believe the proposal or not is entirely up to her. Next, Nan creates an orb of dark energy in his hand and completely shifts his posture with a smile on his face. He cheerfully announces it's time to get back to intensive training, leaving the Lord desperate over such strictness. After the bath, Seer's teddy bear appears squeaky clean and well kept after being washed. The little girl comes running down the castle hallway full of energy, happily calling for her dear mentor. Nahan picks her up warmly and agrees with a smile that her bear really did get much cleaner now. However, the guy notices a red streak in her hair and asks if she accidentally dyed her hair. Cain bows and explains that the Devata clan can store external mana in their own hair, making them exceptional with magic. Nahan is surprised and realizes this is a mana stacking mechanic that had never appeared in the game before. He asks if the hair returns to normal after the mana is used, and the butler confirms, mentioning the previous lord had half his hair red. The guy realizes that with this ability to store external mana, little Seer will be able to cast powerful spells. He pats her head and warns her that she will need to practice this technique a lot, and the girl excitedly accepts. Suddenly, a subordinate enters the room looking for Cain and asks where their force commander is. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the 70th floor controlled by Andromalius, where night already covers the entire city. Commander Rin El Laza observes the situation from afar with seriousness and whispers the order for her team to advance. The masked soldiers leap silently across house rooftops without drawing the attention of local demons. Rin observes her, new mission partner, and thinks he is very skilled, wondering if Nahan already knew that. The elite squad continues moving with extreme agility through the shadows, jumping from one high vantage point to another. Two masked soldiers land without making the slightest sound on the wooden structure near the area's trees. The commander surveys the area from atop a gigantic tree, cautiously analyzing the surroundings of the forest. The other soldiers of the infiltration squad position themselves in absolute silence on the tree's lower branches. The winged warrior reports he found the target's cabin and states he cannot see any suspicious movement. Another soldier asks why they are there, and Rin explains they need to earn Aaron Raiders' trust. The ally questions if that is truly possible, but she replies they just follow orders and tells them to advance. In the next instant, a massive explosion of bright magical energy tears through the sky and hits the forest with force. The powerful attack goes full force directly toward the wooden cabin where the group's target was hiding. A mysterious voice orders them to stop, and a shot grazes past the elite soldier's face, leaving him in shock. The cabin guards quickly move into position and block the path of Rin's infiltration group. They demand the intruders identify themselves, while the commander realizes Aaron's subordinates are much stronger than she imagined. Just then, heavy footsteps are heard coming from inside the cabin, accompanied by a voice asking if they are Lord Seer's messengers. The leader, Aaron Raiders, finally steps out with an imposing look while calmly smoking his pipe. He glares at the group with suspicion and directly asks which of them is the leader of that operation. Without hesitating, the group's commander decides to lower her cloth mask to reveal her true identity. She reveals herself seriously and says she is the leader, leaving the opposing group in utter shock. Eren recognizes her as Rin El-Laza, one of the legendary Four Swords of Seir, leaving his own soldiers terrified, as they thought everyone was dead. Rin replies she abandoned that title long ago and is now merely the loyal sword of Queen Seir. Eren is surprised by the revelation and asks if little Seir really plans to conquer the entire 70th floor and if she thinks that's possible. Inside the cabin, Rin sits down with him and assures that it is more than possible, prompting the leader to question how she can be so sure. She states that she and the queen can easily defeat Andromalius, and Eren admits that coming from her, he believes those bold words. However, he points out that a war is different, and that even uniting forces from neighboring floors, they would need help from someone who knows the place well. Rin says she cannot reveal all the cards on the table, but that she will share one crucial detail to convince him. She reveals that beside the queen stands someone so powerful that even 100 warriors equal to her couldn't leave a scratch on him. The demon leader swallows hard and breaks into a cold sweat hearing a legendary warrior of that tier say something so impressive. He tries to laugh off the situation thinking it's just a joke, but the commander stares at him dead serious and asks if she looks like she's joking. He argues that if that someone is so strong, they wouldn't need help, but she explains they cannot draw the attention of the upper floors. Rin stares at him menacingly and warns that even if he doesn't want to believe it, he won't be able to escape the disaster that is coming. The demon gets tense, not knowing if he is being tested or threatened, as he knows very well the devastating power that Warrior possesses. He gives in and asks to hear the proposal, and Rin asks for passage for the allied troops and help to trap Andromalius on the day of the decisive attack. She guarantees he will receive rewards and prestige, offering the chance to trade a weak alliance for a strong, lasting partnership. Back at the castle, Nahon congratulates Rin on the successful negotiation, while she praises the advance advice he gave to smooth things over. He says credit goes to her reputation and tells her to rest and prepare, causing the commander to accept his orders, addressing him as master. Before leaving the room, Rin hesitates for a moment, and Nahon notices, asking if she has something unfinished she'd like to say. She begs forgiveness for the bold question and asks why a man with such incredible skills accepts being merely the tutor of young Queen Seir. Nahon taps his pen on the desk and says, being the royal tutor is no small position, but she counters saying it's still way too little for his power. She questions why someone so strong would choose the absolute worst floor of all, saying it makes no logical sense. The guy smiles and asks if she is worried about a potential betrayal or usurpation of the little queen's throne on his part. He realizes she is dead serious and decides he can't make up a lame excuse, opting to be honest in his own way. Nahon smirked and simply answered he chose it because it seemed fun, remembering back when he played that game in the past. Rin gets confused by the answer, while the young man thinks about how amazing it would be to guide the weakest demon lord all the way to the top of the world. With a dark and determined look, the guy thinks that watching that little girl rule the entire demon realm would be the most fun thing ever. The commander is astonished, thinking it's all just for fun, but he says that although it started that way, he genuinely grew to like the place. He starts listing the reasons and says that for starters, they have Queen Seir, who is without a doubt the cutest demon lord ever. Nahon continues, saying the realm has an extremely loyal strategist who is firm in his decisions, namely the butler Cain. He also mentions Leah, whom he trusts blindly to handle all internal castle matters with utter care. He praises Cecily's sharpness at her job and Mark's culinary skills, considering him the best cook in the whole realm. Even Vice Commander Varuna is cited as someone rebellious, but who possesses unquestionable skill and loyalty to the group. To top it off, he praises Rin, saying she is strong, smart, and very pretty, leaving the commander red from sheer embarrassment. He concludes by saying he loves that floor and the people there, thinking about how wonderful it is to see his favorite game's characters right before his eyes. Nahon assures she can rest easy, as he will never turn his back on them unless they decide to kick him out first. Rin bows in gratitude for the generous answer, and the mentor corrects her, saying her loyalty should be directed solely at Seir. He smiles warmly and says her doubts only show how loyal she is to the queen, finally telling the commander to go get some rest. Rin departs with a soft smile on her face, thinking relieved about how young Queen Seir is surrounded by truly incredible people. The next day, little Seir runs into the room calling for the teacher, who asks surprised what brought her there so early. She says she came just to play, and seeing that he was reviewing the realm's finances, asks to watch, receiving his permission. He shows a report on crops destroyed by humans, and asks what she thinks should be done to help those in need. The girl suggests donating the food reserves, but Nahan asks if they should give it for free, making her correct herself, saying they should sell it at a very low price. The guy agrees with the idea but drops a new challenge, asking what they should do if the farmers don't have money to pay right away. Nahan explains that in times of crisis, she can utilize a smart economic strategy known as the Huangok system. He draws on the scroll, showing that farmers can borrow food at low interest and pay it back upon the next harvest. The guy concludes that this solves hunger without causing losses for the castle, and Seer happily agrees until someone knocks on the door. The maid Leah enters the office apologizing for the interruption and announces it's time for the little queen to have her snack. Nahan tells her to go have her snack, and the little girl gets super excited upon learning that the treat of the day will be a delicious strawberry cake. However, Seer suddenly stops mid-step, leaving her mentor quite confused, not understanding what happened. She turns around with a bright smile and invites the teacher to eat with her, leaving everyone surprised by the gesture. Leah is amazed by the generosity and asks if she is really going to share her snack, and the girl confirms using the casual tone from before. The little girl laughs for having forgotten formal speech, while Nahan notices in surprise that she never usually shares her sweets with anyone. Seer pulls him hastily, saying the cake is wonderful and that they need to hurry to the kitchen to try that treat. Nahan follows her satisfied, realizing he has finally earned the little queen's sincere trust. In the middle of the hallway, Butler Kane suddenly appears calling for the guy to deliver a very important piece of news. The butler holds out a scroll and warns that an urgent letter just arrived straight from the 71st floor. Nahan takes the document and analyzes the contents with extreme attention to understand what is happening over there. Reading that everything is properly prepared, the guy flashes a wicked smile and thinks today's snack will be even tastier. The scene then shifts to the grand hall of the 70th floor, where a tense atmosphere begins taking over the entire place. Lord Andromalius slams his fist on the table, furious upon learning that Citri had the nerve to openly declare war against his territory. The imposing demon rants angrily, stating that woman has completely lost her mind to make such a stupid decision. His advisors urge caution, reminding him that despite having her powers sealed, Citri still retains her strategic and cunning mind. Andromalius doubts she has the strength to fight, but Count Eugene Vermilion steps in, saying there are a few points to consider. Eugene reveals that frequent rumors have emerged about a secret military alliance between the forces of the 71st and 2nd floors. He adds by saying spies confirmed constant visits from Citri to Seer's territory, proving they are conspiring together. The Lord finds it pathetic that she relies on failures, but an advisor alerts that the little girl possesses the powerful demon sword. Count Eugene adds that the new tutor the young lord recently hired doesn't seem like an ordinary fellow either. Andromalius mocks the idea of a strong tutor agreeing to work on that weak floor, but Eugene states he was the one who united the two lords. The grand demon grinds his teeth angrily upon learning this, and the Count insists they must deal with this threat with absolute precision. He suggests using full force to crush the enemies at once, and then asks permission to speak about a private matter in secret. The ally leans in and whispers something mysterious in Andromalius's ear, leaving the ruler completely shocked by the information. He cracks a cruel smile, saying he really liked the idea of showing their arrogant rivals the massive power gap between them. Next, he notices the absence of a key ally and asks why Count Aaron Raiders and his men failed to attend the meeting. Upon learning his entire faction vanished, Andromalius gets furious with the traitors and orders them to bring Aaron to him immediately. At that moment, a soldier barges into the hall frantically warns that a terrible situation just happened outside. The ruler screams angrily at all the shouting, demanding to know the reason for such sudden uproar in his castle. The guard breathlessly reports that Citri's enemy army is already setting up camp right in front of the castle's main gates. Andromalius is incredulous at the audacity of the swift attack, trying to figure out how they managed to get so close without being seen. He rages with fury, immediately suspecting that blasted Aaron truly betrayed him and facilitated the entry of the invaders. Eugene asks the leader to give the order for a counterattack, assuring their troops are already prepared to march and wipe out their rivals. The other nobles start screaming furiously, demanding the death of foolish Citri and traitorous Aaron for daring to challenge the Lord's power. Andromalius accepts the proposal and orders everyone to prepare for battle, commanding them to eliminate the arrogant invaders without mercy. Back on the 72nd floor, Nahan helps place a heavy metal helmet on little Seer's head. The girl complains that the armor is way too suffocating, but the teacher affectionately explains that metal protection could save her life. He promises he will give her a slice of cake when they return if she behaves well, and the little girl excitedly agrees to the deal. The guy asks Kane where Commander Rin is, and the butler replies she must have already initiated their plan's operations. Nahen picks up the little girl in his arms and says goodbye to the butler, who sincerely wishes them good luck and a grand victory in combat. Upon arriving in the courtyard where the soldiers are gathered, Nahen asks Vice Commander Varuna if the portal preparations are complete. Varuna confirms that the temporary portal provided by Lord Sitri is ready and will take them directly to the 70th floor. The mentor grumbles under his breath that their ally cheaped out too much on the portal's quality, leaving the vice commander confused before moving on. Without wasting time, the guy carries the young queen in his arms and walks firmly straight into the glowing magic portal. The passage slowly closes in the courtyard while the rest of the troops remain at their posts guarding the castle's surroundings. However, from atop the castle roof, mysterious hooded figures observe the movement and mockingly call the soldiers fools. Duncan, the leader of the Tenebrous task force under Andromalius's orders, mocks the fact that Seer's castle was left completely undefended. He gives the direct order for his squad to advance and eliminate every single soul left inside that castle. The masked assassins readily prepare their claws and daggers, responding to the command with total submission. Outside, Varuna expresses his concern to Nahen, asking if it is truly safe to leave the queen's castle completely without defenses. He explains that Andromalius has a group of secret assassins, but Nahen calmly replies that he already knows exactly what will happen. The mentor gives a confident smile and assures that a cowardly surprise attack like that will be completely useless against them. At the castle, one of the invading assassins is suddenly hit by a crushing blow and thrown with extreme violence across the hall. Another intruder is easily defeated, leaving the rest of the assassin group in panic and unable to comprehend what is happening there. One of the masked men watches the scene in utter terror, unable to understand where that devastating power came from. A firm hand grabs the intruder by his hood, while an imposing voice says he doesn't recall inviting anyone into the castle. Butler Kane emerges imposingly holding the defeated assassin and coldly asks who those people are who dared to invade the place. Nahen explains to Varuna that there are things in this world one can hide, but the strength of the castle's servants is not one of them. Back at the castle, another assassin is thrown brutally out through a glass window, screaming in pain in the process. Maid Cecily waves happily through the broken window with her blood-stained broom, informing the butler she already cleaned her area. Leah arrives dragging two defeated enemies and asks what happened to the door, and Kane smiles awkwardly, saying it's been a while since he last fought. Chef Mark shows up carrying another intruder and asks if everyone is all right, jokingly commenting that a little rat tried to invade the kitchen. Kane replies everyone is perfectly fine, but notes their unexpected guest doesn't seem to be in a very good situation. The mentor knew the castle's servants were handpicked for their exceptional combat skills to protect against assassinations. Varuna thinks to himself that despite not liking him at first, Nahen's strategy is dynamic and he deserves respect as a leader. Nahen tells Varuna he is making a small mistake, leaving the vice commander quite confused by that sudden statement. He points to Seer in his arms and explains that the person to whom he owes complete loyalty isn't him, but rather Queen Seer von Devada. Varuna accepts the advice and kneels before the little girl, respectfully asking her to give the orders directly to him from now on. Seer happily asks for him to act as their temporary commander, and Nahen accepts fulfilling the little one's request with a smile. The guy orders Varuna to go support Commander Rin, who must have already made contact with Aaron, and the soldier accepts the mission right away. The little girl asks where they are heading now, and Nahen cheerfully replies they are going to meet with Demon Lord Sitri. On the battlefield of the 70th floor, Sitri praises Aaron's capability for having advanced without any trouble up to that moment. She comments that Nahen's intelligence and resources are terrifying, and Baphomet agrees, saying he is a very dangerous man. Sitri scolds him, saying it is impossible to stop him and orders them never to try to attack him, as a mistake would leave their floor in ruins. She warns that they should just do their part of the plan, take what was promised, and leave, and Baphomet accepts the order in silence. A massive explosion occurs at the enemy castle, and Sitri watches from afar, commenting that the guy certainly knows how to make a grand entrance. Andromalius gets furious upon learning that Aaron invaded the castle, refusing to run and stating he will crush the traitors with his own hands. He warns that the enemies can come if they have the guts, guaranteeing the power he now possesses will be enough to beat anyone. Suddenly, the doors to the throne room are violently blown open, scattering smoke and debris across the entire floor. Andromalius flashes a sneering smile and mockingly says the traitor finally decided to show up before him for combat. Rin El Laza enters imposingly leading her soldiers and disdainfully comments that their punctuality for the clash is truly spot on. The demon lord orders his guards to advance and attack the intruders, and the soldiers charge furiously, brandishing their weapons. Rin calmly draws her sword and disdainfully comments on the terrible hospitality the 70th floor usually offers to guests. Andromalius says he will personally tear her apart for her insolence, but she replies he will have to wait for the next life to do that. She charges at extreme speed against the enemies, slicing through the castle guards with agile and precise strikes of her blade. Andromalius delivers a powerful strike with his massive warhammer, but Rin moves quickly to block and counter the attack. The Lord gets deeply irritated and calls the warrior an arrogant brat for daring to talk so much nonsense before him in combat. He prepares to attack again, stating he will personally test the combat skills of the legendary Four Swords warrior. The demon screams, telling her to take the hit, and unleashes a devastating downward blow with his gigantic weapon in her direction. Rin shows impressive reflexes and nimbly dodges the destructive impact that cracks the throne room's stone floor. He recognizes she is very agile and lives up to the legendary title she carries, but soon prepares to use a very cowardly strategy. The villain grabs his own ally Eugene by the head and mockingly asks how she will manage to handle the situation from here on out. In a brutal scene, Andromalius simply rips Eugene's head off, spraying blood across the floor of the hall in a cruel manner. The commander opens her eyes wide in complete shock and terror upon witnessing that awful atrocity before her. The demon lord flashes a blood-covered, devilish smile and warns that things are going to get much more interesting from now on. To Rin's absolute horror, a monstrous creature with a hydra head begins rapidly emerging from the lord's ally's severed neck. The colossal hydra head charges forward furiously with its mouth wide open toward Rin to devour her once and for all. Meanwhile, Nahen comments to Citri that the weather is lovely, and she asks suspiciously why he came over there. The guy assures the Four Swords will handle the job with a little help from him and asks her to accept a gift. To Citri's absolute shock, Nahen simply hands little Seer into her arms suddenly and without warning. He explains that bringing the girl into battle introduces way too many variables and summons a small floating whale for Seer to play with. The little girl holds the toy, but whimpers, complaining that she also wants to go along with her teacher to the actual combat. Suddenly, Nahen feels a strange vibration through the red thread on his wrist and stops what he was doing on the spot. He analyzes the mysterious energy emanating from his own hand and realizes that force shouldn't be there right now. The guy warns that Commander Rin might be in life-threatening danger and says he needs to leave immediately to save her. In a fraction of a second, Nan moves at absurd speed, cutting through the sky toward the enemy castle. Citri is shocked to see she couldn't even keep up with his rapid movements, wondering just how strong he really is. Baphomet suggests taking the chance to betray him, but Citri tells him to shut his mouth and warns that this is a test of trust from Nahen. She orders her servant to drop any tricks and treat Seer with the exact same absolute respect he shows her. Seer stands there smiling happily while holding the whale toy, and Citri wonders why the guy chose a whale of all things. At the castle, one of the allied guards is brutally impaled by a dark attack and collapses bloody onto the throne room floor. Varuna watches the cowardly attack with rage, drawing his sword and preparing to face the massive threat before him. Andromalius unleashes a crushing blow that hurls Varuna far away with extreme violence and ease across the hall. The soldier crashes heavily against the castle wall, leaving Aaron raiders completely shocked by the rival lord's power. The villain laughs out loud seeing Aaron's despair and warns that this is his end, ordering him to fight for his life until the last second. Rin tries to hold back the creature's jaws with all her strength, realizing that Hydra possesses the power of a high-level lord. The monster prepares to devour her whole, and the commander wonders if everything is really going to end in that tragic way. Lacking the strength to resist, Rin closes her eyes and silently apologizes to her queen for failing in her defense mission. At that moment, Nahen suddenly appears on the scene, his golden eyes glowing intensely amidst the room's darkness. An overwhelming slash of dark energy instantly obliterates the giant Hydra, leaving Rin stunned by what she just saw. The enemies stagger back terrified by the swift destruction, and Andromalius demands to know who is responsible for that attack. Nahen stands imposingly before everyone and coldly advises Lord Andromalius to surrender if he wishes to keep his own life. The Lord falls to the floor weakened, terrified by the absurd magical strength emanating from that mysterious man before him. He feels a crushing pressure and compares the guy's power to the aura of Beelzebub, the legendary #1 lord of the demon realm. Andromalius tries to negotiate and asks why someone so extraordinarily strong would agree to ally with such a weak, pathetic group. The advisor creates a dark blade right at the rival's neck and dryly warns that he is talking too much for someone about to fall. The villain panics completely and offers money and fame in exchange for an alliance, pausing upon seeing Nahan ask if he can give everything. The Lord desperately confirms, asking him to name what he wants, and the guy firmly replies that he wishes to reach the absolute top. He reveals his ultimate goal is the highest throne a demon lord can achieve, flashing a relentless look in his eyes. Nahan says that is impossible for someone weak like Andromalius, and the villain horror-stricken realizes that was why he allied with the Devata clan. The guy stares at him with absolute coldness and warns he has zero intention of forgiving him for trying to use a power he couldn't control. Andromalius laughs mockingly with the sword at his neck, stating that in a war what truly matters is winning at any cost. Nahan counters saying his forgiveness is worth nothing and delivers a lethal sword strike, ending the confrontation in the throne room once and for all. The enemy's lifeless body falls onto the castle floor, and the guy sheathes his blade with total composure after declaring the end of combat. He raises his voice and shouts for the entire hall to hear that the war is finally over and that victory belongs to their clan now. The advisor orders the enemy soldiers to drop their weapons immediately, as their leader has been definitively defeated. Nahan guarantees he will spare the lives of whoever surrenders and warns he will show no mercy to anyone who keeps resisting, leaving the troops in shock. Back at the military tent, Citri gets thoughtful and realizes in surprise that the guy resolved the entire war in just a few minutes after setting off. Little Seer hears her teacher's voice echoing from afar and joyfully celebrates with her teddy bear upon learning her master won the high battle. Rin bows, apologizing for lowering her guard, but Nahan reassures her, saying it's normal after being away from the battlefield for so long. The guy thinks to himself that dark energy shouldn't have been in the game and laments not remembering everything due to his faulty memories. He asks Rin to spread the rumor that it was Citri who defeated Andromalius, and the commander understands, promising to silence all witnesses. The mentor charges Varuna and Aaron with clearing the castle ruins, mentioning he now needs to hurry to meet up with Seer. Rin panics upon learning the queen was left alone with Citri, but Nahan assures their ally is way too smart to try anything foolish. Even so, the commander takes off flying in a hurry, worried about her lord's safety, leaving the guy behind, watching her departure. Meanwhile, from inside one of the military camp tents, a voice whispers in surprise that all of this is simply unbelievable. Baphomet reports that all soldiers from the 70th floor surrendered, and Citri comments in surprise that the war ended way too easily. Suddenly, Seer gets up excited, saying her master is arriving, leaving Citri confused as she herself can't sense anything coming. Nahan comes running carrying a large bag and asks with a smile if they were having fun in the tent, and the little one answers yes. Citri gets startled by his speed, and the advisor mentions she will be able to hear the full report from Commander Rin, who will arrive shortly. The guy holds out the bloody bag to the demon lord and asks her to hold it, leaving the ally confused and intrigued by the bundle. He reveals it is Andromalius's head and asks her to pretend she was the author of the attack, leaving her shocked, not understanding the reason for it. Nahan smiles and calmly replies he is doing it because they are allies, letting her know he is leaving with Seer and that the split will be 50-50. Citri holds the uncomfortable bag and thinks to herself that the guy's confident smile gives her a very strange gut feeling. Meanwhile, the scene returns to Seer's castle, from where several hammering noises can be heard coming from the entrance hall. Old butler Kane is working hard to repair the grand main door that ended up damaged during the previous invasion. Kane notices their arrival and greets them, causing Nahan to ask in surprise if the castle's main door really ended up broken. The butler laughs awkwardly and explains he had trouble controlling his strength while dealing with the assassins, and the guy congratulates him on the work. Kane comments on the preparations to move castles, but Nahan calmly replies they can do everything without any rush. He reveals he is planning to give the massive 70th floor castle as a gift to Citri, leaving Seer and Kane in total shock. Kane asks if they aren't coming out at a loss, since the guy was the one who defeated Andromalius and gave all the victory credit to their ally. The butler insists that occupying the enemy castle symbolizes conquest, but Nahan explains with a smile that the handover will be done only officially. The advisor details that the clan urgently needs financial capital right now, as their economic situation is not yet self-sustaining. He explains that giving the credit to Citri is a temporary strategy to gather strength and allow them to live in peace until they are ready. He adds that, with Citri as the official owner of the territory, she will be the sole person responsible for resolving any problems that pop up there. The guy points out that their ally accepted the deal knowing this, as she needs to demonstrate to the other lords that her forces are still active. Kane is deeply impressed by his intelligence, and Nahan jokes that he would never hand over something for free, as he is no fool. The guy mentions that for now, he will focus his efforts on Seer's education and resolving some pending internal castle matters. He plans to upgrade the equipment and find out who was backing Andromalius, while the butler agrees with his wisdom. Kane asks where such certainty came from that they would get Aaron's backing, and the guy merely reacts with surprise at the servant's question. The guy thinks smiling that he just got very lucky, as that situation was actually a side event that used to happen in the game. Kane watches him walk off and thinks that even if the guy claims it's luck, he is an extraordinary man who must always remain by Seer's side. Nahan says goodbye, saying he will leave the main door's repair in the butler's care, who readily accepts the assigned task. Walking down the hallway, the guy mentions he will focus on her training and that the girl must learn her duties as the legitimate ruler from here on. He gently touches the little girl's forehead and affectionately states that the true owner of that territory is her, Seer von Devata. Seer smiles joyfully and says his lessons are super fun and that she and her bear are eager to learn absolutely everything. Nahan thanks the girl for the affection and thinks satisfied that the teaching method he chose to guide the little one really worked out great. The guy suggests she rest a bit while he handles some accumulated work, but the little girl immediately rejects the idea. Cecily appears laughing and comments that those who work hard deserve a good rest, leaving the guy flustered by the support the maid gave. Seer pouts, begging cutely for him to take a nap with her, leaving the teacher feeling awkward since he isn't sleepy at all. The advisor realizes she will get really upset if he refuses, and decides to lie down with her until she falls asleep before returning to work. Upon entering the bedroom, Leah greets them, and the guy kindly asks her to bring a cup of hot tea to Seer's room. Nahan catches the maid's attention before she leaves and asks if she is really all right and if she didn't get hurt during the invasion. Leah blushes a bit at the guy's concern and assures she is perfectly fine, leaving the master relieved upon confirming the news. The servant leaves smiling and realizes, impressed, that he already figured out the entire truth about the invasion and each servant's combat power. Seer asks if something happened to Leah, but Nahan reassures her by tucking her in with the blanket and saying it was just a routine question. The guy asks if she is going to sleep hugging her beloved teddy bear, and the girl excitedly confirms before he wishes her good night. The little queen demands he sleep beside her right there, holding his hand tightly and protesting when he says he is going to his own bed. Nahan watches her thoughtfully and wonders if she is attached to him due to losing her father early, or if she just feels emotional stability around him. He gives in to the little one's needy request and lies down beside her, planning to keep her company only until she peacefully drifts off to sleep. At the castle on the 69th floor, Lord Dantalion trembles in fear on his throne upon learning Andromalius was defeated at Citri's hands. Commander Leonard opines that Citri must have managed to win after forming a strategic cooperation with the forces of the 72nd floor. Minister Albus warns worriedly that they will likely be the next targets and insists they need to prepare very well for combat. Dantalion decides to send an urgent letter to Decarabia on the floor above, stating an alliance with him is their only viable alternative. He argues that even though Andromalius was stronger, he still fell, and that if they don't act now, they will be the next to be wiped out. The ruler impatiently orders them to stop talking and draft the letter already, guaranteeing their ally will have no reason to turn down the offer. Maid Leah knocks softly on Seer's wooden bedroom door and announces the hot tea is ready for them. She carefully enters the room carrying the tray with tea and sweetly wishes everyone a great night's sleep. Leah smiles tenderly, seeing the two asleep on the bed, and whispers to herself that both must have been extremely exhausted from the war. The servant watches them sleeping peacefully side by side, and from the bottom of her heart wishes them the calmest, most peaceful dreams ever. A week later, Nahan playfully teases that she took a long time to divide the assets, and Citri complains that she came running as soon as she finished. Citri explains that the territories and troops have already been split fairly by both, and that now only the castle treasures remain. She asks if her clan can pick treasures first, and the guy nods as long as the final split ends up completely fair. Citri advises the advisor to visit her at least once a week to train, warning that all their effort will go down the drain if he stops. She reminds him she is also a demon lord and knows how to keep her promises, bidding a confident farewell before leaving the place in a hurry. Nahan sits at his work desk, his eyes shining, thinking he needs to urgently create new reconstruction guidelines for the clan. Suddenly, soft knocks are heard at the office door, and the guy promptly answers for the person to enter the workspace. Cecily enters and informs they will have to cancel young Queen's class today, worriedly revealing the girl caught a bit of a fever. The guy panics completely at the news that Seer is sick and slams his hands on the work desk, startling the castle maid. Nahan breaks into a cold sweat from anxiety, wondering if the training pace was too harsh or if her participation in the war caused this. Cecily smiles calmly and asks him not to worry so much, explaining it's normal for kids that age to catch sudden colds. The advisor agrees relieved and asks the servant to take very good care of the little queen so she recovers as fast as possible. The guy sighs regretfully for forgetting that this is no longer a game, but reality, planning to wrap up work quickly to visit her. Later, Nan enters Seer's room carrying 2 small stuffed animals and affectionately asks if she is already feeling better. The little girl breaks into a beautiful smile from ear to ear seeing the toys and joyfully thanks him, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Nahan says smiling that the surprise isn't over yet and uses his magic to summon several other cute stuffed animals into her room. The girl ends up buried under the mountain of cute plushies and laughing begs her master to stop giving her so many plushies at once. In her sleep, little Seer hugs her teddy bear and softly grumbles that there are way too many toys scattered all over her bed. Nahan watches her holding a plush penguin and gets quite confused, since that was only the 3rd toy he had given her. The young man notices the girl is grumbling in her sleep and gets quite curious to know what the little queen is dreaming about. The guy gently touches Seer's forehead and feels relieved seeing her fever dropped, deciding to work right there in the room beside her. The little girl wakes up a while later calling for the teacher, who apologizes for making noise while setting up a chair near her bed. He pats her head and asks how she is feeling, confirming with a gentle smile that he was very worried about her fever. The guy asks her to sleep a bit more and denies her request to help him with paperwork, insisting today's priority is total rest. He playfully says it would be a shame if she stayed sick tomorrow and missed out on the delicious pudding she couldn't eat today, leaving the girl shocked. Nahan chuckles softly at the girl's cute reaction and warmly wishes her the sweetest, most peaceful dreams during her rest. Kane interrupts Nahan's snack to deliver Rin's treasure report, and the guy mentions he is looking for a specific item from the 70th floor. He knows gear is vital in the game to speed up character growth, and therefore needs to secure that item no matter what. The young advisor analyzes the sheet of paper and smiles upon noticing he found the secret item he had only discovered after beating the game 40 times. Nahan thinks about how hard it would be for any other player to imagine that such a powerful item would be hidden right in the early stages of the story. He hands the notes to Kane and orders him to acquire that specific item for them, leaving the remaining treasures in the commander's care. Kane analyzes the paper with instructions and stands completely jaw-dropped upon seeing the unusual item the guy highlighted so prominently on the list. The butler asks surprised if the mark is really correct, and Nahan confirms saying he will fetch the treasure as soon as Citri agrees. The paper describes a mysterious ancient sword with a broken blade and visible gaps where precious gems seem to have fallen out in the past. Upon arriving at the treasure room, Seer's eyes sparkle upon seeing a chest filled with colorful, extremely shiny precious stones. She excitedly runs toward another box full of gleaming gold bars and celebrates, saying everything there is insanely shiny. Nahan sighs, relieved seeing the massive amount of riches, and little Seer shouts with joy beside Rin, who observes everything in silence. The guy is impressed by the volume of treasure even after splitting half with Citri, and Rin confirms negotiations went with total smoothness. A guard soldier salutes the queen, and Seer reacts super cutely by saluting back with her teddy bear in her arms. Rin points to one of the wooden boxes and warns that is the specific item Master Nahan had requested they secure in inventory. The soldier opens the chest and asks the guy to check, and Nahan, satisfied, confirms they really brought the correct relic he wanted. The young man analyzes the Sword of Blood Tears, remembering that in the game it quintupled the wielder's growth speed in a very useful way. The weapon boasts the highest base attack in the game and teaches a unique magic, prompting Seer to ask curiously what that object in his hands is. He smiles and replies it's a gift for her, and Seer, confused, points out the weapon is broken, but Nahan assures he knows where to find the parts. The advisor suggests finishing reviewing the list before fixing the weapon, and the little girl excitedly asks what happens when the sword gets fixed. Nahan breaks into a warm smile and affectionately answers that her sword is going to look insanely shiny, leaving the little queen starry-eyed. Rin asks if she should call a blacksmith for the job, but Nahan patiently explains that type of sword doesn't get fixed like that. The guy decides to send the rest of the weapon list to the castle armory, and little Seer follows the inspection with sparkling eyes. The little girl watches enchanted by the shiny precious stones inside the box and quietly comments on how insanely pretty everything there is. Nahan notices the girl's genuine enthusiasm and watches her for a moment with a very calm, warm gaze. He affectionately asks if there is anything there she likes in particular, leaving the little queen totally surprised by the direct question. Seer shyly says everything is fine, but the guy reassures her, saying everything in the castle belongs to her and she can pick whatever she wants. She happily points to a pretty glowing crown, making Nahan proudly think that the girl really cannot hide her royal bloodline. Seer asks why they went to that abandoned mine, and the teacher explains that the missing parts for her sword are inside there. He guarantees he knows the exact location of the missing pieces, and that split paths or mazes won't be an issue for them in the search. Upon arriving at the site, Seer confused comments that there doesn't seem to be anything around, but Nahan states with conviction he will find the item in a second. The guy approaches a narrow opening between the rocks and focuses his attention to look for the first part of the broken weapon. He begins carefully searching the cave's dark rocks, knowing the precious piece must be hidden right around that region. Suddenly, an intense red light glows behind the stones, and the guy smiles with satisfaction upon realizing he finally found the object. Seer asks in wonder if that really is a real sword, and Nahan laughs awkwardly, saying for now the weapon doesn't look like much. The guy takes a few more firm steps toward the interior of the cave, confidently warning that his search isn't over yet. Nahan readies his magical strength in front of the stone wall, explaining that now they need to find the most important part of the entire weapon. He channels his energy and delivers a powerful magic strike with his palm against the large, solid rock wall of the dark cave. The stone wall completely collapses with a deafening noise, opening up a new hidden passage right before them. A giant gargoyle statue appears positioned right atop a stone archway, and Nahan comments that the final test is just ahead. He picks Seer up in his arms to carry her, patiently explaining he will need to overcome a small obstacle blocking the passage. Suddenly, the gargoyle comes to life with glowing eyes and roars furiously, menacingly warning that intruders are not allowed to pass. Nahan calmly says gargoyles are rare and tells Seer to look closely, while the girl impressed comments that the stone statue can actually speak. The monster gets annoyed by the mockery and tries to yell at them, but the guy coldly cuts him off, ordering him to shut his mouth once and for all. The advisor flashes a menacing golden glare and warns the stone monster with extreme seriousness not to dare interrupt Seer's lesson. At that exact moment, the gigantic energy whale emerges and hits the gargoyle with devastating electric force, slamming it against the wall. The gargoyle immediately drops to its knees in total submission and begs to serve the guy, leaving Nahan surprised by that sudden shift in attitude. The guy accepts the surrender and mentions he will take it along if it waits outside, and the gargoyle respectfully agrees on its knees. Upon entering the secret chamber, Seer is amazed to see a glowing red gem floating majestically above a stone altar. Nahan extends the broken pieces of the sword and announces it is time to begin the restoration process of the girl's powerful weapon. He makes the parts float toward the altar so the magical energy can begin uniting the broken blade fragments with precision. A massive flash of red and golden light engulfs the entire altar, leaving Seer fascinated by the immense amount of power unleashed there. The sword reemerges completely restored and burning in red flames, and Nahan, smiling, asks the girl what she thought of the result. The guy hands the weapon to the little girl and affectionately lets her know that is her gift, leaving Seer surprised and insanely happy. The little girl holds up the glowing sword with contagious joy and enthusiastically thanks her master for the amazing gift she received. The stat panel shows the legendary attributes of the Sword of Blood Tears, granting colossal stat boosts and multiplying mana and blood. Seer excitedly runs to show the gift to Cain, while Nahan informs the butler that the little queen should start practicing swordsmanship soon. Cain notices the giant gargoyle that followed them, and Nahan, smiling, confirms its name is Argol and it will be the new guardian of their forces. The servant finds the creature way too big to guard the castle, but the guy explains with a smile that the monster will guard another specific spot. Nahan explains the creature will be perfect for keeping away fragile yet annoying humans who often invade their territory. Cain thoughtfully agrees, evaluating that positioning the giant gargoyle at the entrance portal zone is indeed an extremely suitable choice. The master warns Argol to do its best if it doesn't want to be thrown away, and the stone monster, terrified, replies it will remember the warning. The guy changes the subject and asks Cain to accompany him to his private office so they can quietly discuss the urgent report. Now in the meeting room, Nahan begins the conversation asking if Dantalion and Decarabia really managed to establish recent contact. The butler worriedly confirms and warns that if the forces of the 69th and 8th floors unite, the situation will be very tough to handle. The young man ponders that they cannot start a direct armed conflict right now, but they also can't just watch, leaving only one viable option. Nahan reveals he plans to destroy Dantalion's faction from the inside, knowing he is very powerful and smart, unlike Andromalius. He remembers that the enemy faction is made up of many merchants, and Cain confirms, saying they value trade above everything in the realm. The advisor points out that the most crucial pillar for merchants is trust, planning to destroy that pillar to collapse the entire faction. The butler agrees with the logic, but questions how it would be possible to destroy trust built over so many years so quickly. Nahan flashes a dark look and an intriguing smirk, calmly replying to Cain that he never said he would do it overnight. Nahan explains that training Sierra and strengthening their base will take at least 5 years, so he plans to gradually ruin Dantalion's trade policies. To do this, the guy intends to create direct competition by doing business on the 70th floor, but assures Cain they won't appear in the spotlight. Cain catches on to the move and asks if he plans to use Citri again, but Nahan humorously replies that use is a very strong word and they are just cooperating. The butler worries whether the ruler of the upper floor will actually agree to run that risk, but Nahan guarantees the proposal will be extremely attractive to her. Cain then questions what exactly they are going to sell, and the young man flashes a smirk, saying it will be something merchants will desperately crave. With a confident gaze, Nahan reveals the brilliant plan to put up for sale something that simply doesn't exist in the entire demon realm. Meanwhile, in the city of Sodor, located in the outer parts of the Holy Kingdom, local residents begin commenting on a new rumor spreading around. In a tavern, adventurers comment that there are barely any guards protecting the demon realm portal anymore, leaving Luke intrigued by his companion's news. The warrior tries to convince Luke that this is the golden opportunity to defeat demons and make a fortune, and Luke recalls ram horns have been quite valuable lately. A pink-haired girl joins the chat saying she knows where an entire tribe of young rams lives, making Luke ponder if that opportunity is real. Without thinking much more, the group decides to leave the tavern immediately and head toward the demon realm to seize the chance to get rich. Upon reaching the portal, they notice the place is much more packed than usual, confirming that rumors about the guard's disappearance have spread. Suddenly, a burly man approaches from behind, places his hand on one of their shoulders, and asks if the group would mind if he and his partner joined the expedition. The brute introduces himself as Riku Balbar and introduces his companion, a nun named Melissa, who smiles calmly beside him. Luke and his friend notice the insignia on the newcomer's shoulders and nervously realize both are A-rank adventurers, deciding it's best to quietly cooperate. With the deal sealed, Riku commands the group's departure, and everyone begins walking toward the glowing portal leading to demon territory. Outside, a warrior tries to convince his female friend to come along, but she replies he doesn't know a thing, revealing that no adventurer who went there ever returned. As the group advances, the pink-haired girl points out the path beyond the hill, while the others comment in surprise how the guards vanished without a trace. Riku ponders if the demons abandoned that floor, explaining to Luke that the realm is divided into several levels until someone in the group tells everyone to hide. Hidden behind a large boulder, the pink-haired girl makes a quiet sign and whispers she spotted a horned creature just up ahead. Riku watches the monster from afar and suggests starting the hunt immediately, but one of the group members interrupts, saying he has a proposal before they act. The man proposes keeping all the horns and leaving the rest of the monster for the rookies, leaving Luke outraged, since the horns are precisely the most valuable part. Melissa places her hand on Luke's shoulder in an intimidating manner and, while channeling a glowing magic, says the young man still has his whole life ahead of him. She threateningly suggests Luke listen to Riku's advice if he wants to make it back home alive and with all his limbs intact, leaving the guy speechless. Luke realizes he fell into a trap and panics upon noticing his group doesn't stand a ghost of a chance against A-rank adventurers possessing divine power. Luke's companion caves under pressure and says Riku will have to fight alone, to which the brute dismissively replies he never needed help from amateurs. Suddenly, a violent tremor hits the area, hurling the 3 novice adventurers to the ground as they let out screams of pain and shock. The white-haired warrior stands up startled, asking if that's an earthquake, while Luke, deeply worried, tries to see if everyone is all right. Riku grips his giant axe, annoyed by the situation, complaining that all that noise from the tremor is going to end up scaring the prey away. Out of nowhere, a massive gargoyle swoops down from the skies, flying toward them, announcing in a dark voice that it finally found the last little mice around. Seeing the gigantic creature right in front of him, the confident Riku loses his cool on the spot and screams in panic upon realizing it's a gargoyle. The white-haired guy screams for them to run immediately, and even with Luke trying to alert about the others, he insists they escape by themselves. The warrior turns to call the pink-haired girl, but realizes she is paralyzed and asks worriedly what's wrong with her. Trembling from pure terror and with eyes wide from fear, the young girl can only whisper that the portal guards are right in front of them. At that moment, a soldier approaches his leader and formally asks what her orders are for handling the situation with the intruders. Commander Rin displays a cold, focused look, calmly replying that there is only one single directive to be followed against the trespassers. As the troops completely surround the cornered adventurers, the commander gives the final order to capture every last one of them alive. Trapped inside a cage, Luke watches in shock as soldiers lock up the other humans and wonders why the demons aren't killing people. At the castle, Rin reports they captured 276 humans alive in the past month, and though Seer thinks it's a lot, Nahan says the number is still insufficient. Rin comments she used to view the connection to the human world as a weakness, but Nahan explains the hunt is only possible thanks to the gargoyle Argyle and the alliance with the floor above. Nahan coldly reflects that humans in the game are less useful than insects, and that to reach the perfect ending he desires, there is zero reason to show mercy. Rin considers that the tactic of removing the guards to serve as bait worked, but warns that the residents of their floor are getting anxious over the situation. Nahan knows he can't let the people revolt and notices fewer people are falling into the trap, but since he still needs more prisoners, he decides to take action. Pivoting plans, Nahan asks if the commander knows anyone specialized in mind manipulation, and Rin confirms saying there are many capable of controlling human minds. Interested in the answer, the young man proposes putting the finishing touch on his strategy, planning to make the human adventurers themselves desire to come to their territory. At the Soder Guild, an adventurer begs annoyed saying he needs to work to survive, but the clerk apologizes saying those are direct orders from the master. Other adventurers watch the scene commenting that even a AA rank warrior is desperate to go to the demon realm after bigger rewards. Suddenly, the guild doors are slammed open violently by someone desperate who barges into the place begging for immediate help. Young Luke appears at the entrance completely exhausted and beat up, making one of those present scream in shock, asking what happened to him. Luke, gasping, reveals he just escaped from the portal and warns everyone in the hall that the missing people are being kept as prisoners by the guards. Luke desperately begs them to save Eerie and Dane, who are also trapped there, while the receptionist tries to calm him down to better understand the situation. A strong voice asks the receptionist for calm, and the Soder Guildmaster, S-rank Adalberg Glans, approaches asking if Luke knows the reason for the captures. Exhausted, Luke replies he knows nothing because he had no time to investigate, but Adalberg coldly insists, asking if he is sure about that. Luke asks, shocked, if he is suspecting someone who almost passed away trying to escape, and the leader seriously admits he does have some doubts. Adalberg questions how a simple C-rank adventurer like Luke managed to escape from the terrifying demon realm completely on his own. He zeroes in on the young man's chest and points out his heart rate is ridiculously fast, exactly matching the heartbeat of a massive liar. Adalberg notices the guy's heart suddenly calm down as if controlled, catching a terrible scent of mind manipulation in the air. The leader directly accuses him of being under demon mind control, and Luke suddenly flashes a bizarre smile, finding the quick deduction impressive. Luke nimbly draws his dagger, praising the sharp perception of the S-rank guildmaster, while preparing to attack without a second thought. The adventurer charges, but Adalberg dodges and takes him down with a swift strike, immediately ordering receptionist Angela to alert the other guilds. He tells her to notify everyone never to enter the demon realm from now on, and Angela promptly obeys while Luke lies defeated on the ground. Adalberg informs everyone in the guild that the Soder portal will be completely closed temporarily, but gets interrupted by a guard running in. The guildmaster asks what happened, and the messenger, totally out of breath and breaking into a cold sweat, tries to start explaining the awful news. The guard reveals that guilds in other nearby regions are also involved, leaving Adalberg surprised and apprehensive about the consequences. Far away, at the fortress of Dorhan, Northern Alliance warriors scream furiously that they will invade the place to cut off the demons' heads. In the capital of the Bismarck Empire, troops march toward the portal, saying they can't let the northern barbarians get ahead of them. And in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, knights raise their swords, crying that God is with them and that they will bring swift death to the demons. Days prior, Rin had alerted Nahan that the mind-controlled human prisoners were ready, and the young man agreed to trigger the trap. Nahan asked to send the Soder prisoner last, explaining that a very troublesome man lives there, leaving the commander intrigued. Knowing Adalberg Glance was the guildmaster and a dangerous master assassin in the game, Nahen ensured he stayed one step behind in the plans. At the portal, an ally points surprised at the massive horde of humans approaching, and Rin proudly replies that Nahen's plan was an absolute success. Rin praises Nahen's intellect and alerts Varuna that now they need to do their part so the strategy wraps up perfectly. Varuna takes command and orders the soldiers to use the Mononet cannons to capture the largest amount of living enemies possible. Under Nahen's direct orders, the giant gargoyle Argol prepares to act, while the humans below find it weird when the sky suddenly darkens. Argol lands with massive force right in the middle of the enemy army, making human warriors fall back terrified as they realize the creature's size. The colossal monster roars, saying it will eliminate all intruders by order of its master, attacking the troops and breaking their initial formation. Taking advantage of the chaos and the break in human formation, Rin commands her forces to fire the manonets right into the most disorganized areas. The cannon operators act quickly, readying the special ammo and aiming directly at the crowd of desperate adventurers. With the order to fire, the immense energy nets shoot through the air and land over the warriors, leaving them trapped and confused about what happened. The men try to slice the ropes thinking they're just basic nets, but soon realize in panic that it's made of giant spider silk. One of the warriors rants furiously against the demonic creatures until a lightning-fast shadow emerges, charging straight through the battlefield. The powerful warrior Joseph Rosenbach emerges wielding his heavy glowing sword, delivering devastating strikes against everything in sight. Joseph manages to block a powerful attack from Argol's claws with his sword, leaving his allies impressed by such sheer strength and skill. The experienced AAA rank cruiser shouts for everyone to follow him, promising to force a path through enemy lines so they can retreat. Seeing the old man's push, a guard alerts Rin that Argol won't be able to stop him alone, and she tells him to focus on handling the other opponents. The blue-haired young man volunteers to solve the problem, lamenting the fact that his opponent will be defeated without even having time to use his transformation. The Asura clan warrior releases a massive purple energy around his body, assuring with an intimidating glare that this humiliation won't repeat itself. In the blink of an eye, the demon warrior executes an extremely fast and precise dash, charging toward his target like a purple lightning bolt. Joseph is caught completely off guard by the absurd speed of the enemy attack and can't react in time, his eyes opening wide in shock. The old knight is struck dead on by a powerful slashing hit from his opponent and lets out an agonizing scream of pain as he gets sent flying. With a terrifying smile splattered with blood, the warrior mocks Joseph, saying mere useless pests shouldn't mess with their plans. Joseph falls defeated on the ground, and the Asura clan warrior stands over him, flaunting all his superiority with tridents in hand. Seeing their leader taken down, the remaining warriors panic and flee, while the demon laughs, commenting that it's already too late to escape. He tells his men to have a little fun before cornering and capturing all the survivors, receiving an immediate positive response. Nahen praises the operation's excellent result with minimal casualties, but Rin says they just followed the plan, and he counters that credit goes to their hard work. The young man thanks leaders Epsilon and Zeta for their troops' excellent performance in their first official battle and for returning completely safe. Nahen says he looks forward to the military group's next performances, and the warriors give a respectful bow in gratitude for his words. The guy orders the teams to begin clearing the battlefield and retires as the large castle doors slowly swing shut. Nahen enters the main hall and asks if Seer waited long for him, and the little girl joyfully replies she just arrived and started eating pudding. Nahen tells Kain to leak info to the realm's merchants, pick 200 valuable prisoners, and send the rest back, and the butler accepts the order. Kaon gets surprised and asks why he's going to send back the humans they worked so hard to capture, questioning if the plan is to negotiate with the nations. Nahen explains directly that it's still way too early, as they are too weak to face the humans, so he needs to squeeze as many resources out of them as he can. The guy shares that there are several dangerous human nations they should suspect, the first being the Holy Kingdom of Felix, the only religious state around. The second major power is the Bismarck Empire, which stands out for being the only kingdom that made an imperial proclamation in the whole human world. And lastly, the Northern Alliance, which is a powerful military union formed by 7 strategically placed castles in the icy northern regions. Nahen ponders that these nations are troublesome, but warns that avoiding negotiations would be a mistake, especially since they can't mobilize armies right now. Seir gets confused because she thought humans were strong, but the teacher explains that the invaders were the humans themselves, and it's entirely their fault. He adds that every nation has a duty to protect its people, so if the leaders refuse to pay the ransom, they will completely lose the trust of their citizens. The little girl asks if that is really so important, and Nahen pats her head, reinforcing that for a demon king, maintaining your power base is key. Cain gets the strategy and promises to select the 200 most valuable prisoners, as well as gather the most talented demon blacksmiths in the territory. Seer gets curious about the blacksmith's presence and asks what they plan to craft, and Nahen says they'll make products based on human techniques. On the other side, Emperor Claude von Bismarck reads the ransom letter, outraged by the demon's audacity in demanding money for the captured hostages' lives. The Imperial advisors debate whether a drastic change occurred in the demon realm and if the creatures now plan to invade and dominate the human world. The Emperor agrees to hear the proposal and asks the required amount, getting informed that the demons want gold, silver, and 2 tons of iron ore for 20 hostages. Some nobles find the amount ridiculous and suggest military retaliation, but others beg the emperor to accept the deal for their citizens' safety. The ruler demands explanations from Marquis Levin Ebert, who sensibly replies that the empire has no justification to attack, as the guild acted on its own. The emperor gets annoyed and counters the advice, questioning if justifications really matter when their opponent is the entire demon race. The Marquis explains that is precisely the biggest problem, as the Empire still hasn't been able to accurately gauge the enemy territory's current military strength. He also points out that several captured adventurers were A rank or higher, possessing combat abilities equal to trained Imperial knights. The Emperor slams the table furious, unable to accept that such strong warriors were captured so easily and that his grand empire has to give in to blackmail. With the Marquis's warning that the people will lose faith in the Emperor if the hostages pass away, the ruler reluctantly accepts the proposal and tells them to send a responsive agreement. He demands they closely monitor every move of the demons from now on, swearing with hatred that one day he will take complete revenge for all that humiliation. Cain reports that the 3 major human powers accepted the ransom negotiations, bringing massive relief to Nahen, who feared an initial refusal from them. Nahen instructs Cain to bring the prisoners to the portal area the next morning for the exchange and asks to send a very clear warning to the human envoys. The warning states that if the terms of the agreement aren't accepted by the end of that same week, all remaining prisoners will be executed without any mercy. Meanwhile, several goblins from different floors gather in a courtyard, talking confused about why they were suddenly summoned by the leaders. Commotion begins among the workers when someone alerts that the demon authorities just arrived at the meeting location, making everyone pay attention. The goblins are shocked to see Seer and Citri walking together in a friendly manner, something they never imagined they'd see happen in the realm. Citri takes the floor and welcomes the artisans from each floor, aware that everyone is extremely curious to understand the reason for that special gathering. With an elegant gesture, one of the servants pulls back a large curtain to reveal what was hidden, catching the attention of everyone present in the plaza. She asks everyone to look toward the main platform, where a massive array of various weapons is laid out in an organized fashion. The goblin blacksmiths are dazzled by the quality of the swords, approaching with sparkling eyes to analyze what they consider true masterpieces. However, the floor ruler reveals that all those swords were confiscated from human adventurers, leaving the goblins completely surprised by the revelation. A goblin dismissively complains about the humans' work, and Citri explains that the plan is precisely to analyze the weapons and replicate that exact level of quality. The goblin gets indignant over the order and questions if the ruler is implying that the demon's work is inferior, requiring them to copy mere humans. Nahen steps in holding 2 swords and says he caught on fast, telling them to start researching right away so they stop making such low-quality weapons. The blacksmiths get furious over Nahen's bold words, accusing him of talking nonsense, but the guy calmly replies he is just pointing out facts. Maintaining his composure before the craftsman's fury, Nan asks a direct question and asks them to answer truthfully to prove who is right. He holds up one of the shiny blades and asks what would happen if they clashed one of the swords made by demons against a genuine steel human sword. With both weapons in hand ready to collide, the advisor challenges the goblins to guess which of the swords will end up breaking first on impact. Cornered by obvious logic, the goblins swallow hard and break into a cold sweat, knowing very well their swords would be easily destroyed in a practical test. Nahen explains he doesn't want exact copies, but rather for them to learn from them to craft something superior, stoking their pride so they don't lose to humans. A goblin still complains about having to study human weapons, but Doomgrick steps up among his peers and openly volunteers to lead the task. Doomgrick mentions he will need plenty of time to analyze the crafting process, and Nahan guarantees he will provide all the support and materials he needs. Nahan suggests putting Doomgrick as the leader of the grand project, receiving immediate and joyful support from Seer and thoughtful approval from Queen Sitri beside him. Nahan hands over a golden badge and formally announces Doomgrick will be the project leader, granting him top authority over the other blacksmiths. Another blacksmith revolts, claiming to have way more experience, but Nahan cuts him off with an extremely cold and intimidating glare, demanding immediate silence. He firmly states that a leader must take initiative and accept responsibilities, and questions how someone lacking the courage to act dares speak of leadership. The advisor wraps up by asking if he is challenging the orders of the rulers themselves, causing the goblins to back off terrified, denying everything in panic. Nahan warns that disobeying Doomgrick will be considered the same as challenging the Queen's present right there, leaving a severe warning in the air should that occur. With a dark aura and a terrifying glare, Nahan coldly orders the immediate execution of anyone who dares disobey Doomgrick's direct orders. Deeply moved and grateful for the massive opportunity received, Doomgrick kneels before his leaders, declaring himself their humble servant. He and all the other goblin blacksmiths solemnly swear to faithfully follow every single directive set by their sovereigns from now on. In the office, Sitri asks the guy for praise for her performance, while Nahan pats Seer's head and praises the little girl, ignoring Sitri on purpose. He jokes that Sitri isn't a child anymore to be wanting praise, but faced with her insistence, ends up reluctantly giving in and saying she was wonderful. Nahan switches topics and proposes officially using Sitri's name as the ruler of the 70th floor in exchange for top-tier gear and a good chunk of the profits. The upper floor ruler accepts the initial idea and directly asks if he already has in mind an exact percentage she will receive from the profits. Sitri demands half the profits, making Nahan call her a thief and threaten to cancel the deal to use her name, while Seer cutely repeats the word. The Queen complains that he needs her name for the whole operation, but when the guy pretends he's going to look for another alternative, she panics and drops down to 10%. With an intimidating look, Nahan says 10% is way too much, and warns that if she insists on that amount, she won't receive any of the promised special gear. Sitri ponders that sales fluctuate, but since the business is led by Nahan, she knows very well the weapons produced by him will be of unmatched quality. She caves and asks to keep the weapons in the deal, and Nahan closes the proposal at 5%, guaranteeing with a smile that her final payout will still be huge. Sitri doubts how he can be so sure before they even start, and Nahan acts dramatic, saying he gets hurt by her lack of trust after everything he has already done. She agrees to proceed with the contract, but questions if he can really replicate human swords, and Nahan assures that is completely doable. The guy reflects that in the game, the Demon Kings neglected standard gear research due to relying on their own powers, falling behind human nations. He points out that no leader wins alone, and that an army's gear level is crucial, which is precisely why the Queen accepted his proposal. Nahan hands over the contract paper and states they already have the necessary data to match the human's level, challenging her to leave if she still has doubts. Sitri refuses to leave so she doesn't lose the chance to gear up her forces for free, but gets startled when Nahan calmly reveals the service won't be free. He explains that the profit and weapons are just rent payment for using her name, because if the business goes under, Sitri's entire reputation will be destroyed. Sitri stands in shock upon realizing the young man's trap, stuttering terrified while asking what exact major risk she would be running. Flashing a dark smirk, the guy looks directly at the terrified Queen and coldly states that nothing in life truly comes for free. Meanwhile, in the castle dungeon, the captured adventurers lament over the fate of their friend Luke and wonder if they will get out of that place alive. Suddenly, the prison door is opened by a heavy armored guard who drags one of the handcuffed adventurers out under his groans of pain. The prisoner struggles with all his strength and screams angrily at the soldier, demanding to be let go and freed immediately from that grip. The cellmate also complains about the handcuffs being way too tight, demanding answers and asking where the guards are taking the two of them. Nahan appears in the hallway and orders the guards to halt right there, staring at the two prisoners and directly asking what their names are. With a serious, attentive expression, the guy directly asks if by any chance they know a young adventurer who goes by the name of Luke. Dane screams outraged, asking if that's a joke since the demons were the ones who took him, and Nahan internally realizes Luke was captured with them. The guy flashes a clever smile as he puts the pieces together, confirming to himself that the boy was indeed acting out of the Soder Guild. Acting quickly with a new plan in mind, Nahan turns around and orders Butler Kane to bring him paper and a pen immediately. Paper in hand, the young man draws a quick portrait and places it before Ari and Dane, directly asking if they recognize that person. Looking at the paper and seeing Luke's drawn face, the two adventurers stand completely in shock and ask terrified how he knows about him. Nahan asks Kane if that guy was present in Rin's mind control operation, and the startled butler confirms he was, and that they sent him to Soder. With a dark smile, Nahan celebrates his immense luck and orders them to bring the two adventurers straight to his office afterward. The guards follow the new order and begin guiding Ari and Dane up the stone stairs of the castle toward the upper floor of the demon fortress. Nahan reflects that he needs to be careful with human hostility because if it rises too high in the game, 3 very dangerous legendary heroes will emerge. He knows very well that one of those 3 great legendary warriors is none other than young Luke, known in the game as the mighty hero of the sword. He ponders that Guildmaster Adelberg would never leave a mind-controlled human roaming around freely without taking drastic action against him. The guy finds it mind-blowing that he eliminated a dangerous game hero without having to lift a single finger until Kane arrives bringing his guests. Assessing Dane and Ari, Nahan recalls the massive combat potential both displayed in the game and concludes it would be a total waste to sell them as common slaves. Without beating around the bush, the advisor looks into the eyes of the 2 terrified adventurers and directly proposes that they start working under his command. Kane gets worried and alerts that they cannot have humans directly serving Seer, as that would cause trouble and revolt among the demon residents. The butler questions the motives for a royal tutor taking in insignificant humans, but Nahan firmly replies he knows very well what he is doing. Turning back to the prisoners with an imposing energy, Nahan reinforces that he won't just spare their lives, but will also pay them very well for their techniques. He says they can refuse and head back to the dungeon to be sold off as slaves in misery, or end up meeting the exact same awful end as Luke. With total coldness, Nahan drops the devastating revelation that their friend is gone, leaving Dane paralyzed, his eyes wide with horror. Ari also stands completely in shock upon receiving the awful news of losing her dear companion, unable to believe what she just heard. Dane screams, crying that the demons were the ones who took Luke away, but Nahan calmly replies that while they did capture him, they weren't the ones who ended him. Nahan explains that the Guildmaster of Soder City eliminated Luke after sending him on a mission, adding that whether they choose to believe it or not is entirely up to them. Ari is stunned, wondering if Mr. Adelberg really took Luke out, while Nahan demands they make a choice and decide whether they're going to work under him. Dane feels uneasy about the idea of working for a demon and asks, filled with doubt, if the advisor is truly going to spare their lives for real. Even in the face of such a terrifying situation, Ari steps forward and directly declares that she accepts his offer. Dane asks if she's lost her mind, but Ari shoots back, saying the demon promised to spare them and pay them, asking what the real difference between demons and humans even is. Ari vents angrily that humans ignore the poor and look down on the weak, reminding her companion of how they were mistreated by their own kind. She shouts that she refuses to pass away or become a worthless slave, stating that she will grab any opportunity that comes her way just to survive. Ari remains determined to live at all costs, even if it means making a dangerous deal with the devil himself. Hearing his companion's painful and honest words, Dane silently grinds his teeth, showing deep frustration over everything. Dane agrees to join her as long as the promise is kept, asking what they should do, and Nahan cold-bloodedly replies that they need to train since they're useless right now. Nahan gives them a 3-year deadline to prove their worth, warning with a dark smile that if they fail, they might as well accept that they have no future. Scene changes. The royal tutor announces that today is time for swordplay class, making little Lord Seer super excited with the news because he loves swords. Nahan remembers that the previous owner of this body was good at swordplay, knowing he can teach the basics, and calls Seer before they officially start the practical lesson. He warns that the weapon needs to be held with both hands, and when the child asks what to do with the teddy bear, the tutor says he needs to part with it for now. He reflects that the bear is a keepsake from the boy's father, and that training might be too tough, but the little lord agrees to set the toy aside for a bit. The mentor confirms that he just needs to leave the bear on the side during class, thinking to himself that the little lord must trust him a lot to agree to that. Sweetly, Seer asks his beloved teddy bear to wait just a little bit on the chair, promising he'll be right back as soon as class ends. The master says he'll start by demonstrating the basic combat stance and asks the little one to firmly hold the hilt of the sword just like that. Seer perfectly copies the stance shown by the tutor and asks, with all the innocence of a child, if he's doing the movement correctly. Nahan asks if the child has trained before, and when he says no, the tutor notes that his stance is flawless even while holding the heavy sword of blood tears. The teacher explains that today's complete focus will strictly be on the swinging motion of the blade, which serves as the foundation for all swordplay, asking for his attention. To demonstrate in practice, the master executes an insanely fast and powerful vertical slash with his sword, cutting through the air effortlessly. Seer watches the demonstration up close with his eyes sparkling with pure admiration, letting out a spontaneous expression of sheer surprise. The tutor asks if the child understood the strike and says it's now his turn to try, promising to keep a close eye to evaluate every movement. The little lord stands firmly on the sandy ground, takes a deep breath, and lifts the massive glowing sword of blood tears with both hands. Right after, Seer unleashes an overwhelming forward strike that creates a giant blast of energy, cutting through the wind and shocking everyone. Seeing that absurd display of power coming from a child, Nahan freezes completely and breaks out in a cold sweat from absolute shock. He realizes that the legendary weapon gives an absurd stat bonus, but admits to himself that he didn't expect its power to manifest like that. The child innocently asks if the movement was right, and the tutor stutters a bit before answering that his performance was simply marvelous. Looking at the massive destruction on the ground, he decides to call it a day for the lesson, and decrees that from now on, they will only use wooden swords. Out of nowhere, the little girl remembers an important detail she forgot to mention, and decides to bring it up with her teacher in a mysterious way. She says that human intruders broke into the castle, and that she even saw a woman among them, confronting the tutor with a creepy look about what's going on. Sweating cold, he explains that those human kids are only there to serve as his helpers, assuring her that Seer is his one and only true disciple. The little girl says that's a lie because he also teaches Citri, but Nahan explains that it's just a business deal that will help the future of the kingdom. Still a bit jealous, Seer looks into the advisor's eyes and asks him to promise he'll always be her exclusive teacher from now on. With a gentle smile to calm his little lady down, Nahan immediately responds, confirming that she is indeed his one and only beloved disciple. Seer gets super radiant and celebrates the answer, but the cute moment is interrupted when the elderly butler approaches, calling for Mr. Nahan. The old man discreetly whispers something in his ear, making the young man realize with great surprise that Seer's birthday is right around the corner. A bit later, the young man lets out a long, exhausted sigh in his quarters, admitting to himself that he has a major worry on his mind. Citri asks him if he really needed to say that at that exact moment, and Nahan shoots back, asking if there's ever a right time to vent. She asks him to spill the problem to his big sister, and Nahan sarcastically mocks the nickname, while she warns she won't listen if he keeps complaining about everything. He reveals that the issue is related to Seer, making his ally ask curiously if they had a fight and if the mentor wants to quit his job because of it. Citri laughs upon discovering that his big worry is just the kid's birthday present, and Nahan warns that he's not leaving the 72nd floor. She mentions that the Lord likes many common things, like dolls, pudding, and delicious cakes, but the guy thinks giving simple gifts like that would be boring. Catching his drift, the girl notices he wants something special, and he remembers that to reach a good ending in the game, affinity is just as crucial as training. Citri suggests shiny things and mentions the crown Seer picked up in the storage room, making him agree, though he points out the accessory was way too big for her head. She proposes resizing the crown, giving the tutor the brilliant idea of sending the jewelry to a craftsman, praising his ally for giving a solid suggestion. Citri gets annoyed at his comment, but the guy doesn't even listen and starts planning how he's going to sneak into the kid's room to take the jewelry in secret. Late at night, slow and quiet footsteps start echoing discreetly down the dark stone hallways that lead directly to the royal quarters of the castle. Accompanied by a castle maid, Nan walks cautiously and asks in a low voice if she's sure Seer really went out to grab some snacks. Cecily smiles and confirms that Seer is in the dining hall eating the pudding prepared by Chef Mark, revealing that she volunteered to help with the surprise herself. Nahan carefully holds the door handle and slowly opens the wooden door to the little lord's room, trying to make as little noise as possible in the process. Seer comes running down the hallway shouting for her teacher, leaving Nahan and Cecily totally spooked by that sudden and unexpected appearance. Seer hugs the teacher, saying she felt he was going to her room, leaving him confused until she reveals she can track her master's mana. Nahan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he almost ruined the surprise out of carelessness, while Cecily gets visibly annoyed that they were almost caught so easily. Seer asks the reason for the late visit, and the tutor stutters his way out of it, saying the weather is nice and suggesting they take a quick stroll around the castle together. He mentions he's going for a brief walk and winks discreetly at Cecily, indicating he's counting on her to grab the jewelry, receiving a confident nod from the servant. During their walk outside, Seer looks in awe at the night sky and cheerfully comments on how the full moon looks amazingly beautiful tonight. Nahan asks if Seer likes shiny objects, and upon getting a positive response, concludes he made the right call deciding to fix the old crown. The mentor warmly asks Seer to always take care of herself so she doesn't fall ill, reinforcing that she doesn't have to handle everything alone when things get tough. The little lord shyly confesses she really likes her teacher and his lessons, sweetly assuring that none of the tasks are actually hard. Seer says she's doing fine and asks for more training, and the tutor accepts on the condition that she rests when necessary, since rest is just as important as studying. The child happily accepts the advice, while Nahan watches her in silence, deeply praying that the little lord never loses that innocence and purity. Seeing Cecily signal from the window that the mission was accomplished, Nahan feels relieved and gently suggests to Seer that it's time to head back inside. Nahan travels to the 70th floor and visits the workshop of the goblin blacksmith Doomgrick, who greets him in surprise, asking what brought him there after so long. He presents the gold crown and explains he wants to commission a special job, asking to keep the original design intact while reducing its size a bit. The goblin says he has a good craftsman for the job and asks about the deadline. Nahan sets it at 1 week, making sure to emphasize that everything must be kept strictly secret. Nahan takes the opportunity to ask about the progress of the secret research, and Doomgrick confesses they worked hard on a prototype, but he still feels embarrassed by it. The advisor reassures the blacksmith, saying he can take all the time he needs to do a fine job, leaving the humble artisan determined to succeed. Satisfied, he walks back thinking that the gift preparations are set, and all that's left is planning the party, until he hears desperate crying coming from afar. Worried about the crying, Nan rushes to see what happened and finds the maids trying to calm Seer down, explaining to the child that the teacher just stepped out for a bit. One of the maids offers a delicious plate of pudding to try and distract the little lord while they wait, but the child refuses in tears, screaming a loud no. Nahan and all the maids around go into absolute shock seeing that the little lord rejected her favorite dessert because she was so emotionally shaken. Unbelieving that the Lord actually turned down pudding, Nahan watches from afar as the child, eyes filled with genuine tears, softly mutters calling for him. Finally noticing her master's presence in the hall, Seer runs as fast as she can and throws herself weeping into a tight hug around the advisor's legs. The mentor pets the child's head, saying he's back, and asks in a very soft voice the reason for all that panic and those genuine tears. The maids explain that the Lord came looking for him without knowing he had temporarily stepped out and ended up panicking, thinking the teacher had left for good. Nahan smiles tenderly and explains he only went out to handle a quick task, apologizing for not letting her know beforehand before suggesting they all head inside. Sitting with the child in his lap, he asks if she has calmed down, admitting his carelessness for scaring her and asking what exactly caused so much fear. The little lord confesses she was terrified the teacher was going to abandon her for good, and Nahan tries to reassure her, saying she doesn't need to worry about that. He promises he will take care of the little lord until she grows up strong and reaches the top, leaving the child in silence as she reflects on what she just heard. With eyes full of tears, Seer asks in a shaky voice if that means her beloved teacher will indeed abandon her when that day finally comes. He's surprised and thinks to himself that his real goal in the game is indeed to reach the end so he can return to his world, but knows he can't reveal that to her. He lies with a gentle smile, stating he will never leave her and will always be by her side, making the child ask if that promise is truly real. He confirms and suggests they eat pudding together, but deep down, Seer catches the fake tone instantly, realizing her teacher just lied for the very first time. While being carried by the advisor, the little lord coldly reflects that as soon as he achieves his grand goal, he will leave, deciding she cannot allow that. In her deep thoughts, Seer concludes that the teacher belongs exclusively to her, and because of that, he needs to stay trapped by her side forever. With a somewhat creepy and determined look, she wonders if pushing herself even harder in daily training will make her master change his mind and never abandon her. Determined to never let him go, time flies by, and 1 week later, the big day of the birthday party arrives, where the Lord's entrance is finally announced. Wearing a lovely festive outfit, Seer enters the grand hall accompanied by the mentor, while all the demons present, applaud, and congratulate the Lord on her birthday. The birthday kid thanks the crowd, while the blue-haired commanders quietly whisper among themselves about how ridiculously cute the Lord looks in her outfit. Vice Commander Varuna approaches with a warm smile and offers a decorated box, explaining he prepared that special gift together with Commander Rin. Seer opens the box and is overjoyed by the beauty of the gift, thanking with a huge smile while the guy modestly replies it was no big deal. Citri arrives wearing an elegant black dress and teases that the present is way too humble, making Nahan question if he can expect anything better from her. With a confident smile on her face, she guarantees it and lightly claps her hands to order her servants to bring out the big surprise she prepared for the party. Nahen and the birthday kid are intrigued upon seeing what's being brought in, wondering curiously if that's a giant statue sculpted in the image of the Lord herself. She reveals a massive, imposing statue made of pure gold of seer, proudly explaining that a true demon king needs to learn to show off their presence to the world. Nahen nods and jokes that he didn't know she was capable of having such mature thoughts, making Citri wonder annoyedly if that was a compliment. The birthday kid gives a thumbs up and excitedly thanks for the gold gift, leaving the generous Citri satisfied to see that all the effort was worth it. With expectations through the roof, Seer says it's now time to see the gift from her dear teacher, and Nahen, with a smile on his face, calls Doomgrick to bring it out. Doomgrick hands the gift box to Nahen, who thanks the blacksmith for his effort and excitedly tells Seer he's sure she's going to love the surprise. Seer hands her beloved teddy bear to Cain to hold, leaving the butler and the surrounding guests in complete shock that she detached herself from the toy. Anxious about the wrapping, Seer asks with sparkling eyes if she can open it now, and the royal tutor smiles back, letting her unwrap the package. As soon as she opens the box lid, an intense golden glow illuminates the child's face, who lets out an expression of pure enchantment with what she sees inside. Revealing the beautiful gold crown fully adjusted to her head, Nahen wishes her a happy birthday, and Seer thanks her teacher with extreme joy. Carrying Seer in his arms while walking alongside Cain, Nahen asks if she really got that happy, and the little one replies with a big, enthusiastic yes. Nahen pets the Lord's silver hair and notices the red strands have increased, indicating she's getting more and more used to storing external energy. Suddenly, the mentor stops in his tracks and asks the little one to hold on a second, leaving the child curious as he reaches his hand out toward her hair. Gently moving a few strands of hair aside near the newly placed crown, Nahen feels something sharp and realizes in shock that a small horn is growing there. Worried, Nan calls butler Cain and asks if something is wrong, but the old man reassures the guy, explaining it's normal for demon lords to have horns. Cain confesses he sometimes wonders what the tutor used to do before taking the job, making the guy silently ponder if that's part of the game's lore. Nahen confesses with relief that he thought Seer was sick, but the child pouts, saying she's totally fine, pulling a gentle smile from her attentive teacher. The butler seriously warns that demon horns are extremely sensitive and require care, and the tutor agrees, knowing he needs to pay full attention to that warning. Doomgrick says he prepared everything that was requested, and Nahen checks the table and asks to see the weapon prototype, which the goblin brings out a bit hesitant and timid. The blacksmith gets anxious, seeing the mentor plans to test the blade right away, fearing it might be a failure, but Nahen reassures him that failing is no big deal. The tutor teaches that while a good result is ideal, failures bring valuable experience that serves as motivation to achieve even bigger wins in the future. He asks the blacksmith not to be so nervous about the test, and the goblin thanks the kindness, bowing respectfully before handing the weapon to the advisor. Holding the new blade in his hands, Nahen inspects it closely and gives a genuine compliment, commenting that the outer appearance of the weapon turned out really well. Right after, the teacher turns to Seer and gently asks her to step back a bit, warning that from this point on, things might get dangerous. Everyone takes a few steps back and watches in absolute silence as Nahen positions himself in front of the testing table to begin evaluating the new weapon. The advisor focuses his energy and channels a massive amount of mana directly into the blade, causing a giant beam of light to shoot up toward the sky. Doomgrick watches everything anxiously and swallows hard out of pure nervousness until the mentor releases the power and calls his name in a serious, paused tone. Holding the weapon that now glows with a stable, powerful energy, Nahen smiles warmly and warmly congratulates the goblin on the excellent work. The other goblins celebrate their friend's success, while Nahen analyzes that just a few tweaks to the sharpness are needed before the sword is ready to be sold. He asks the blacksmith to take care of the other gear the same way, revealing high expectations and receiving an energetic promise of total dedication. Seer runs over to him and asks if they're finally going to start executing the big business plan, and the tutor confirms with a smile that it's time to act. On another floor of the vast demon territory, a noble strikes up a conversation with Lord Bennett, asking if he's heard the latest news around the area. Wayne mentions he heard rumors that rare weapons are being sold on the 70th floor, but Bennett brushes it off, saying news without credibility is just gossip. Wayne insists they're human-style weapons and that there are pieces made by them, but Bennett shoots back, saying everything made in the demon realm is ancient junk. The noble asks what if the weapons are as good as the human ones, and although his companion doubts it heavily, he decides he'll go there personally to check the facts. Bennett reflects that if it's true, it would be worth investing in, and agrees to tag along for the trip, but asks if his buddy even knows the right way there. The two lords begin climbing the staircases toward the special commercial area, guided by the whispered rumors that spread quickly throughout the palace. Bennett notices the structure and asks in surprise if that isn't the castle of a demon king, and Wayne confirms, saying the business is run by the ruler himself. Nahen opens the doors and welcomes the merchants, thanking everyone who traveled there guided only by rumors they heard recently. The guests whisper in surprise at Seer's presence, realizing that the famous alliance between the two demon kings is real and that Citri isn't running everything alone. Nahen watches the movement of the guests and knows full well that from here on out, negotiations might end up taking a slightly tense turn for everyone involved. Citri takes the floor and announces that the weapons are in-house productions, solemnly guaranteeing in the Demon King's name that their quality matches human weapons. Hearing that official guarantee made under the ruler's own name, Bennett is impressed and realizes the hosts must be extremely confident in the product. Nahen seriously warns that he will only share info with those who definitely close a deal, giving the uninterested option to leave through the back right now. With a dark and intimidating gaze, Citri adds that anyone who hears the details of the plan and turns down the deal won't leave that castle breathing. A frightened merchant swallows hard and asks if that's a direct threat, but the queen just smiles back and answers that it's merely a friendly heads-up. Seeing several scared merchants leave, Bennett is asked about his decision, and although he finds the demand over the top, he decides to risk it and stay in the hall. His companion wishes him good luck as he departs, but Bennett sees that high-risk situation as a golden opportunity to build strong ties with two demon kings. Shortly after, only 20 people remain in the room, leaving Citri impressed to see that everything worked out, while Nahen reminds her they're only getting started. Nahen officially introduces himself as Seer's tutor and the brain behind the business, leaving Bennett confused since he thought the enterprise belonged solely to the queen. The guy explains that Citri is part of the project, but that he planned everything, leading Bennett to shock deduce that the advisor uses a demon king as a front. He presents two proposals and offers exclusivity and a monopoly on the sale of their weapons across the entire demon kingdom for a period of 3 years. He demands 60% of the profits, explaining that as a split partnership, the Lord gets 40%, while Citri complains about getting only 5%. Bennett accepts the terms, pondering that even paying the lion's share, the remaining 40% will bring absurd profits if the swords are truly top tier. To wipe out any doubt about quality, Nahen orders 2 swords brought out for a direct comparison, leaving the merchants free to evaluate the weapons. Holding and examining the sword, Bennett is amazed and whispers in awe about how incredible the craftsmanship and structure of that blade are. He thinks about the absurd profit of monopolizing such a great product for 3 years and mentally concludes that Wayne was completely wrong in his doubts. Bennett asks about the monthly supply quantity, and Nahen says it'll be 400 blades split among them, which the Lord considers low to start. Nahen praises his quick math, but reveals with a sly smile that the prepared stock involves full gear sets, not just simple swords. Bennett is surprised, deducing the deal includes armor and helmets, asking curiously what exact items will be supplied to them. The advisor confirms he'll trade almost all types of military gear, handing over sheets with the full list that leaves the merchant stunned. Reading the list with swords, spears, axes, and light and heavy armor sets, Bennett excitedly concludes that's more than enough to make a fortune. Nahen says he'll send new items as they're created, while Citri silently ponders if she should have demanded a bigger cut of the sales profits. Bennett asks what the advisor's second proposal would be, and Nahen notices the merchant's potential since he stood out from the start of the talk. Nahen asks his name, and upon hearing it's Bennett, remembers that in the game he led a huge merchant guild, knowing it'd be smart to bring him to his side. The tutor warns that not everyone needs to agree to the second offer since it's limited, and Bennett instantly realizes the commercial value of that item must be sky high. With an enigmatic smile, Nahen comments that some will hesitate at the offer, while others will do absolutely anything to get the product. He says it's better to show than explain and mentions he'll be right back, getting permission from Citri and a messy, flustered reply from Bennett due to nervousness. Quiet, firm steps begin echoing in a measured pace down the damp stone stairs that lead straight to the dark underground dungeon of the palace. While walking down alongside Nahen, the merchants start asking themselves curiously about the reason for going to the dungeon and what kind of goods are down there. Nahen presents the second trade offer, revealing that the prisoners were captured on the 72nd floor while screams echo from the iron cells. Some prisoners shout for help, banging on the bars, leaving the merchants in absolute shock as they realize the goods are actually human slaves. Bennett asks if he's suggesting slave trade, and the tutor praises his sharp mind, revealing he already separated the useful ones, but warns future stock is uncertain. Nahen warns the business is risky and won't force anyone, reinforcing that only those interested in the trade should stay, while the rest can leave. Bennett silently analyzes that humans are tough to handle even as slaves, and that most demons hate them, but knows there's another side to it. He reflects that the situation changes when it comes to wealthy, noble buyers, concluding that it's a guaranteed gold mine and deciding to accept the deal. Noticing that only 5 merchants decided to stay in the dungeon, Nayan smirked and commented that 5 is the perfect number to keep doing business. Pointing to one of the first cells, the advisor explains those humans serve for manual labor and are really good at handling basic tasks. Next, he shows another group of captives and says those are meant for noble entertainment, highlighting that they have great physical appearances. Finally, Nahen points to strong prisoners and says they serve as protection, assuring they're just as skilled as average knights from the human realm. Bennett finds the idea useful, but one of the caged knights slams hard against the bars, shouting furiously about being treated as useful or becoming a slave to filthy demons. The warrior shouts in outrage, asking if they think he's going to rot as a slave forever, furiously demanding the bastards put an end to him once and for all. Bennett comments anxiously that humans are tough to handle and will cause trouble, but Nahen responds with complete calm that there's zero chance of that happening. With a calm, focused gaze, the royal advisor gives a quick signal, blowing a tiny command sound to trigger the secret he prepared on those prisoners. Suddenly, the rebellious prisoner feels excruciating pain as his neck starts glowing intensely, making him scream to stop that right now. With wide eyes full of pure agony and despair, the warrior curses everyone present with his last breath, calling the demons filthy scum before collapsing. The rebel swears he'll eliminate every last one of them, but the mysterious energy on his neck violently intensifies, forcing him to bow down in agonizing pain. Witnessing that absolute, ruthless display of control right before his eyes, Bennett freezes in terror, jaw dropped in total shock. He calmly explains he engraved an activation curse on each captive's neck that can be customized by the owner, while the rebel falls defeated to the ground. With a creepy red glow in his eye, Nahen adds that if the merchants are still worried, he can throw in brainwashing as a bonus. Back at the shop, Wayne asks in surprise where his buddy got such valuable merchandise, and Bennett proudly shares he signed a contract with the 70th floor. Wayne inspects the blade at Bennett's convenience store on the 69th floor and admits, shocked by the weapon's physical build, that the quality is unbelievable. Wayne begs for a few pieces and offers to pay double the price, but Bennett politely declines, explaining he holds an exclusivity contract valid for 3 years. Wayne is stunned by the monopoly over such a flawless item, and Bennett warns as he walks away that a major market shift is coming, and he better be ready. Bennett asks his assistant Beck if everything is ready, and upon hearing yes, orders rumors about the auction spread, targeting the high class of the entire demon realm. Beck questions if he's sure about the strategy, but the Lord smiles, saying powerful, noble demons are always eager to get their hands on new toys. In the office, Kane hands over a letter from Bennett informing them about a slave auction, leaving Nahen intrigued and thoughtful about the invite to check it out. Kane praises the merchant's strategy due to the unstable stock, and the tutor agrees with his sharp mind, but ponders that going just to watch would be a waste. With a clever plan in mind, the guy asks himself with an intriguing smile if it wouldn't be a great idea to bring those 2 human adventurers along on the trip. Days later, they arrive at Bennett's massive convenience store on the 69th floor, leaving Seer amazed by the scale of the place packed with new things to see. Seer praises the shiny items, while Ari and Dane watch from afar, whispering in confusion about why the master brought the 2 of them on a simple trip. Bennett greets them respectfully, and Nahen mentions they came to look around and asks for magic tools, receiving an attentive reply to follow him into the store. As they walk toward the private section of the shop, the merchant takes the moment alone to grab Nahen's attention and bring up an intriguing detail. He asks in a quiet tone if the 2 helpers in the back are indeed human, but the royal advisor cuts him off firmly, saying that's none of his business. The merchant quietly unlocks a heavy, restricted access door, revealing a large room packed with glowing armor and rare weapons on display. Dane and Ari look around in awe, wondering if all those items are magic tools, realizing they're all high-tier or even luxury pieces. Nahen casually says each person can pick 1 item if it helps with their studies, leaving Dane and Ari surprised by their master's sudden generosity. Without much hesitation, Ari shyly points to a pretty, shiny ring in her hands and asks if she can pick that accessory as her study gift. He evaluates the mana storing ring and praises Aries' pick since humans don't generate their own mana, while Seer watches everything from afar with a jealous pout. Aerie catches the little one's dark, intimidating glare and wonders if she did something wrong, noticing the young lord seems crazy jealous of the situation. Noticing the jealousy, Nahan pets the young lord's head and asks if she wants to pick an item for herself too, receiving a big yes accompanied by a smile. Quickly, Seer chooses a shiny necklace and holds it up proudly to her master, saying she loved the accessory because it was the sparkliest piece in the whole room. Nahan inspects the lovely jewel up close and notices it has a powerful protective spell embedded in it, praising the young lord's excellent taste in accessories. He notes he'll pay for everything later and asks Bennett to suggest a good item for Dane too, receiving a professional, attentive nod from the experienced trader. Bennett checks his pocket watch and warns that if they leave now, they'll arrive right on time for the event, and the royal tutor orders them to set off immediately, calling Seer. He calls the two humans to follow, and Aerie remarks to Dane that the tutor really seems to be taking good care of them, getting a thoughtful reply from her friend. In the official auction hall, the master of ceremonies loudly announces that the next lot of goods is perfect for serving as entertainment for nobles. He highlights on stage that thanks to the marks, the slaves will never disobey, starting the bidding at 5 gold coins under the watchful eyes of the entire audience. Watching the auction from above, Dane and Aerie swallow hard, realizing in panic that the cruel public display of slave control was a clear warning aimed at them. Nahan praises the clever idea of hosting the auction to drive up profits and bypass scarcity, making Bennett super proud and flattered by his partner's compliment. Seer asks her master why he doesn't sell his own human prisoners, curiously commenting that they seem to be worth a pretty penny in gold. He explains he also needs personal helpers, just like she has her own servants in the castle, making the little one question if they really need to be human. The tutor states that their value lies precisely in the fact that they're human, asking her to trust him, which the young lord smilingly accepts without questioning. Suddenly, the mentor turns to Dane and Aerie and asks directly if the two regret accepting his work deal and shaking his hand. Faced with that direct question from their new master, the two adventurers hesitate for a brief moment, staying quiet with serious, focused looks. The auctioneer slams the gavel down, selling the next human slave, and Aerie mutters with a sigh that the fate of those caged people could have been theirs. Dane confesses it was the best decision of his life, and Aerie agrees, leaving Nahan satisfied as he darkly states he'll be counting on both of their help. The scene suddenly shifts and focuses on a small hand glowing intensely, revealing that a large amount of magic energy is being concentrated. The gentle breeze sways the long silver hair with red streaks of the young lord, who displays focus worthy of an elite warrior in that place. Nahan watches closely and offers a genuine compliment, commenting that the young lord improved drastically when it comes to storing and controlling external mana in training. 5 years pass, and Seer appears much taller and more imposing with her new lord horns, excitedly calling for her teacher upon spotting him approaching. He praises her effort in mana training and proposes changing the location of today's practical lesson, making the young girl very curious if they're going somewhere fun. He says he doesn't know if it'll be fun, but guarantees it's a necessary lesson, lightly scolding her not to be lazy with official kingdom duties and business. He asks if she knows what day today is and reveals it's the exact end date of the 2-season exclusive trade contract with their business partner. Seer deduces they reached out to renew the deal, but firmly states she doesn't think it's necessary to accept the offer, making the mentor ask why. She smartly explains that the weapons became famous in the demon realm and they no longer need partners since they can open their own sales network. She adds that other merchants are frustrated with the monopoly and that opening up competition will make them offer way better terms for new sales. Proud, Nahan praises the Lord's sharp judgment and agrees with ending the monopoly, adding that it's the perfect time to expand human trafficking. The young lord says she heard about that recent topic and comments with interest that things are pretty chaotic in human territory lately. Nahan reflects on the Great Northern War between the Alliance and the Bismarck Empire, remembering that in the game, this event served as a chance to expand combat forces. He says there's a bigger reason and asks if she remembers the initial plan. Seer promptly recalls that her master promised to ruin Dantalion's credibility. The young lord is surprised, figuring out his intentions, and Nahan confirms with satisfaction that the necessary setup to conquer the 69th floor is complete. With a sly, dark gaze hyper-focused on his main goal of conquest, the royal advisor decrees that the perfect time to make their move in the story has finally arrived. Nahan gets straight to the point in the meeting and informs the goblin merchants he won't renew the exclusivity deal, stating 5 years was plenty of time for them to profit. With a calm, confident expression in the negotiation room, the advisor points his index finger and announces to the goblins that he prepared a new offer for the group. He impressively points to the papers with the new business guidelines on the table and asks the merchants to read carefully before responding. He proposes supplying even more goods in exchange for spreading a specific rumor, leaving Bennett shocked as he reads the details of Nahen's unusual demand. Bennett questions if the rumor is real, and Nahen shoots back asking if he doubts his word after so much partnership, making the goblin deny it and stutter in pure dread. Bennett swallows hard out of nervousness, knowing that spreading that will pit Dantalion against them, but realizes they can't afford to cut ties with Nahen. Bennett catches the veiled threat that the mentor will seek other partners if they refuse, while Seer asks why prioritize them out of so many buyers. Knowing they can't turn down the most important deal of their lives, Bennett and the other goblins accept the offer, and Nahen thanks them, hoping to keep the partnership going. As soon as the goblins leave, Citri leans back in the armchair and asks if the info is actually real, commenting that Dantalion would never be that careless in business. She says he should have dropped that big bombshell sooner, and Nahen shoots back, suggesting she should visit him more often given her stagnant training. Annoyed by the training call-out, she tells him to shut up and says she can handle herself fine, trying to explain the real reason she doesn't go to his floor. Citri angrily confesses that the reason for her absence is the fear she feels towards Seer and her creepy glare, agreeing to visit more and asking what the next step is. He tells his ally to act normal as always, assuring with a dark smile that the cracks in their alliance will end up appearing all on their own. On the 69th floor, the lavish castle of Demon King Dantalion shines under the daylight, blissfully unaware of the major political troubles about to hit. Holding and crumpling a local newspaper in pure rage, the Lord screams in outrage over the news exposing his fake sales manipulation in the realm's market. Absolutely furious, Dantalion throws the papers up in the air in his quarters and yells out loud, wondering who on earth managed to uncover his secret. Dantalion remembers that selling weapons to guilds was the backbone of his company, but the business went belly up with the arrival of top-tier items from the 70th floor. With weapon stock stuck sitting in his warehouses, instead of cutting production, he cooked all the accounting books to make it look like everything was sold. He wanted to keep customers even at a loss, but angrily shouts that the news makes it look like he embezzled funds, while his guards assure they'll investigate. The castle ministers bow before their lord and anxiously warn that there's an even more urgent and severe problem to solve with extreme speed. The monocled advisor reveals that partner merchants are demanding immediate contract cancellations, while blacksmiths are pressing for overdue debts. Desperate and nursing a headache from the terrible demands, the Demon King angrily curses, wondering where he's going to pull that much quick cash from. They suggest liquidating the weapon inventory for fast capital, but another lord points out that the financial loss from selling that cheap would be way too big. He insists it's better than losing trade routes, warning that without funds for the army, Citri will take advantage of the weakness to attack them at any moment. Left with few options, Dantalion orders them to contact Decarabia to request capital loans, preferring to swallow his pride and ask for help. He crumples the paper in hatred and reflects that taking a loan is still better than getting swallowed whole by that ambitious girl climbing up from the lower floors. Watching his rival's troubles from afar, Nan sneers and thinks to himself that seeing his opponent ruined and in deep trouble is truly a wonderful sight. In his lavish, gigantic new office, packed with books and pricey decor, Nan and the young Lord Seer gather to plan the next moves of conquest. Nahen explains that Decarabia will charge an arm and a leg for the loan and that their alliance will crumble out of self-interest, predicting his rival's desperate move will flop. Seer asks how he knew about the secret weapon stash, and the mentor credits the discovery to Dane, omitting the fact that he actually knew thanks to the game. The young girl admits the human helpers are useful, and Nahen playfully asks if she doubts his decisions, making the Lord deny it, blushing in embarrassment. Pouting, Seer grumbles that the teacher has been giving way too much attention to those helpers, making the guy notice she's grown a lot, but still acts like a kid. Nahen pets her head and softly assures her that she will always be his main focus, calming the jealousy and pulling a cute face from the young lord. The advisor proposes speeding up the end of their alliance and asks for Seer's take, who instantly agrees upon reading the document, saying it's the perfect info to cause chaos. Pleased with the answer, Nahen asks Seer to summon Commander Rin El Laza to handle the special job, since he wants her to personally take care of the task. In the throne room on the 72nd floor, Rin kneels before Seer and the royal advisor, immediately answering her ruler's official summons. Nahen explains that Dantalion asked for help and that an envoy from the floor above will arrive soon, warning that it won't be good for business if that meeting actually happens. The master walks down the steps and orders Commander Rin to intercept and eliminate the entire envoy group, making the job instructions crystal clear for her. Handing specific weapons over to the warrior, the guy very seriously instructs that she must strictly use only those swords during the mission. Rin checks the received blade and instantly notices, through the finish and hilt engravings, that the weapon was actually forged on Dantalion's 69th floor. Understanding the true political intent of the order, the commander silently realizes it's yet another brilliant, sly trap planned by Nahen. Rin accepts the job firmly, promising not to fail the ruler who's finally acting like a real king, and energizes her soldiers to move into position at their posts. Seer proudly asks if she did well during the audience, and Nahen praises her, saying she already acts like a true demon king, prompting the girl to demand a reward gift. The mentor ponders the request for a quick second, and asks with a smile what kind of doll she'd like to get as a special reward this time. The young lord's expression shifts instantly to a cold, piercing glare upon hearing the suggestion, firmly replying that she doesn't want any more dolls. She angrily turns her back and stomps out of the hall in frustration, leaving Nahen breaking into a total cold sweat, confused, wondering if she hit puberty. In another outdoor area, Rin instructs her warriors near a portal, seriously warning that no one's identity can be exposed during the mission. Vice Commander Varuna splits combat duties with Rin among the 15 members of the escort team, getting everyone ready for the imminent showdown in the forest. One of Rin's warriors firmly holds the hilt of his hidden blade beneath a brown cloak, knowing full well that the forest ambush will be a bit delicate. Rin draws her own weapon and firmly declares she'll personally handle the leaders of the group, immediately ordering the whole squad to take their positions. Suddenly, the silence of the forest clearing is shattered by violent sounds of fast magic energy strikes slicing through nearby trees at high speeds. Shortly after, the portal from the upper floor opens, emitting sparks of electrical energy and revealing the arrival of the expected envoy group from the rival alliance. The messengers step out of the portal without noticing danger, while Rin watches the movement hidden in the brush, whispering resolutely that it's time to strike. In the blink of an eye, Rin's elite soldiers leap from the shadows of the trees, unleashing fast surprise attacks against the unsuspecting envoys. Rin comes charging ahead of the squad and shouts with high authority for her subordinates to quickly wipe out all enemies present without mercy. Caught off guard mid-path, the messengers shout in fear, asking where that violent ambush came from and who those masked warriors are. The enemies fall lifeless to the forest floor within minutes, and Rin sheathes her weapon, calmly ordering the whole squad to fall back to base. Back at the castle on the 69th floor, Dantalion receives news of his envoy's slaughter and screams in panic upon discovering everyone was wiped out. The monocled advisor confirms the murder of the entire group and nervously warns, sweating bullets, that they need to notify Decarabia about what happened. Dantalion yells out in terror, claiming innocence in the tragedy, but the minister fearfully reveals that the swords found at the crime scene were in-house builds. The advisor warns that Decarabia will definitely use that terrible attack as an excuse for betrayal to squeeze them and try to turn the alliance into servitude. Desperate, Dantalion realizes he needs to offer compensation and furiously curses, firmly believing that entire brilliant trap was engineered by Citri. Dantalion orders them to send a letter and prepare the army for war against Citri, but is cut off by a frantic soldier rushing into the room. The soldier reports that Decarabia's forces crossed the invasion portal, making Dantalion wonder if his rival completely lost his mind to attack him that fast. The advisors notice the timing is way too convenient and suggest Decarabia planned the invasion beforehand, maybe even orchestrating the slaughter of his own envoys. Dantalion curses the traitor for trying to gobble up their alliance all at once and orders immediate mobilization of all troops to contain the rival's invasion. On the 72nd floor, the royal advisor reports that the upper floor invaded enemy turf, and Seer smiles, praising her master's exact predictions. He asks if Seer will leave the matter in his care, and she agrees, leaving Nahen excited for the chance to take the biggest slice of profit from the conflict. Not understanding the idiom used by her teacher, the young lord asks its meaning, and he explains in simple terms that it means making huge profits effortlessly. He orders Commander Epsilon to prepare troops to strike when the rivals clash, but the general warns that the enemy's military strength is way too dangerous. Nahen explains he won't start a direct war, planning to simply tail the enemy army from behind and harass their rear guard, leaving the general quite intrigued. Epsilon agrees and accepts to follow combat orders with total loyalty, bowing before Seer, who excitedly says she's really counting on the general's services. He orders Commander Rin to pull merchants out of the conflict zone and send them to the upper floor, but she worries if traders will actually listen to their call. He explains traders stayed there for safety and fair conduct, but Dantalion betrayed that trust, and now the other army's invasion will change the realm's landscape. With a sly look, Nahan says it's the perfect chance to undermine trust in them, especially because they'll create new, beneficial trade rules on the 70th floor. Seer asks if they'll need Citri's green light to approve the rules, and Nahan says she won't decline, since she just has to sit in her armchair and watch profits grow. Seer notes that with this plan, Dantalion will crumble on his own, energetically ordering her generals to follow all her master's instructions with ultimate loyalty. With imperial orders and tactics explained in detail, the castle's military leaders quietly exit the throne room to start preparations. The teacher catches Seer's deep-in-thought expression and asks if there's something she didn't get, and the young lord says she actually just had a brilliant idea. She proposes taking advantage of the rival army's distraction to conquer the 69th floor on their own, but the royal advisor turns it down, saying it's too risky. With glowing eyes of conviction, she states she trained hard and learned high-tier magic from him, firmly insisting she's strong enough for the job. The tutor keeps his refusal, saying it's not time for her to step onto the front lines yet, and when the little girl annoyedly asks when that day will be, he replies it's in the future. Exclaiming out loud and gesturing with open arms, Seer angrily asks how much older she needs to get, firmly asserting she's grown plenty already. He mentally admits she's right, and that none of the lower floor demon kings could beat her, but acknowledges there are other dangers on the battlefield. He fondly thinks that she's still a child, and that if something worse happens in battle, all his years of effort in the game would be ruined and destroyed forever. The tutor gives her a warm hug and asks for patience a little longer, promising to lead the attack until they conquer the enemy floor, apologizing for his selfish stance. To make it up to her, he promises to grant any wish she wants when the war ends, as long as it's not a ridiculous or dangerous request like fighting on the front lines. Eyes sparkling with overwhelming joy, the young girl accepts the terms and excitedly declares her only wish is to go on a one-on-one outing with her dear teacher soon. He notices they've never gone out together and agrees, remembering his own childhood and fondly deciding he'll make an effort to pay more attention to the young lord's feelings. Lying in bed, surrounded by her dolls, Seer happily tells them that the teacher promised a trip together, excitedly confessing she won't even be able to sleep. Cuddling her bear tightly, she thinks with a soft smile that her master is the most precious person in her life, for always being by her side to protect her from everything. Next, her thoughts turn resolute as she ponders that if she wants to go on that trip with him soon, she'll need to wrap up that boring battle in the rival kingdom fast. With a creepily focused look, she decides she'll need to push extra hard, even if it means disobeying her master and going behind his back in action. Seer suddenly shows up armed in front of Rin and orders her to bring her along on the mission, leaving the stunned commander asking why she wants to hit the front line so suddenly. Rin mentally recognizes her massive progress in swordplay and Nahan's ancient magic, knowing she'd be huge help in fights, but fears disobeying the master. Bowing respectfully, Rin apologizes and declines, insisting they must go alone, and that Nahan definitely has his reasons for keeping her away from battlefield dangers. With a cold gaze, Seer points her finger and asks who the true ruler Rin serves is, making the warrior stutter that her sole supreme leader is the Lord. Eyes locked intimidatingly on the elite warrior, the little lord harshly demands to know if her imperial command comes before her master's orders. Pinned against the wall by the lord's intimidation, Rin nervously answers that Seer's order comes first, and the girl joyfully celebrates that everything is set. The commander accepts the decision with major worry and begs the lord to be careful not to get hurt, receiving a carefree, cheerful reply from the youngster. Rin seriously insists, reminding the lord that she made a solemn promise to protect herself, and Seer impatiently shoots back that she already got the memo. In the castle hallway, the lord happily spins with her blade in hand, resolutely thinking she'll wrap up that battle fast so she can finally go on that trip with him. On the battlefield, King Dantalion watches from atop the rampart and screams orders for his troops to hold off Decarabia's advance at all costs. One of the generals shouts the command order for stationed archers to fire, and hundreds of arrows shoot up, cutting through the sky toward the invading horde. The arrows hit frontline warriors square on, who collapse onto the sandy ground, letting out screams of agony and pain under the violent rain of enemy projectiles. At another strategic point on the battle line, focus shifts to a strange glowing stone device that begins concentrating pink magic energy. An energy attack command is yelled out, and multiple magic cannons on Dantalion's castle wall blast giant beams of pink light at the army. The blasts hit the sandy battlefield floor dead on, triggering massive fiery explosions that launch several invading soldiers high into the air. The force of the massive magic energy detonations is so destructive that it sends huge rocks and boulders from nearby cliffs crashing down, burying warriors. One infantry soldier falls to his knees on the ground, shaking in terror and shocked by the destructive power of the enemy castle's defenses, muttering a panic plea. A massive rock plummets from the top of the canyon at high speed, crushing the desperate warrior and kicking up massive dust, scaring his buddy next to him. The invading generals furiously curse as they see the castle defenses firing non-stop, angrily admitting it'll be impossible to break the enemy siege like this. Facing the destructive power of enemy flames, the commander screams in desperation, ordering all troops to fall back immediately from the battlefield. An imposing warrior in golden armor carrying a giant sword leaps from high above with insane force, slamming into the sandy clearing with a booming impact. With a focused, intimidating glare behind his helm, the warrior watches magic projectiles fly in his direction while soldiers celebrate his arrival. He lifts his giant sword effortlessly and blocks the magic energy beam fired from the castle, generating a shockwave that blows dust everywhere. Balthazar tells his soldiers not to feel fear before the offensive, and the horde recognizes the presence of the powerful first-star warrior of the pentagram. The imposing champion rests his massive blade on his shoulder and declares Balthazar has arrived on the field, leaving allied troops insanely hyped for the fight. Guards fear the enemy army for being way too huge after the star's entry, but Dantalion angrily orders them to stop whining and keep shooting. Annoyed by the cowardice of his hired mercenaries, Dantalion curses the useless fools and decides to concentrate his own energy in his hands to attack. He extends his hands atop the rampart and summons a grand, glowing green runic magic circle, casting the powerful Hellfire spell. The Demon King casts for flames to consume all enemies down below, unleashing an overwhelming burst of green hellfire against the army. Balthazar watches the massive torrent of green fire approach fast, keeping a totally calm and unbothered expression behind his helmet. Green flames cover him entirely, but to the utter shock of all Dantalion's soldiers, the Golden Warrior remains standing completely unscratched in the fire. Soldiers praise the king's magic, but Dantalion realizes the strike failed upon seeing the enemy unharmed, angrily ordering them to stop the praises and prep another move. Suddenly, the fast, sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air echoes violently right before the castle rampart, surprising everyone in the rear. A soldier under Dantalion spots the fallen enemy general and excitedly shouts that the opposing commander is down, ordering all troops to push full force. The king smirked, thinking the castle defense is unbeatable, and that with the star fallen, victory is guaranteed, declaring the tide of battle has turned. One of the castle defenders shouts that they just need to keep holding the front line, while a sword flies spinning at high speed across the field. In a split second, the massive flying blade relentlessly pierces the chest of the captain calling orders on the wall, making him spit up blood in pain. The demon falls backward onto the castle stone floor, already lifeless, letting out one last agonizing groan of pain with the heavy golden weapon stuck in his chest. Calm, heavy steps in shiny golden armor begin sounding impressively along the top of the castle wall, walking toward the horde. The golden warrior grumbles that the green flame attack was a bit warm, but that was about it, showing that the power didn't affect him at all. Firmly gripping the hilt of his massive golden sword, Balthazar looks coldly and mercilessly at the opposing king, declaring with a pout that he's pathetic. Sword raised on the wall of the invaded castle, he mocks his weakness for wanting an equal alliance with Lord Decarabia with such meager strength. Absolutely furious at being called a weak bug, Dantalion yells loud, saying the warrior is only alive because of his strong magic armor. Balthazar replies that his divine armor was indeed a generous gift from his ruler, mocking his rival's weakness for not even being able to scratch it. With a piercing gaze behind his helmet, the Golden Warrior realizes his rival blew all his tricks and coldly declares that time's up. A massive blast of dust and stones explodes on the castle wall, releasing a huge destructive shockwave that shakes the whole physical structure. Suddenly, the golden-armored warrior is launched backward by the surprise impact, needing to use all his agility to cushion the rough fall. Balthazar quickly catches his balance in the sand and hears a voice mocking that it's a shame he managed to dodge that powerful surprise strike. Focusing through the clearing smoke, Sira von Devata is revealed, winking in a playful, friendly way, laughingly confirming with bear in hand that she owns the attack. From atop his rampart, Dantalion watches shocked at the sudden appearance of the young lord from the 72nd floor, wondering what she's plotting there. Seer stares at him super focused and asks if he's Balthazar of the Pentagram, leaving the champion honored that she remembers his name and battle title. With a dark smile, she warns she has a super important commitment to handle, and since he's in her way, she'll personally take care of eliminating him right there. Balthazar raises his sword axe hype, thinking that taking her down and conquering the full path to her floor will make his Lord Decarabia insanely pleased. The young lord closes her eyes, focusing deeply, while reddish sparks of mana begin circulating and glowing intensely in her hair, opening eyes that now shine with an impressive sky blue hue. Seer points her index finger forward and whispers the command to activate her magic. A massive, terrifying skull made purely of dark fire rises from the sandy ground toward the golden warrior, generating an unbearable heat wave. Balthazar goes into full shock, realizing that young demon lord managed to cast high-tier magic of that scale without chanting an incantation. He realizes in panic that his impenetrable magic armor is burning before the attack even lands for real, noticing the colossal gap in power. He tries to push back against the attack, laughing at her arrogance in thinking she can beat him with pure magic power, internally admitting through sweat the brat has talent. Balthazar charges forward in fury, shouting that a basic strike like that won't be enough to shatter his divine defense, but the Lord appears before him in a flash. In a fraction of a second, the golden warrior falls face first to the ground, defeated without reacting, while Seer dusts off her clothes, asking bored if that was all. Watching everything from above with wide eyes of pure horror, Dantalion is left speechless, realizing he couldn't even catch her movement in that strike. Commander Rin El Laza quickly arrives at the combat zone with her troops, worriedly scolding Seer for charging solo straight onto the front line. Rin looks shocked at the body lying in the sand, asking through sweat and disbelief if that defeated opponent in golden armor is really Balthazar. Vice Commander Varuna laughingly celebrates and praises the Lord's feat, while Rin facepalms lightly and embarrassedly tells him to shut up right now. Rin seriously warns that a war against the enemy floor will be unavoidable now, but Seer replies with a mischievous smile that if they eliminate everyone, nobody will know. The commander ponders that the other generals of the pentagram must have already figured out what happened to the star, getting the young lord interested to propose a sly idea. With a sadistic smile and eyes glowing with mischief, Seer suggests framing Dantalion and the 69th floor for the massacre to clear themselves of any suspicion. From high up on his wall, Dantalion feels a sudden shudder of panic run down his spine as he spots the silhouette of that terrifying child from afar. Rin worriedly highlights that there are way too many witnesses there, but Seer answers they'll just kill everyone to force Dantalion to go along with their story. Seer explains her master taught her not to hesitate to kill or threaten others if necessary, making Rin think the tutor educated her a bit too well. Seer points her sword and asks the commander to handle the surviving soldiers simply, and Rin accepts the order, calling her Majesty. Rin immediately orders all units to prep for battle and wipe out the enemy under the direct command of Her Majesty. Dantalion's subordinates think the other floor is helping and suggest paying cash, leaving the Lord furious, swearing to finish them off later. Seer starts concentrating her runic magic power, causing strong mystical energy to surge around her on the battlefield. The young lord raises her hand up high and starts chanting a huge, destructive sphere of dark energy with purple lightning. Dantalion watches confused from the top of his own castle wall while Seer aims that overwhelming attack straight at the gate. The blast hits the castle full force, causing a massive explosion and collapses that have soldiers inside screaming frantically for help. Totally terrified and breaking into a cold sweat, Dantalion yells from high above, frantically asking why Seer von Devata is attacking them. Seer mocks, saying they would have been conquered if she hadn't stepped in, and since she saved the castle with her own strength, the place is now hers. Dantalion angrily realizes that was her plan all along, and tries to cast green magic to fight back, claiming her spell is nothing. Upon trying to use his Earth Region spell, the green runic magic gets instantly cancelled, leaving Dantalion clueless as to why his power failed. Dantalion panics, wondering if the girl already mastered nullification magic, while Seer says resisting is useless and tells him to choose between passing away or serving her. Seer warns that taking her hand means becoming her subordinate in exchange for protection, making Dantalion recognize the terrifying power of the ruler of Floor 72. Rin inspects the defeated opponents and reflects she could have ended up just like them, concluding the best move is staying allied with Seer. Dantalion desperately begs her to stop the attack and agrees to follow her as Her Majesty, though internally complaining about the rude way she talks to him. Satisfied with the submission, Seer cracks a confident smile and asks if they can sign the peace treaty right away. Sometime later, everyone gathers in the conference room of the 69th floor castle to take a final look at the deal. Rin worriedly whispers, asking if Seer is sure about this, since it's the first time she disobeyed Nahan's advice. Seer tremblingly admits her master might get mad, and Rin silently notices that whole confident demon ruler posture vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the meeting room door is slammed open by Nahen, who walks in shouting Seer's name with an extremely serious look. The sudden, noisy entrance startles everyone present at the conference table, leaving them completely in shock. Seeing Nahen's dark expression approaching, Seer freezes in panic, barely able to stutter out her master's name. Nervous and sweating out of fear, the young lord tries to explain quickly, saying she had a good reason for doing all that. Instead of a scolding, Nahen surprises everyone by pulling Seer into a tight, protective hug right there in front of everyone. He says in a relieved voice that he's super glad to see she's okay and safe after all the danger she went through. Moved by her master's affection, Seer starts crying out of regret, offering sincere apologies for acting on her own. Nahen politely asks the others to step out, but Dantalion angrily stands up, asking who he thinks he is to barge into the place like that. Nahen releases an insanely terrifying red aura and repeats in a deadly cold tone for everyone to get out immediately. Dantalion gets terrified by Nahen's absurd amount of mana, while the guy ignores his fear and asks Seer to tell him what happened. Seer explains, huddled in her chair, that she just wanted to be useful to him, and Nahen calmly replies she didn't need to do something like that. Seer argues she did a great job without messing up, since she conquered the floor, beat Balthazar, and even captured Crowley alive. Nahen acknowledges her great performance, but warns that losing a demon king will bring major responsibilities, asking her to be more careful. He explains he didn't want her revealing her power now, since info is power, and it's better if the enemy doesn't know their true level. Nahen says what's done is done, and asks to take a look at the peace treaty so they can plan the next step together. Reading the paper, Nahen notes the plan is to absorb the merchants and use the floor as a new base, leaving Dantalion purely as a loyal administrator. Nahen praises her clean work, making Seer excitedly ask if he'll finally grant the wish she wanted so badly. He asks if her wish is to go on an outing together and accepts the request right away, leaving the young girl super thrilled and happy. However, Nahen reminds her that first they need to deal with the 68th floor, since Decorabia won't sit idly by, and decides to restart the meeting. Nahen asks Dantalion if he knows the size of Decorabia's army, and the Lord replies they have thousands of soldiers and combat mages. Nahen comments that the number is big, while Seer silently shakes her head no, leaving Dantalion confused as to why she's acting like that. Dantalion shifts his posture and starts speaking formally, explaining that enemy forces got cut in half, leaving around 150,000. Nahen assumes almost no soldiers are left on the 69th floor, and Dantalion embarrassedly admits it, while Nahen thinks about how to fight while preserving the structure. Seer gets bummed out hearing that damage will be inevitable in an all-out war, but Nahen comforts her, telling her to view everything as a learning experience. Nahen thinks to himself that things only work out because he played that game tons of times, and now he needs to find a way to fix this situation. He comments that there's a method he'd prefer not to use, but when Seer curiously asks what it is, he brushes it off, saying he'll handle it solo. Meanwhile, in the castle on the 68th floor, someone screams furiously over Balthazar passing away, Crowley's capture, and the failure to take the territory. Decorabia slams his throne in rage for trusting his elite generals and getting such a humiliating, disastrous result from that invasion. The remaining generals bow low to the ground, taking the blame and begging for one more chance to finish Dantalion off once and for all. Decorabia agrees to give another chance, but demands Seer von Devada's head along with Dantalion's, warning that if they fail, every single one of them will be executed. The generals desperately agree, and shortly after, one of them reflects alone that he only spoke with so much confidence to get out of there alive. The blue commander asks if Kruak has any plan, but the green-haired general replies he has nothing, since even strong Balthazar was taken down. The blue general angrily questions how Balthazar passed away even while wearing magic armor, demanding answers from Rubia, who shoots back saying she was fighting elsewhere. Rubia explains she had to fall back in a hurry when Rin appeared out of nowhere, and Kruak agrees that retreating against Commander Rin was a smart call. Kruak comments in surprise that young Lord gathered a strong army so fast and says they need to move quickly, speculating she might be Ser's reincarnation. The blue general questions how they'll pull that off with only 3 of them left, but Kruak confidently replies they still hold the numbers advantage to crush them. Rubia assumes Lord Citri won't want to get into a direct clash with them and complains about the stalling, saying they should just strike first. Kruak agrees with the idea and orders everyone to prep for the advance, but is cut off by the sudden noise of heavy approaching footsteps. A scout arrives shouting frantically that the enemy is attacking, leaving the commanders in total shock at the news. As they walk, Nahen comments that the breeze feels nice, and Rin replies that their rapid advance prevented any type of enemy ambush in the area. Rin worriedly asks if they can really move without Citri's backing, and gets shocked when Nahen admits he isn't totally sure about that either. Rin gets pretty confused and hesitates, commenting that the Nahen she knows is always calculating and never takes a step without a tight plan mapped out. Nahen smirks and explains that things got tricky this time, taking the blame for not anticipating Seer's real motives. Rin questions why he's taking such a massive risk, and Nahen calmly answers that this is the fastest way to prevent heavy losses in the clash. Suddenly, Nahen startles Commander Rin by directly ordering her to stay in that location, waiting alongside the troop soldiers. Rin asks in surprise if he plans to face the entire army solo, but Nahen calmly fixes his hair and replies he's not going alone. Nahen mentions he's bringing the 2 humans with him, leaving Rin surprised and clueless as to why he wants to use those people now. Nahen explains he knows the commander doesn't fully trust humans yet, and that's precisely why he decided to put them to the test today. He turns to Eri and Dane, telling them to prove their worth today by showing how much they've grown, with Dane promptly replying he'll deliver on the task. As he walks, Nahen anxiously ponders if he can really pull this off, remembering he only beat Andromalius easily because of a surprise attack. He knows his new body is super strong, but admits he still doesn't know its true limits, which causes him major anxiety about the outcome. Nahen concludes it was that same anxiety that made him keep Seer out of combat, since he knows full well he won't get a second chance if he slips up. Dane breaks Nahen's train of thought by warning he senses enemies right up ahead, and the master sarcastically comments that it's a nice welcome committee. Looking down into the canyon gap, they run into Decarabia's massive army spread across the entire length of that rocky terrain. Nahen seriously instructs the 2 humans to give him cover when the right moment comes, giving the final command for them to push forward. On the other side, enemy army scouts report to commanders that opposing troops just arrived at the end of that canyon. However, spotters get confused, noticing there's only a single person walking calmly toward their massive defense barrier. The blue general warns Cruach that it's definitely a trap, and the green-haired one agrees the best move is to hold and send just a recon group. Rubia flies by, mocking their caution, saying the enemy must have run off, but Cruach counters that it's more likely they're hiding in the ridge. Cruach angrily asks if she really doesn't sense any mana in the area, and the harpy teasingly replies that's exactly why she thinks they ran away out of fear. Cruach speculates the enemy avoided using magic knowing she was there, but Rubia calls them cowards who just want excuses to believe in traps. Rubia tells them to wait while she goes down to check the situation herself, completely ignoring Cruach's shouts ordering her to wait. Cruach complains the brat wants to end up lifeless like Balthazar, but the other general reassures him, saying she stacked multiple layers of defense magic. Flying fast toward Nahen, Rubia mocks his slowness and arrogantly asks how long he's going to keep sending weak scouts. She keeps shouting from above that he should have had the guts to face them head-on in battle, instead of trying to use cowardly tactics. The harpy dives at high speed in his direction, shouting for him to pay close attention and feel the true terror of facing her people. Nahen just watches her approach with a cold smile on his face and quietly whispers the word to impale his opponent. That very instant, a massive, sharp stone spike erupts from the ground and skewers the harpy's body with overwhelming, brutal force. Total shock setting in and spitting up blood, Rubia stares at the chest wound, unable to believe she's about to pass away so fast. Rubia's lifeless body plummets heavily onto the canyon sand, while Nahen continues watching, standing up with a terrifying coldness. In the distance, the generals scream Rubia's name in total despair upon seeing her pass away instantly, horror-struck asking who that man is. Nahen clicks his tongue and disdainfully comments that they talk way too much for being in the middle of a serious battlefield like that. Suddenly, the creepy reddish eye of a giant mysterious creature opens amid the battlefield dust. The generals panic seeing a colossal white whale-shaped monster emerge from the skies right in front of them behind Nahen. The giant mystic beast opens its massive mouth packed with sharp teeth, hovering over the battlefield ready to devour everything in sight. The monster surges forward, crushing enemy troops with extreme violence, sending Decarabia's soldiers screaming in terror as they get buried. Amid the chaos and dust, knights and generals are tossed into the air, screaming desperately for help against the brutal assault. The colossal white creature slams into the ground full force, generating a massive shockwave that shatters the floor and wipes out defensive forces. The blue-skinned general trembles in terror, witnessing the total destruction of his army, admitting he's never seen such absurd power in his life. Dahak charges forward furiously on his horse, screaming in hatred against Nahen for wiping out his troops with that colossal monster. Dahak screams, asking who he really is, but Nahen just gives a mysterious smile and playfully replies he asks himself that too. Eri asks Dane if they really need to get involved in that fight, and he checks the monster from afar, replying probably not, but he's got a plan. Dane says they need to do something to prove their worth, and Aerie agrees, saying the choice was theirs, promising to cover the warrior. Trusting his companion's backing, Dane leaps full force toward the enemy, while Aerie secretly wishes him good luck on the charge. Aerie preps her runic staff and casts a wind spell, asking the heavens to grant her ally the speed of wind in the attack. Thanks to the support spell, Dane gains absurd speed and drops from the sky toward the enemy general like a bright lightning bolt. Dahak rages at the nerve of a mere human attacking him and preps to counter the young warrior with all his physical strength. Dane ignores his opponent's rage and charges forward, yelling for him to take a direct hit, delivering a fast strike with his daggers. From back behind, Aerie reacts fast and uses her staff again to cast another support spell, asking for a sturdy shield to protect Dane. Dahak's counterstrike explodes against the protective magic barrier created by Aerie, generating a huge flash of energy that blocks the hit. Kruash thinks the intruder was destroyed by the impact and orders with a smile for all units to advance to slaughter the rest of the enemies. But the dust clears and reveals Dane completely unscratched, standing behind Aerie's magic shield, leaving enemies in total shock at the scene. Wasting no time, Dane capitalizes on the opening created by their surprise and sprints at high speed with his daggers set to strike again. Dane lands a clean hit on Dahak, who screams in pain while his subordinates watch horrified as Dekarabia's general gets taken down. Kruash grinds his teeth in pure rage, seeing his companion defeated by a mere human, swearing to handle him personally. Consumed by fury, Kruash transforms into a massive, terrifying green draconic beast, roaring that he'll rip them apart with his bare hands. However, Nahan suddenly appears right behind the monster, with his sword in hand, calmly warning that he should never look away in combat. In a flash, Nahan lands a deep slash across the giant creature's chest, making the huge dragon roar in pain from the devastating blow. Nahan cracks a dark smile and tells the monster not to make a scene, warning he'll soon send Dekarabia to keep him company in the next world. Seeing the ease with which her master beat the giant opponent, Aerie lets out a nervous laugh, surprisingly wondering if their plan actually worked. Seer suddenly pops up behind Aerie, asking where her master is, leaving the young adventurer completely startled by the surprise arrival. Aerie shakily points to where Nahan is, and Seer smiles happily, seeing her master pulled all that off, commenting she didn't know he made that face. Seer dreams of being able to pull off the same thing one day, and Aerie nervously confirms, saying she's a great demon lord, but asks if Nahan knows she's there. Seer shifts her expression and coldly asks why that would be of Aerie's concern, sending the girl into panic, apologizing for overspeaking. Seer inspects the human suspiciously and asks if she has feelings for her master, making Aerie drop to her knees terrified, saying she only fears Nahan. Seer gets confused and asks if that wasn't what she meant to say, but quickly drops the topic and tells the girl to forget the misunderstanding. Nahan approaches carrying Dane on his back and calls for Seer, who turns surprised to see her master coming her way in the canyon. Aerie joyfully celebrates seeing Dane is okay, and the young warrior thanks her, saying he only survived thanks to her magic support in the fight. Nahan walks up to the girl and asks what she's doing there, and Seer happily replies she came just to meet up with her master. Nahan smiles and thanks her, but thinks to himself that he cleared the threats there and that it'd be good to give her some real combat experience now. Nahan explains the enemy castle is empty and suggests Seer and Rin wrap up the job together, leaving the young lord super happy with the idea. Nahan turns to Aerie and Dane to praise them for the great work, acknowledging that both trained super hard over the past 5 years. He notes he'll have a major new mission for them as soon as they return and tells them to rest, receiving a respectful thank you. Nahan thinks to himself that the floor's conquest is practically wrapped up, and now he just needs to find the object he's been searching for so hard. At the castle, Dekarabia spits blood on his knees on the ground, while Seer comments that she found the 68th floor demon lord super weak. Rin praises Seer, saying the enemy only seems weak because Her Majesty became way too strong after mixing swordplay with her ancient magic. Rin gets thoughtful, curiously wondering how Nahan managed to acquire knowledge about such a powerful, mysterious type of ancient magic. Dekarabia accuses Seer of creating a monster, but Rin ignores his shouts and reminds Seer that Nahan ordered them to keep the Lord alive. Seer slowly approaches the fallen enemy and firmly grabs his collar with a mischievous look, set on settling the situation. Seer lifts Dekarabia into the air effortlessly, leaving the opponent terrified while Rin panics, asking what she plans to do. Seer replies with a mischievous smile that she knows the commander's orders and just needs to ensure the demon lord keeps breathing in the end. Seer clenches her fist tightly and cracks a huge, sadistic smile, repeating that she just needs to keep the opponent breathing after taking the hits. Rin screams desperately, warning that the Lord will end up taking his life, while Dekarabia shows up with a beat-up face, begging to pass away. Seer looks at her own bloody fists with a confused face, sweating nervously, not getting why that demon lord is so weak. Scared of Nahan's reaction, Seer begs Rin to take the blame for the injuries, and the commander sighs embarrassedly, taking the request. Nahan suddenly enters the room and asks what the two are talking about, giving Seer a huge jump as she tries to cover up the conversation fast. Seer tries lying, saying it's nothing, and asks for Rin's confirmation, who nervously agrees while Nahan suspects something weird happened there. Nahan walks over to the body sprawled on the floor and asks if that guy there is Decarabia, leaving Seer speechless, stuttering from pure nervousness. Nahan seriously warns that he doesn't want lies, and that she should confess if she did something wrong, making Seer drop her head and apologize to her master. Nahan observes Decarabia lying on the castle floor and disdainfully comments that the floor's demon lord is in a state of total misery after the beatdown. Nahan notes that despite spitting blood and desperately begging to pass away, the wounded opponent is at least still breathing. Rin is unsure and asks why Nahan wants to keep Decarabia alive, since he isn't the type to bow down to others like Dantalion did. Nahan explains with a serious look that he isn't sparing the enemy's life out of kindness, but needs to keep him breathing solely to extract info. Nahan asks if Seer has ever heard of Nebula Stones, and she excitedly replies yes, since they're the main specialty of the 68th floor. Nahan explains he'll cross-reference the info, remembering that the mine location shifted every playthrough in the game, which was always a total pain in the butt. Seer suggests capturing the other generals, but Nahan wipes his hand and says he had to eliminate them, making Seer think he's got major double standards when lying. Suddenly, firm steps echo through the castle's grand hall, and a confident female voice warns that it's been quite some time since their last encounter. Nahan turns and recognizes Citri, who says she came to help and comments that the hall is a total mess, asking if that guy on the floor is Decarabia. Citri complains that Nahan has been vanishing lately and didn't show up for training, pointing out she put all her duties aside to come down there. Seeing Seer staring at her with a deadly, terrifying glare, Citri mentally complains that the girl's freakish look is the reason she doesn't visit them. Citri swallows hard, thinking that if she uses her charm skill in front of that kid, Nahan would definitely do something way worse than just glare at her. Nahan pushes Citri toward the prisoner and tells her to take the queen away from there, annoying her as he dryly replies he needs total focus. Citri agrees to wait outside, and Nahan calls Seer to head out as well, with the young girl happily agreeing to tag along with her master right away. Already outside the hall, Seer asks how Citri will find the stones if her specialty is fire magic, and Nahan replies smilingly that she's right and wrong. As Nahan comments on Citri's unique mystic power, the queen approaches the injured man and warns she wants to know something, but Decarabia swears he won't talk. Citri activates her special power to make any man fall head over heels for her, and asks with a seductive look for him to reveal where the mine is. Citri whispers in a gentle tone, making Decarabia hesitate completely as he starts falling under her irresistible control spell. Under the mystic charm effect, Decarabia easily gives in and confesses the mine is located 30 miles west of there, leaving Citri super satisfied. Citri thanks him, calling him a fool, and as a reward, burns the demon lord with her pink flames while he declares his love for her until the end. Nahan thanks her for the help, and Citri asks if he intends to sell the stones, leading the guy to explain he needs a new reliable source of income. Citri highlights with a smile that she was the one who helped locate the mine, but Nahan calmly replies he was already planning to share the profits. In a joking tone, Nahan says he changed his mind because she's so shameless, making Citri whine dramatically that that's totally unfair. Citri agrees to split the stones and asks to pretend she also conquered the floor, making Seer celebrate knowing she'll inherit another castle for free. Nahan agrees to put it on paper, but thinks to himself that getting a whole castle for free without sending a single soldier is crazy nerve. Citri nervously explains she's doing this to keep other floors from getting spooked by her rise, which would make recovering her old power much harder. Nahan mockingly says she finally realized the obvious, leaving Citri annoyed that he thinks she's dumb, and the guy offers half the local stones. Citri gets hype and asks what his choice will be, while Nahan just extends his hand to close the deal in front of Seer in the castle hallway. Citri extends her hand to accept the guy's terms, thinking the big risk of that alliance is actually worth it for half the stone output. Seer pops up with a huge smile on her face and claps both their hands together to finalize the deal for good, happily asking if the trade is locked in. Nahan agrees smilingly, but friendly comments that in the future, Seer herself should handle these kinds of talks on her own. Receiving a cold, scary glare from Seer, Citri swallows hard out of nervousness and quickly agrees she should handle those matters with Her Majesty. Citri scrambles off in a hurry, demanding the rare stone delivery, and Seer smilingly comments her ally must have remembered some urgent appointment. Nahan asks if Seer prefers handling post-war business first or going on the trip tomorrow, and she chooses duty since she's a demon lord. Nahan praises her responsibility and says to leave the stone search to him, telling the girl to rest up in her castle quarters. Already in her room, Seer lies on the bed, blushing in embarrassment, remembering it had been a long time since she last held her master's hand. She reflects she's no longer a silly kid and that Nahan doesn't need to cut her slack anymore, but her heart keeps pounding super fast. Seer smiles happily, deciding that when the two of them are completely alone on the trip, she'll hold his hand as much as she wants without hesitating. At the stone mine, Nahan walks with Epsilon and finds it strange the place is so empty, explaining he told workers to start later so they wouldn't get in the way. Epsilon asks if there's something to protect there, and Nahan answers he came to retrieve an item using his ally's ability to distinguish ores. Nahan orders his companion to scan the rocks for a gold bracelet, and Epsilon accepts the task, but questions why the item would be there. Nahan shrugs, admitting he doesn't know why either, and Epsilon silently concludes his master must have his own reasons for hiding the artifact. Nahan reflects alone that even he finds the situation bizarre and illogical, questioning if the item hidden there is nothing more than a developer joke. Nahan walks among the glowing crystals and thinks the stone reserves are massive, understanding how Decorabia managed to flash so much wealth on the floor. He lets out a sneaky laugh, remembering half that fortune now belongs to them, leaving Epsilon super confused by the sudden mood shift. Nahan knows other lords will soon find out about the conquest, and decides to use stone profits to build a strong army for upcoming battles. Epsilon calls Nahan, warning he picked up something different from a nebula stone in the wall, and the master eagerly asks his ally to step back so he can look. Nahan approaches the rock wall, concentrates his mystic energy, and starts the green runic materialization spell to reveal the hidden object. He keeps channeling the mana flow with his outstretched hand and casts the extraction magic directly against the glowing crack in the mine rock. A massive emerald magic glow wraps around the area as Nahan uses all his mystic power to extract the mysterious treasure from inside the mountain. Nahan smirks seeing the gold bracelet rise into the air thanks to magic, and praises Argol's solid work in searching for the hidden artifact in the cave. He admires the ancient gold bracelet and remembers the item boosted leveling efficiency in the game, wondering how that property will function here. The bracelet stats show massive bonuses to mana, defense, and evasion, while Argol is totally out of breath and terrified by Nahan's raw power. Argol collapses exhausted onto the stone floor and shakily begs his master to pull back his mana, making Nahan realize in surprise that his power affected his ally from afar. Nahan apologizes, seeing that the weight of his magic almost tore his ally's body apart, concluding he needs to be more careful when releasing magic energy. In the meeting room, Dantalion hesitates to sign the contract with his blood seal, but Seer insists, saying it's the only way to lock down the deal for good. Seer angrily asks if he plans to disobey and threatens to hand him the same fate she gave Decorabia, making Dantalion back off in fear and agree to stamp the paper. Left with no exit and shaking in panic from the young demon lord's rage, Dantalion stamps his thumb in blood on the document and nervously notes he fulfilled the order. Seer gives a sarcastic smile and tells the former leader to answer calls promptly from now on, saying she trusts his performance since he used to be a lord. Dantalion watches his hand marked with the red blood seal and accepts submission with his head down, responding respectfully to Her Majesty. Seer says the work is done and tells Dantalion to leave, immediately asking her master Nahan if she made any mistakes during the negotiation. Nahan praises her solid performance and says now they just need to organize the move, making Seer excitedly ask for a quiet, noise-free vacation spot. Nahan smiles and promises to find a good spot by tomorrow, telling the young lord to get plenty of rest today while she happily accepts the advice. Before leaving, Nahan extends his hand and hands over the ancient gold bracelet as a surprise, affectionately stating he prepped that special gift for her. Seer holds the lovely glowing bracelet, enchanted with the present, and warmly thanks her master for bringing something so precious for her. Nahan asks her to wear the bracelet from now on, making Seer blush slightly and resolutely think that she'll never let her master leave. In the human realm, Dane checks out the landscape of Chelino City and comments that it's been a long time since he was last there, getting Ares' agreement. The two recall Nahan's direct orders to disguise themselves as adventurers and investigate the drop in the number of humans invading Floor 72. Dane says he's heading to Hormus City and tells Aerie to stay there, setting a plan to meet up once a month and noting their fake names will be Daniel and Ellie. Eri worriedly agrees, but nervously asks if they'll really be able to slip under the radar, leading Dane to ask her to listen super carefully. Dane accepts that it's a tough situation to stomach, but firmly holds his dagger hilt before continuing to explain the reality of their mission. He remembers with a gloomy look that there's no one left in the human realm who remembers who they really are after being gone for so long. Dane warns her to be extra careful and avoid trouble with problematic people, annoying Eri since he treats her like a total airhead. He hands a rustic blue necklace to his companion, instructing her to break the charm if she ever finds herself in extreme danger. Dane explains the item is an alarm device linked to his own, and after receiving Eri's thanks, says goodbye, wishing her safety until next month. Eri walks alone through the forest, grumbling that her partner treats her like a trouble magnet, but is cut off by a suspicious voice coming from the bushes. Armed peasants pop out on the path, telling the girl to hand over everything she has and get out, making Eri realize Dane was right about the danger. Eri puts her hands on her hips and asks why ordinary peasants are acting like bandits, leaving the muggers surprised at being called out. The peasant leader angrily shoots back, saying they had no choice given the terrible state the human kingdom is currently in. Seeing that the girl knows nothing, the man astoundedly explains that leadership completely lost their minds, burning villages under the guise of hunting demons. Eri timidly explains she spent the last 5 years isolated in the mountains, making the peasants pity the rough situation she must have endured. The peasant figures she lost her memory from the trauma of losing her village and offers shelter, but Eri confusedly replies she's actually perfectly fine. The man doubts a young girl could survive that long solo and warns that if holy knights find out, they'll label her a witch on the spot. He explains the Grand Temple declared war on witches hiding in the human kingdom, making holy knights destroy entire villages. Eri goes into shock hearing about the atrocities committed, and the peasant explains the Adventurer Guild now acts as pawns for the Holy Knights. Eri thoughtfully ponders the Grand Temple acting without hard proof, noting it'd be a major issue if the Guildmaster was involved in the hunt. The man insists she needs to grasp the gravity of the situation, reminding that hunt order came straight from the Holy Kingdom's Grand Temple. He solemnly highlights that that's the express will of the Pope himself, leaving Eri completely speechless and deep in thought at the revelation. In a lavish palace in the human kingdom's capital, warm bathwater slowly drains down the pipe of an insanely decorated imperial suite. The elderly religious leader joyfully hums under the shower after wrapping up his bath, showing he's in a great mood after the relaxing soak. The Pope laughingly says he feels refreshed after the hot shower and asks if Lily waited long, wanting to know if the demon investigation is going well. Old Pope Cernius emerges wearing only a bathrobe and smile comments that he ran searches across the entire country for demon spies as ordered. He walks over to the bed where Lily is lying in intimate wear and gratefully thanks her, while the succubus smiles back, praising his holiness's dedication. Pope Cernius drops to his knees crying with emotion at succubus Lily's feet, declaring she's the only person in the whole world who recognizes his efforts. Lily lies on the luxury bed with an extremely sly smile on her face, satisfied to have the Pope completely under her total thumb, serving her whims. On the edge of a quiet lake, Nahen rows a small boat and comments that Bennett had promised a silent, pretty spot to unwind after the battles. He asks if Seer didn't like the water or the boat ride, but the young demon lord quickly replies she's actually enjoying it a lot there. Seer checks the scenery in awe and quietly comments that the lake water is shining super pretty under the afternoon sunlight. She praises the beauty of the mansion and the surrounding nature, but right after shifts her tone upon spotting a pretty noisy detail on the lakeshore. Looking at the bank, she sees all of Nahen's subordinates throwing a massive barbecue, and the master laughs, commenting that a demon lord can never walk alone. Seer upsetly thinks she wanted to come solo to cuddle up with her master, but that it's impossible to pull that off with so many eyes on them at the picnic. While rowing the boat, Nahen notices her downcast expression and asks if something's bothering her, saying she shouldn't look so bummed out. Seer cracks a lovely smile and answers she actually finds it super fun that everyone is gathered there, leaving Nahen pretty relieved to hear it. Seer whispers it's just a tiny bit disappointing, but quickly covers it up when her master asks what she said, while hearing the chef announce food is almost set. Seer says to head to the bank right away to eat and have fun together, and Nahen smilingly agrees, rowing the small boat back to solid ground. Everyone gathers happily to eat the delicious barbecue on the lake shore, laughing and chatting in an atmosphere of total relaxation and fun at the camp. Nahen and Seer have a blast splashing water at each other and laughing inside the shallow lake, while the other subordinates watch the cheerful scene from the sand. At night, Seer thanks Leah for prepping the relaxing bath and says she feels recharged, with the servant humbly replying it was nothing at all. Seer asks where her master Nahen is, and Leah answers he said he was just going for a quick walk around the woods near the vacation castle. Seer decides to go after him, and Leia recommends grabbing a coat, offering to call Rin, but the young girl prefers going solo, and the servant asks her to stay safe. Walking under the moonlight, Seer senses her master's magic energy coming from a specific direction and runs excitedly, heart pounding as she locates him. Seer finds Nahan sitting alone on a bench reading mail with a serious expression, wondering what he's doing out there at that hour of the night. Nahan burns the mysterious letter with his fire magic, leaving Seer intrigued seeing her master's dark expression, wondering if something bad happened. Seer approaches and asks if something's wrong, prompting Nahan to explain it's just a letter from Eri, annoying the girl upon hearing that human's name. Nahan reveals Eri sent news that humans are burning villages under the excuse of hunting demons, putting innocent citizens on trial in the kingdom. He concludes that must be the reason fewer humans are heading to the demon kingdom, leaving Seer shocked by the craziness of the human nation's ruler. Nahan thinks to himself that chaos in the human world could give rise to a powerful hero, something common in the game that would bring major trouble for them right now. Nahan reflects that heroes in the game were total natural disasters, concluding that if Dane sends similar news, he'll need to go handle things there. He explains that if the Holy Kingdom uses demons as an excuse to unite warring nations, the blades of all humanity will end up turning against them. Seer trusts her master would handle them just like he did with the previous army, and Nahan is surprised to learn she deduced what happened from the tracks. Seer curiously asks what that big white creature her master summoned really is, leaving Nahan embarrassed, admitting he doesn't really know either. Nahan brushes it off, saying the monster is just a pet, and Seer is super impressed by his ability to keep such a gigantic pet. Seer warmly praises her master, and Nahan entertainedly thinks she's sweet for believing a lame excuse like the pet story. Nahan highlights they're only starting to build their forces, and that chaos in the human world brings zero advantage to their plans right now. Seer concludes her master's plan is to investigate exactly what's going down over there, and Nahan smiles, petting her head upon seeing she got it all. Seer clingily asks if her master really needs to work even on vacation, asking for the two of them to take advantage of the moment to go for a walk together. Nahan accepts the sweet invite and suggests walking a bit under the stars before heading back inside, leaving the young demon lord beaming with happiness. Seer happily clings to her master's arm as they walk, making Nahan smile, think that deep down she still acts like a sweet, needy kid. However, Seer watches Nahan with a deeply possessive look, silently swearing she will never, ever allow her master to cast her aside. Days later, disguised in a bakery on human turf, Seer praises local sweets while Nahan asks for discretion, since the spot was recommended by Bennett. Seer promises to be careful, and Cecily guarantees the mystic magic hiding their wings, horns, and tails is perfect enough to fool local humans. Nahan recalls he intended to come solo, but Seer insisted on tagging along to see the human world, with Cecily joining to look after the young girl's safety. Happily enjoying her sweet at the table, Seer curiously asks her master when their human contact is finally going to arrive for the secret meeting. Nahan replies they arrived a bit early, making Seer joke she thought the scout was being lazy, acting just like a queen. Suddenly, the private room door opens, and Nahan satisfiedly notes their contact arrived right on time to hand over the requested info. Dane enters, bowing respectfully before Her Majesty, and Seer greets him, wanting to know if he brought the items her master had ordered. Dane hands over the fake ID docs and notes Nahan got rank AA adventurer status, while Seer and Cecily got standard rank A. Seer demands to have the same rank as her master, but Nahan explains they need that to move fast, and promises to get her equal rank next chance they get. Seer accepts the decision a bit bummed out and grabs her badge back, with Nahan kindly thanking the young demon lord for understanding. Nahan asks about the current local situation, and Dane reveals the Holy Kingdom is spreading fake news to recruit allies against demons. Nahan comments on the heavy church influence in the area, but Dane reveals he heard a rumor that the Pope totally shifted his stance because of a woman. The rumor says the old cleric brought a mysterious woman into his royal quarters, and that his tyrannical moves stem from her manipulations. Nahan goes into absolute shock from the gossip and panics, thinking the supreme leader of the church would be involved in an intimate scandal like that. Dane agrees, saying it's unbelievable for the local church's strict standards, since if caught, they'd be executed on the spot immediately. Nahan seriously checks the paper and decides they need to dig deep into this, deducing whoever got in there isn't an ordinary human. Nahan suspects a demon invasion through portals, speculating the first floor ruler might be behind that seduction trap. However, he ponders the temple's holy energy barrier would be lethal to regular demons and demon lords, making that theory unlikely. He remembers the god worshipped. There is actually an angel who blessed the capital to ward off demons, making him think of pure divine evil creatures. Seer catches his silence and asks if he has another suspicion, and Nahan replies yes, but prefers not to share anything since it's just a hunch. Nahan recalls that in the game, demonic entities and the demon race were totally distinct, with the former being way stronger and straight from hell. Nahan explains demons want the destruction of the heavenly realm and suspects one of them hit up the Pope to forge a plot against local angels. Nahan thinks he needs to act to buy time for Seer to boost their troops, remembering heroes usually show up earlier due to unpredictable demon moves. Nahan notes he needs to head to Babylonia and orders Seer and Cecily to head to Chelino City to work with Eerie and figure out how the demon hunt is going down. Seer asks to go along, but Nahan explains it'd be tough for her to handle the holy energy, highlighting his current body is immune to divine power. Petting Seer's head, Nahan says her mission is crucial, since their plans will pivot depending on whether humans actually know the demon realm. Nahan smilingly confesses he's trusting her with that job because of who she is, and Seer turns super red, happily promising her master doesn't need to worry. Nahan calls Dane to head out, and Seer waves goodbye cheerfully, affectionately asking him to be super careful throughout the trip. Alone now, Seer asks Cecily what the rumor about the Pope bringing a woman to bed means, leaving the maid completely red and embarrassed. Seer asks for an honest explanation and says she used to sleep with her or Leah when she was younger, asking why the Pope doing that would be considered bad. Cecily tries to explain gender differences, but Seer counters saying she also sometimes slept with Nahan, asking if that would be cause for a scandal. Cecily notices the demon lord never got educated on that and that the housekeeper failed, deciding to use that chance to explain the whole truth to her. Cecily whispers in Seer's ear, shyly explaining that expression of bringing someone to the bedroom has a very physical and different meaning. Seer turns bright red and stands in total shock upon hearing the truth, screaming that her father lied when he said babies came when two people who loved each other held hands while sleeping. Cecily laughingly explains old Lord Seer made up that story just because she was way too young, leaving Seer thoughtful about the truth of that relationship. Seer gets super hype and red, realizing her master is a man and she's a woman, wondering if she'll be able to do those things with him in the future too. On the way, Ari asks what she should call the two from now on as they walk down the busy streets toward downtown Chelino City. Seer confesses she can't read the human language to know their fake names, and Cecily agrees, saying she doesn't get anything in that language either. Ari realizes Nahan forgot to mention and reveals their fake names will be Sarah for Her Majesty and Sylvia for Maid Cecily during the mission. Ari finds the names similar to the originals, and Seer joyfully smiles, concluding her master picked familiar names to keep them from getting confused. Ari asks if it's cool calling her by the fake name near others, stuttering nervously and explaining she in no way intends to act as an equal to the demon lord. Seer smiles, saying she can call her Sarah with no issues since it's an order from her master, and says Cecily can also treat her casually from then on. Seer curiously questions why Ari holds rank AA, and the adventurer explains rank is based not just on raw strength, but also on completed missions. Ari proudly puffs out her chest and confesses she worked as hard as she could to complete all tasks perfectly just to please her master Nahan. Seer goes ballistic at the comment and accuses the girl of having motives with her master, warning she won't finish her off since she's his subordinate, but tells her to watch it. Eerie goes into full panic without getting what she said wrong, while Seer turns her face pouting with jealousy over her master Nahan with the human adventurer. Cecily whispers to Ari, asking if she did that purely out of loyalty to the guy, and Ari quickly agrees, swearing on her knees she has zero other feelings. Seer suspiciously accepts the apology and decides to believe the human, leaving Ari crying in relief, immediately asking what their schedule will be. Ari checks the map and reveals the Adventurer Guild was called by Holy Knights to go to a village 1 mile from Chelino City. She explains the military mission goal is hunting demon spies, and Seer wickedly smiles, realizing they can use the chance to see how humans move. Ari warns she already accepted the invite, and they leave tomorrow, but worriedly asks what Seer will do if Holy Knights have info on them. Seer coldly replies she'll need to wipe out anyone who knows anything, remembering their identity cannot be exposed under any circumstances. Ari seriously warns that all Holy Knights can use divine energy in combat, making Seer find the info pretty entertaining. Seer cracks a sadistic smirk upon hearing about enemy power and disdainfully assures she'll exercise the necessary caution during the whole village showdown. At the Chelino City Adventurer Guild, Guildmaster Benedict takes charge and mentions he'll read the volunteer list, asking for quick responses. Upon hearing Benedict call Ari's fake name, Seer asks Cecily who that man is, and the servant worriedly warns he's someone problematic. Cecily reveals he's the local guildmaster, and Seer coldly suggests secretly assassinating him, but the servant warns the man has major influence and it'd be dangerous. Benedict keeps calling their fake names on the list, and Seer and Cecily firmly mark attendance before the local guild leader. Ari watches the surrounding crowd of adventurers and breathes a sigh of relief, noticing fake identities worked and no one there seems to know them. Benedict notes all volunteers arrived and decides to introduce the official mission client, who approaches with firm steps wearing royal armor. Joffrey introduces himself as leader of the Lilium Holy Knights and notes he'll work alongside adventurers to execute the operation in the nearby village. Joffrey guarantees knights will handle heavy lifting and adventurers just need to assist and collect the reward, mentioning the area was already patrolled. An adventurer wants to know their duty, and Joffrey explains they must evacuate the village and protect citizens while knights hunt hidden demons. Seer gets thoughtful noticing their peaceful approach, finding it strange since she expected holy knights to act way more violent and reckless. Seer questions if the evacuation plan isn't cowardly, suggesting taking out a peasant as an example for others to confess, claiming humans are weak. Ari fearfully whispers, explaining the situation is severe enough for knights to request backup, since those peasants wouldn't give in to standard oppression. Joffrey asks if there are more questions, and Seer raises her hand to directly ask how they intend to find the demons hidden in the village. Joffrey notices she's a rank A adventurer and says he gets her curiosity, but seriously explains the strategy is classified and only revealed at the village. Seer asks if there are really demons there, and Joffrey confirms, citing the Pope's official statement, right after asking the young warrior's age. Seer coldly shoots back that her age is already on the form, and Joffrey apologizes, saying she looks young and deducing she might have elf blood in her veins. In the village, holy knights kick doors down and threaten to burn everything if residents don't step out, leaving a family terrified as fire starts rising. Holy knights chase down a woman and her baby, shouting that whoever runs is a demon ally, while the mother frantically begs for her child's life. Another knight drags a man and tells him to follow while people scream for help, and a scout asks Joffrey where to take the prisoners. Ari stands horrified by the human violence she has to witness there, while Seer asks leader Joffrey why only they were told to wait. Joffrey returns with his cloak covered in blood and says things are under control, telling them to follow him while Ari wonders why only they were picked. Joffrey explains he separated the three because they can use magic and that he has a special task just for mages, guiding them to the spot to discuss the plan. Arriving at the village hall, Joffrey reveals rebel peasants are locked inside and asks the three to use magic to break the sealed door. Ari notices the barrier is strong, and Joffrey confirms, explaining the seal was built to withstand monster attacks and that they failed when trying to break it. He says that's why he called them, claiming fighting magic with magic is more effective, while Ari feels uneasy about what might happen when the door opens. Determined to fulfill Nahen's orders, Seer draws her red runic sword and tells everyone to step back, cold-bloodedly warning she'll try breaking the seal herself. Joffrey warns a barrier isn't broken with just a regular sword, but steps back and says to do whatever she wants after the girl asks if there's an issue. The leader disdainfully thinks foolish courage is common at that age, since not even he could break the seal, while Seer preps to unleash the blow. In a fast, devastating sword slash, Seer destroys the entire barrier in an instant, generating a massive explosion that leaves Joffrey totally shaken with fear. Seer sheathes her weapon calmly, saying they don't need to thank her so much, while Joffrey stutters, unable to believe the powerful seal broke so easily. Joffrey tries to brush off the scare and thanks her, touching Seer's shoulder while saying he's taking command from there, but the girl turns to him with a dark look. Seer stares at the knight with eyes glowing with rage, asking in a deadly tone if he isn't going to take his hand off her immediately. Joffrey backs off, sweating in horror from the girl's killing, scary magic pressure, quickly apologizing, wondering what kind of bizarre mana that is. Seer considers wiping everyone out there, but Cecily stops her, and the girl just asks if their duty was fulfilled, while Joffrey keeps shaking in fear from afar. Seer orders Ari to observe night actions and then report back with info, and the adventurer respectfully accepts Her Majesty's command. Joffrey fearfully asks who those girls are, but Ari ignores him and questions the next step of the mystic operation, making the leader snap back to it in a hurry. Joffrey shows a purple crystal and explains the artifact is a holy tool used to identify members of the demon race when brought near someone. Ari asks how the crystal works, and Joffrey admits he doesn't know the mystic secret, explaining only that they trust the item because it was granted by the Pope himself. Joffrey opens the hall door, announcing the start of the search, running into peasants gathered defending their families inside the village hall. Residents armed with farm tools demand to know how knights managed to break in while standing ground firmly to protect the kids. Joffrey tells everyone to cooperate calmly and assures the innocent will return safely to their homes, raising the purple crystal to start the runic test. Residents revolt, calling them liars for destroying their whole village, while the crystal in the knight's hand starts glowing brightly. Realizing peasants won't cooperate, Joffrey draws his sword and coldly warns words won't work, delivering a lethal strike against the first one. The man falls lifeless to the ground, covered in blood, scaring other survivors who back off in panic at the relentless cruelty of that holy knight. Joffrey wipes blood off the blade and disdainfully comments that filthy peasants only calm down after seeing an example, leaving Aery completely horrified from afar. Aery swallows hard, shocked by the brutality, disgusted, asking if those cruel, crazy men are really the holy knights supposed to protect them. Joffrey orders survivors out one at a time and brings the glowing crystal near a man's face, coldly declaring he's a demon realm spy. Ignoring the victim's frantic screams, begging for mercy, Joffrey raises his bloody sword and coldly warns not to fear, since everything will end fast. Aery notices victims carry no traces of demon mana in their bodies, and realizes in horror that the crystal is fake, and the purification deal is just a farce. Joffrey complains the crystal stopped working and says he'll call another warrior, but Aery steps in, suggesting her group can fix that search device. Joffrey gladly hands over the crystal, trusting her skill, and Aery accepts the item, promising to fix the issue before stepping away with her companions. Later, Seer inspects the purple crystal and asks if that's the demon detection item, and Aery confirms, saying the object seems totally fake and useless. Cecily analyzes the artifact and gets pretty spooked by what she uncovers, while Seer agrees they need to bring that urgent lead to her master, Nahan. Holding the holy crystal with a serious look, Seer reveals the search object holds no demon realm energy in its runic structure. She explains the stored energy inside actually belongs to Hell, a malevolent, mysterious territory located even further below their realm. Aery fears knights will notice the stolen item, but Seer warns she'll create a situation to cover everything up, ordering Cecily not to let a single enemy escape. Cecily accepts her ruler's mystic command and casts a barrier spell, releasing her power to cover the sky and completely isolate the whole village area. The mystic energy flow of Cecily's barrier spreads fast through the peasant village, sealing the spot in an invisible containment dome. The giant magic circle glows intensely under Cecily's feet, while the isolation barrier activates completely around the entire valley. A giant glowing magic energy dome pops up and covers the entire human village, completely isolating the spot from the outside world in an instant. Aery watches everything in total shock, realizing the insane power of that supposed maid who bows, warning Seer the barrier is set. Satisfied, Seer praises the servant, walks to the center, and starts a giant dark energy summoning circle with purple lightning on the village floor. Aery watches the scene with eyes wide open in pure awe, completely terrified by the absurd scale of magic being unleashed by the young lord. Brandishing her red sword, Seer mockingly warns humans not to fear, since she'll spare them for now from that lethal punishment. She cracks a sweet, terrifying smile, warning their survival is only guaranteed until her master decides if they'll still be useful to his plans. In the Grand Temple, Nahan walks disguised as a monk with Brother Georgius, who catches his distraction and asks if something is bothering him, with Nahan denying despite the hunch. Disguised as Brother Antonio, Nahan apologizes for worrying him and says to keep moving, with Georgius kindly accepting as they enter the temple. Nahan smiles satisfiedly, thinking his monk disguise is flawless. After all, no one would dare assassinate and impersonate a priest from the Grand Temple. However, he feels the holy power filling the entire temple is extremely annoying and uncomfortable for his body. Nahan asks if Dane located the Pope's residence yet, and his ally guarantees yes, while the mentor asks to hurry because the divine energy bugs him a lot. Outside a lavish temple suite, someone respectfully calls for the religious leader's holiness. Inside, succubus Lily is riding on the Pope's shoulders and asks if he called anyone else, leaving the old man confused by her question. The Pope insists she's the only one who recognizes his efforts, making the succubus agree in a thoughtful, cold way. Lily suddenly stands up and apologizes to the Pope, warning she'll need to bother him a bit, leaving the religious leader confused. Wasting no time, the succubus leaps and delivers a devastating punch toward the floor to strike an intruder hiding down there. Suddenly, Dane is caught off guard, having his collar grabbed with extreme force, completely shocked by the speed of that attack. Lily's strike completely shatters the ceiling and launches the young adventurer downward, making him scream in pain as he hits the room floor. Lily demands answers on who that fallen intruder is, but the Pope stutters in terror, saying he has no clue how someone managed to get that far. The succubus says she's the one who should be asking that, while the leader guarantees something is wrong since no one should be able to enter his quarters. But when the succubus turns back around, she notices a teleport glow and disbelievingly wonders where the intruder escaped to so fast. She hears rushed steps right above the massive hole in the ceiling and looks up in extreme annoyance. Furious at the human's nerve to resist and run, Lily orders him captured immediately, but Nahan's voice emerges, praising Dane's work. The master emerges impressively behind Lily and comments that really was a plot engineered by the forces of hell itself. Confronted with Nahan's figure, the succubus starts shaking in terror, sensing the opponent's absurd, crushing presence. She stands utterly horrified upon recognizing the legendary creature on his shoulder, stuttering as she realizes it's Leviathan, the beast of the end. While Lily wonders who that mysterious man tied to the inverse realm could be, Nahan demands to know whose orders she's acting under there. Holding the succubus by the neck with just one hand, he repeats the question with authority, and she confesses she serves Lord Gamaliel. The main character reflects on Gamaliel's name as he gets the situation, ordering the servant to send a direct warning to her lustful master. With a fast, rough motion, the master tosses the malevolent creature away effortlessly, slamming her against the wall. With a dark, intimidating look, Nahan warns that if anything similar happens again, he won't show them a shred of mercy. Shaking on the floor, the succubus thanks him for sparing her life while activating a fiery escape spell using a reddish crystal. She frantically dives headfirst into a portal of dark flames that opens under the floor of the quarters to return to her realm. Desperate seeing his companion run off and abandon him, the Pope reaches out, screaming for her not to leave him alone in that place. The religious leader calls out in vain for the succubus's name as she completely vanishes in a trail of bright light before his eyes. Nahan asks if he summoned that demon, and tells the leader of a nation to stop playing dumb when the old man pretends not to get anything. The Pope gets extremely confused and starts questioning if he really summoned a demon and why that woman was by his side. Observing the old man's pitiful state, the master realizes he isn't lucid and starts suspecting what really went down there. Nahan steps up and holds the Pope's head to scan his mind, identifying an absurdly powerful succubus brainwashing spell. The main character concludes the magic was cast by the succubus's master, but wonders why they risked controlling the Pope of all people. He deduces the plan was to infuriate the celestial god by making him discover his most faithful servant on earth was being manipulated by demons. The master realizes their true goal was starting a war against the celestial realm. While the Pope snaps awake from the trance in a scare, free from mind control, the old man thanks him for the salvation and asks for his god's blessings, but Nahan cuts him off, telling him not to get confused about who he is. He knows a divine conflict would drag the demon realm down and ruin plans to make his disciple Seer reach the top of the world. Nahan asks if he summoned the creature, and the old man reveals she appeared out of nowhere, demanding he find and purify the country's impurities. The Pope explains he got a search device and handed it to holy knights for the mission, but the master cuts him off for another question. He questions how a lower demon managed to invade Holy Temple ground, and the Pope reveals divine blessing has been weakening lately. The leader confesses a secret kept for 400 years, revealing the celestial god never answered their calls since the foundation. That revelation heavily surprises the main character, who finds it bizarre that the worshipped deity never actually protected his own followers. When the Pope asks his savior's identity, Nahan asks if he got a recent letter regarding the trade offer from 72. Realizing the truth in shock, the old man panics, but Nahan smiles, saying he just wants good relations and for the human world to stay peaceful. The main character asks if he got the reason why he was saved, and the Pope bows, solemnly swearing to follow all his instructions. With a dark smile and eyes glowing red, the master hopes all his plans follow the exact desired course with the Pope. Returning through a portal, Seer happily runs to hug her beloved master and guarantees she's perfectly fine after the dangerous mission. The girl shows the mysterious crystal she confiscated from holy knights and explains that despite holding demon mana, the energy seems to come from hell. Nahan praises her perception and notes he already handled the culprit, but asks how she managed to retrieve such a guarded item so easily. With a proud smile, the girl flexes, saying she pulled off tons of incredible moves and already surpassed her master, asking him to feel proud of her. Realizing his disciple is just making up excuses, Nahan ignores the drama and decides to ask maid Cecily directly what happened. Cecily apologizes and reveals Seer slaughtered holy knights to get the crystal, leaving the girl shocked and making Nahan sigh deeply. Absolutely furious, Nahan gives his disciple a massive earful for causing so much trouble, making the young lord start crying in despair. Seer complains her master is way too scary, and when Nahan asks why Cecily didn't stop her, the servant explains she had to obey her ruler. The mentor orders Eri to switch identities and stay on site watching the situation closely, and the young warrior promptly accepts instructions. Pitying the remorseful girl, Nahan says he understands she acted on impulse and proposes heading back to eat pudding, leaving her relieved and excited. He guarantees she'll get pudding, but warns that from now on she'll have to solve those problems solo, which leaves the young girl totally heartbroken. Days later, Cecily enters Nahan's office and cautiously says she has no complaints about the main character's educational methods. He gets worried and asks if the girl found his classes boring, but Cecily explains it's just her own opinion on her teachings. The servant reveals the young lord, who is almost 13, still believes dragons bring babies, leaving the master completely flabbergasted. Given that, Cecily earnestly asks him to teach sex ed to the girl, leaving Nahan clueless on how to react to such a surprise. The maid seriously lectures on the extreme importance of that learning to help the young queen understand changes in her body and mind. She slams her hands on the table hard and warns the situation is even more serious, scaring the main character with her sudden drive. The servant warns that if the girl stays that naive, it'll be a complete disaster if some jerk tries to take advantage of her or carry her off. Nahan agrees there are plenty of opportunists out there and that feelings like love aren't easy things to manage or predict. The mentor fully agrees with the need for classes, but feels uncomfortable when the maid asks for him to teach that topic himself. He suggests it'd be way better if someone of the same gender taught the class, but Cecily insists the queen prefers learning directly from him. The main character agrees on the importance, but decides to pass responsibility to Leah, an extremely trusted woman who's like a mother to the girl. Cecily shakes her head no to the idea, leaving the master pretty confused since he thought Leah would be the most obvious and perfect pick for the role. Shortly after, Nahan gathers with Leah and explains the situation, asking for her help since he considers her the most qualified person to run that talk. Leah accepts the task with a smile and guarantees she'll teach everything in detail, but her intimidating look leaves the main character pretty worried. On class day, Leah assumes a strict teacher stance and warns the content will be pretty explicit, leaving Seer timid and nervous at her desk. Leah promises to teach even techniques to win a man over, sparking the girl's interest, who commits to studying with total dedication. Nahan waits in the courtyard to start regular class and finds Seer's delay strange, since she usually arrives super early accompanied by Kane. Eldon pops up and explains the girl hasn't stepped out yet because she was unhappy with her look and decided to change clothes, leaving the mentor confused by the news. The main character ponders if the girl finally reached the age of caring about clothes, since before she just wore whatever servants picked out. He dismisses the staff member and decides to wait patiently, but his little shoulder companion gets restless and points at something in the opposite direction. Turning around to look in the indicated direction, the main character's eyes go wide in total shock at what he just spotted. The young lord's voice sounds smooth and mature as she slowly approaches her master with a completely different stance. She reappears breathtaking in a lavish black and white ball gown, elegantly apologizing for keeping her mentor waiting so long. Sincere. Nan praises her beauty and calls her the prettiest girl in the demon realm, making his disciple blush and ask if that's really true. She timidly smiles at the compliment, while her master prays from the bottom of his heart that his beloved disciple keeps growing in such a fantastic way. Nervous from the previous day's teaching, Seer asks what his ideal type of woman is, leaving him thoughtful on how to give a standard response. He says he likes someone kind and pretty, but that the main thing is getting along, though deep down he holds a perfect ideal partner he lacks the guts to reveal. Seer writes everything down in a notepad and asks if he ever loved someone out of pure curiosity, making Nahan freeze seeing where she pulled that notebook from. Facing his disciple's focused, bright look, the master notices her major interest in the topic, but admits to himself he doesn't have much to tell. He recalls a quick, meaningless relationship back in college, and how after graduation he just played video games and had no time to go out. Flustered, the main character confesses he never actually experienced true love and suggests she ask that to someone with more life experience. The revelation leaves Seer shocked, since she believed her mentor knew everything about life, only to find out he's also a total rookie when it comes to love. With a scary expression of pure excitement, the girl zeroes in on the idea that it's her master's first time, leaving Nahan spooked by her reaction. She stammers that it's normal for him not to know everything, but secretly starts wondering if some woman will pop up to take that space in his life. The main character says he doesn't know about his own future, reminding himself that either way, he'll need to return to his true world. Spotting the time, he rushes off, noting he has commitments in the afternoon, leaving the girl in silence watching his sudden departure, feeling a tightness in her chest. The girl realizes he really intends to leave one day and that nothing will make him easily change his mind on that. She begins mentalizing that if time passes and she manages to get strong enough, things in the future could be quite different. Energy around her body starts pulsing lightly as she focuses her thoughts on a bold plan to trap her mentor's attention. With a dark smile, Seer whispers she'll keep her beloved master right by her side no matter what, apologizing that this is her only option. Meanwhile, in the lavish 9th-floor palace, an imposing authoritative voice demands urgent explanations on what went wrong with the special mission. Totally terrified, prostrated on the floor, Succubus Lily shakes in fear, stuttering as she confesses her operation was interrupted by a powerful intruder. Lord Gamaliel stares at her disdainfully, angrily questioning if she really dared to return empty-handed just because of a minor interference. Lily tries to explain that an overwhelming divine presence emerged, but gets cut off by something sudden that grabs her ruler's attention. Gamaliel calls Lily with a fake sweet tone and warns that since she lied to her ruler, she'll need to receive severe punishment. The succubus is lifted into the air by a powerful magic force and frantically tries to guarantee she isn't lying about what happened. Upon hearing the legendary Leviathan, the beast of the end, was involved in the incident, Gamaliel jumps up in total shock. She demands Lily repeat clearly who she saw, and the fallen servant fearfully reveals it was the Lord of the Inverse Realm himself. The ruler smirks, intrigued, and decides to temporarily spare Lily to analyze the situation, telling the terrified servant to buzz off. She gets thoughtful, finally discovering the location of the mysterious lord, questioning why he left his own realm empty to hide there. Meanwhile, Nahan goes to check his army's expansion and asks Commander Rin El Laza if all selected soldiers gathered. Rin El Laza confirms 20,000 soldiers gathered, and when the main character asks for Seer's take, the girl just comments that it's a lot. Seer says she doesn't need weaklings, leaving Rin nervous, but Nahan ponders that right now they need to focus on quantity over quality. The queen says she gets her master's strategy, but highlights those warriors will represent her, and she'll never allow them to disgrace her name. With a firm, resolute stance, the young lord takes a few steps forward to announce her new rules straight to the soldiers. She draws a wooden sword and loudly declares that only those capable of withstanding her hit will be accepted into the new army. Warriors start whispering confusedly at the demand, and seeing nobody volunteer, Seer decides to take initiative on her own. The young girl nimbly leaps toward one of the soldiers, who goes into full panic and starts begging for mercy seeing the attack coming. The man closes his eyes expecting the worst, but the devastating wooden sword strike is suddenly blocked inches from his face. The girl is surprised, looking up to realize her master easily contained the strike with just one hand to save the soldier. She stands impressed by his speed and by him stopping the wooden sword without taking a single scratch on his palm. Calmly smiling, Nahan gives the girl a light lecture for acting in such a hurry, suggesting the two have a private chat. Shortly after, he explains her idea is good, but right now it's impossible to demand all regular soldiers match an officer's level. After the girl grasps recruitment limits, Nahan says the plan is to build a new elite corps and that it's time to accept candidates. Days later, Citri joins them and questions why she was called for that tryout, with Nahan replying she also has a good eye for talent. The Demon Queen demands a reward for the help, and though Nahan finds it petty among allies, he promises a future favor that sparks her interest. Seer questions the need to fight using only wooden swords, but her mentor reminds her that's just an initial evaluation test. The young girl firmly accepts the test rules, while the mentor agrees he prefers leaving slots open if no candidate is good enough. Citri finds it weird seeing the young lord armed with a wooden sword, but the girl cracks a playful smile, announcing she'll be the examiner herself. Before heading down to the field, Seer looks back cutely and asks if she'll get a special reward if she does a killer job on the test. With a gentle, welcoming smile, the main character guarantees yes, but affectionately asks her to be careful not to get hurt. The announcer declares the official start of the evaluation, calling participants one at a time to duel directly against the young lord. An elf soldier takes initiative to go first, earning a genuine compliment from the young queen for displaying such guts before everyone present. The elf preps, believing he holds physical edge due to the ruler's young age, plotting a defensive strat to try and hold through combat. The referee asks if both are set, and warns the duel will start as soon as they hear the audio signal, receiving confirmation from fighters. Wasting no time, the ref hits the electronic device button to officially launch the tryout fight in the arena. The loud audio signal echoes through the whole fight arena, and the elf locks his eyes completely on his opponent, prepping his best defense stance. However, in the blink of an eye, a massive flash occurs and the girl simply vanishes from his sight, leaving the fighter totally dazed. Seer pops up right behind him with a scary look, mocking the fact that he couldn't even keep up with her speed. With terrifying precision, the young lord delivers the wooden strike full force to his back, making him let out a painful scream of agony. The opponent collapses defeated on the spot, and Seer eliminates him for lack of reflexes before coldly calling the next candidate in line. A fast series of clean strikes echoes through the arena as the girl easily takes down one after another, sighing from boredom with every elimination. Watching the one-sided massacres from the bleachers, Citri astoundedly comments that looks more like a way to destroy soldiers' careers. Nahen defends the method, explaining that being able to react and dodge his disciple's first strike is enough to prove real skill. When Nahen asks if it'd be easy even for her to hold that sword back, the Demon Queen seriously admits it'd actually be a tough job. The Demon Queen is impressed by such mastery, thinking the glorious return of the Demon King of martial arts is indeed right around the corner. Citri asks about plans to conquer the 67th floor soon, and the mentor agrees, aware that the floor's Demon King is strong. It's a heavily feared adversary among forces of evil, known as Belial, the dreadful ruler and Demon King of Hellfire. She notes he's a maniac who has ignored ranking assemblies for decades, but holds his post because he's strong enough to be at the top. Nahen finds the term vulgar, but his ally reinforces there's no other name for someone so insane who gave up his high ranking on purpose. While she shouts demanding attention, Nahen silently reflects that Belial was the most troublesome enemy in the game and maps strats to beat him. He vaguely agrees just to calm her down, making the Demon Queen seriously question what the strategic plan for the major invasion will be. The mentor reveals Citri's help will be essential for success, making her proudly smile, realizing her massive power is heavily needed there. And finally, the third victory factor is the absurd pace at which Seer's forces are evolving, set to go head-to-head against the enemy army. Citri warns they can't drop their guard against Belial, whose followers are extremely loyal and keep backing that insane leader. With a dark smile, Nahen plans to use his own sneaky methods to weaken and drain enemy troop morale before the clash. Back at the practical tryout in the arena, Seer crosses her wooden sword and lets out an intrigued whisper, seeing a candidate manage to block her hit. Seer asks the girl's name, who nervously stutters out that she's Celestia, a warrior belonging to the 4th Soldier Army. Satisfied with the performance, the young queen announces the candidate passed the test, leaving Celestia super relieved and grateful. Nahen proudly comments on how Seer matured and can craft killer tests on her own, with Citri agreeing she evolved plenty. The mentor states she was always super mature and dedicated since she was tiny, making his ally agree while thinking he's low-key obsessed with the girl. Nahen asks Citri's take, who comments Seer was cute as a kid, but nowadays she doesn't think the same way anymore, leaving him confused. He jokingly asks if his ally is jealous of the girl's beauty, but Citri angrily shoots back, guaranteeing she herself is way prettier. She mutters the real issue is something else, making Nahen suspect something severe went down, since fallouts would be bad for the alliance. The Demon Queen reveals that sometimes Seer stares at her in a terrifying way, as if she wants to kill her on the spot, but Nahen finds that impossible to be true. However, Citri adds that this happens mainly when she's acting friendly with him, leaving the mentor shocked, not getting anything. Seeing his reaction, Citri realizes the guy is oblivious, and Nahen tries asking himself what reason his disciple would have to act hostile like that. The ally explains Seer simply doesn't want anyone taking her master away from her, and Nahen gets that she feels jealous over attention as a disciple. He guarantees he'll talk to the girl, but his relaxed attitude makes Citri realize the guy didn't catch the actual romantic angle of the jealousy. Spotting Seer approaching as the test ends, Citri decides to sprint away to avoid trouble, while the young lord happily waves to her master. The girl reports she picked 16 people for Phase 1 and that tomorrow they'll run an elimination tourney per the commander's recommendation. The mentor tenderly pets her head and tells her to rest, while the young girl excitedly demands the promised reward for her killer performance. The next day, arena clashes kick off intensely under the attentive, focused gaze of the young queen, who follows every single movement of the fights. Cecily questions if any warrior caught her eye, and Seer answers yes, pointing to young Celestia and a strong orc named Rexion. Cecily finds the queen's sudden bad mood strange, as she pouts upset because her master ran into an unexpected delay and mentioned he'd arrive a bit late. The girl dramatically tears up, thinking Nahan lost interest in her, but the maid tries to soothe her, assuring the guy cares a lot about her. Seer wipes her tears, but stays worried, since he had never been late without giving explanations before, and she fears something bad happened. Nahan suddenly pops up carrying a cake in his hands, right as the tests wrap up, scaring and delighting the young girl, who screams his name. He holds out the lavish strawberry cake and announces that sweet is the special reward he promised the day before for her effort. The mentor sweetly reveals he didn't buy the dessert, but prepared it with his own hands after taking cooking lessons from an experienced chef. Cecily gets deeply moved by the master's affectionate move and mentally retracts everything she said earlier about him being oblivious and insensitive. Touched, the girl asks if she'll be the first person to try the first cake made by him, and the guy lovingly confirms the info. Seer excitedly says she's going to enjoy the dessert and takes a huge bite, leaving the master a bit nervous, hoping the taste turned out good. The moment she chews the first bite of strawberry cake, the young queen's eyes go wide, and she goes completely still from pure surprise at the flavor. Faced with the sudden silence and the girl's frozen face, Nahan starts sweating cold, fearing his cooking recipe bombed completely. Seer melts with happiness and enthusiastically praises the sweet, finding it insanely better than the cake prepared by the kingdom's professional chef himself. The mentor asks her to remember she'll always be his single biggest priority, making the girl ask if he'll make sweets exclusively for her in the future. With a serene, loving look, the main character sweetly confirms and promises to make new cakes whenever she wants, exclusively. With her heart overflowing with happiness and gratitude over the promise of exclusivity, the young lord cracks her brightest smile and thanks her master. After tallying tourney results, Nahan orders Strategic Troop Division to Rin El-Laza, who finds the massive numerical gap in armies strange. He explains officers of the 7th Army already served under Rin's command, and that he wants to train them heavily to make them an elite unit. Relieved, the commander listens to the new plan, and Nahan formally orders her to map out border patrol routines on Belial's 67th floor. Feeling the work fatigue, he rubs his temples, thinking that mapping out every plan manually in the real world gives him a major headache. He looks lovingly at his little companion, and casually mentions that the mystic pet will need to lend a quick hand with the new plans. The mentor asks for just a simple task from the mascot, but leaves a light-hearted warning so it doesn't end up overdoing the power and blowing stuff up. Gathering in the garden for tea, Seer asks what her master thought of the aroma of the newly picked leaf, and Nahan praises the smooth flavor of the hot drink. Citri complains about having a tea break right in the middle of war preps, suspecting Nahan wants to ask her for some tough favor given the kindness. The master smiles and praises the allied queen's sharp perception, revealing today's task is just a simple favor and that she'll need to keep a secret. When Nahan mysteriously warns she's seen the creature before, the demon queen's eyes go wide as she suddenly senses a terrifying, colossal presence. Before her stands the giant floating white whale emanating divine energy, leaving Citri completely terrified by such overwhelming power. She realizes in total shock that that colossal creature wasn't a mere illusion from the past, wondering what kind of monster her ally Nahan really is. Catching her horror, the main character comedically asks if she thinks the monster is going to eat her, and Citri tremblingly replies it looks pretty capable of doing so. Nahan smilingly guarantees the creature will never harm her, as long as the queen keeps her word and never reveals this secret to anyone. Nahan explains that creature is the key to the operation, but Citri stays worried about the possibility of Belial spotting its presence. Nahan mentions that even she took a while to notice the creature, so Belial's underlings won't spot it either, making her question the monster's power on the previous floor. He pets the little Leviathan and explains that using that beast would destroy everything, then asking the queen to prepare for war as soon as Rin's report arrives. Citri agrees to the plan and asks how they will split the conquered territory, and Nahan replies that they will keep the castle and give half of everything to her. Citri is surprised by the generous offer and asks if Seer agrees with it, but Nahan explains that this is merely an investment to strengthen their alliance. Citri warns that they need to prepare extremely well, as a takeover without taking lives won't be possible against Belial, and Nahan says he is ready. Seer super excitedly says she is counting on Citri's support, who finds her reaction adorable, and comments that the queen seems a bit different and friendlier today. Citri says her goodbyes, mentioning she has a lot to prepare and complimenting the tea, but Nahan asks if she is leaving already, leaving their ally confused about whether there is more to discuss. Nahan smiles and comments that instead of just talking business since she is already here, she should take the opportunity to do something else important. He warns with an intimidating look that she needs to do the training she's been putting off, since she needs to recover her ability to walk as soon as possible. Citri panics upon hearing about the training and desperately begs for time, saying she isn't mentally prepared for that yet. Without giving her time to breathe, Nahen suddenly triggers the intense training, making the poor queen collapse to the ground while shouting in pure panic. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor in Area A, a group of armed soldiers goes on their usual routine patrol through the mountains at night. One of the soldiers stops walking after feeling something strange in the air, catching his partner's attention, who asks if there is anything nearby. The guards start to find the environment weird and comment nervously that the place suddenly became way too dark for what is normal in that region. One of the patrollers slowly looks up and starts trembling as he realizes that something massive is hovering right above them in the darkness. A gigantic shadow appears in the sky, blocking all light, revealing the colossal silhouette of a mystical beast that leaves the soldiers completely frozen. One of the guards tries to scream in horror without understanding what that creature is, but realizes in absolute panic that his own body simply won't move. The creature opens its terrifying maw full of sharp teeth, and the poor soldier can only beg for help before being swallowed by the darkness. Shortly after, all that remains on the dirt path are the empty helmets of the soldiers, which hit the ground without leaving any other trace of the group. In Belial's castle, the officers discuss the mystery of their patrol soldiers mysteriously vanishing in the middle of the night without leaving a single clue. Belial asks if they could be deserters, but his subordinate replies that there are no signs of that and that the helmets were left behind on purpose. Belial asks about the 68th floor, and Commander Eris reports that they investigated, but found no signs of intruders crossing the border. He then asks about the merchants, but she rules out the idea, leading the Lord to order an investigation up to the 69th floor just to be safe. The Lord orders them to change the patrol shifts and place lone scouts to report any attacks, while also squelching the rumors so as not to affect troop morale. Eris takes her leave to carry out the orders, leaving Belial lost in thought on his throne as he asks for the opinion of someone hidden in the shadows. The mysterious figure emerges from the darkness, suggesting that the attacks might be the work of a magical beast from the netherworld that hunts in the dark, leaving the Lord surprised. The mysterious hooded man gives a mischievous smirk and offers to go personally to investigate what is happening in the patrol area. Despite disliking involving that man in his affairs, Belial accepts the proposal since it is something dangerous and orders him to proceed with the investigation. Back at the castle, Seer asks if the Leviathan is doing well on its mission, and Nahen cheerfully replies that the reports show excellent results. Seer wants to know when the floor conquest will actually begin, and he explains that it will take about a month to organize the troops and get Queen Citri ready. With a determined look, the white-haired young girl says she also wants to prepare for the invasion, leaving her master curious about what she intends to do. Seer asks her mentor to give her special training during this month so she can defeat Belial personally in the upcoming battle. She explains that as a demon queen leading a faction, she needs to set an example for her soldiers and cannot rely on her master's power forever. Thinking about the future, she says she needs to be strong enough to defeat a mid-level demon king like Belial if she wants to achieve her grand goals. Nahen reflects that participating in the fights will help her growth and decides he shouldn't stand in Seer's way just because of his own worries. He pats her on the head and admits he was being overly protective of a demon queen, but she huffs in annoyance, saying she isn't a little kid anymore. Laughing at her reaction, Nahen says he will help her as her mentor since she is set on it, officially granting permission for her to participate in the battle. Seer celebrates with immense joy and thanks her master, but he warns that Belial is extremely strong and was once near the top of the 50 most powerful demons. Excited by the challenge, she realizes she will need to master devastating magic, as well as advanced swordsmanship techniques to win the fight. Seer plans to ask Commander Rin for swordsmanship lessons, and Nahen says he himself will teach her how to use magic within the mana limit she can control. He warns that the hard training will start tomorrow and asks her to be ready, and the young girl responds full of enthusiasm and determination. Later, when night falls over the castle, silence dominates the hallways as everyone turns in to rest before the day's activities begin. In her room, Seer rolls around on the bed super happy while hugging her plush bear, celebrating with her other personalities that she finally got her master's permission. Suddenly, her expression changes completely to a serious and dark look as she thinks that even if she can never defeat her beloved master through strength, she needs to become powerful enough to lock him up and keep him by her side forever, preventing him from leaving her or walking away. Seer agrees with the voices of her other personalities in her mind, showing that all of them are in perfect sync regarding the plan to trap the MC. With a creepy, terrifying smile on her face, the young queen whispers in the darkness of the room that she will do her absolute best to make sure everything works out. Doubling the number of soldiers in the patrols did no good at all, as more empty helmets were found lying along the path. To make matters worse for Belial, the investigation they conducted into the merchant guilds also led absolutely nowhere. Belial gets stressed, unable to understand what is happening, and thinks he needs to act to keep up his soldiers' morale, especially since that hooded ally only confuses everything. He recalls when the mysterious hooded man offered to investigate the disappearances on his own. The Lord complains that the man went to investigate and never returned, while also wondering if it really could be a magical beast and how anyone could command netherworld monsters. Suddenly, Belial remembers a crucial detail and thinks of the Devata family crest. He ponders that the former ruler Seer was strong enough to contact the underworld and wonders if Seer inherited his demon beasts. Belial concludes that, given the massive power of Seer's forces in the past, that possibility is the only logical explanation for the current bizarre situation. Tired of racking his brain, he decides that sitting around waiting is not his style, and resolves that it is time to take action to put everything back in order once and for all. On the 68th floor, in the Demon Lord's castle, a guard desperately rings the emergency bell and orders everyone to take their positions. Belial's army invades the floor with everything they have, catching the enemy group's attention with the extremely loud and imposing arrival of their attack forces. Facing the chaotic reception from the defense forces, Belial gives a confident smile and says he will give them a proper response. He casts massive, blazing fireballs that begin to rain down from the sky, straight toward the panicked opponent troops. The colossal explosions begin to devastate the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye, spreading widespread destruction wherever they land. The enemies burn and beg for mercy, while Nahan watches from afar and cynically comments that this is his own way of responding. Suddenly, the office door is thrown open by Citri, who screams the MC's name in total shock and panic. Citri demands to know what happened, saying her soldiers were burned during the night, but Nahan calmly replies that he just received the report. Nahan asks if the preparations were going according to the original plan, and she says yes, frustratedly concluding that their strategy ended up backfiring. She sighs, saying Belial acted faster than expected and that the floor is almost lost, while also reporting that the villain is wiping out even innocent civilians. Nahan assures her that they will stop him and promises to reward her generously afterward, splitting the ore mines and future captured soldiers in a 70-30 ratio. He points at the map and explains that Belial invaded with the intention of destroying the entire floor, which is why they must march immediately to that location. Citri looks at the map and finds it strange that the destination is an open plain, questioning if he really wants to fight an open field battle right there. He explains that facing a fire user in the mountains would be foolish and that they cannot set up a siege yet, but Citri doubts Belial would agree to fight in an open field. Nahan praises her perception, making the ally queen brag for a second before realizing that her analysis actually pointed to the correct path to take. The MC says Belial must have prepared already, so they will have to force him to fight on the plain, and Citri asks curiously if he has a method for that. With a clever smile, Nahan comments that Belial's explosive temper shows he cannot control his own anger, and that he intends to use that weakness against him. Back at Belial's castle, the mysterious hooded man reappears and comments on the Lord's bold move, to which the Lord fires back that staying still is not in his nature. The advisor claims he would never run away and warns that a huge problem has arisen, causing Belial to mock him, thinking he failed to uncover the truth. The man reveals he found out the identity of the beast, but he is trembling so much in horror that Belial notices his genuine fear, making him quite suspicious. The advisor strongly suggests canceling the war and waiting for their own master to intervene, but Belial grows furious, thinking he is being told to retreat. The man insists that retreating is necessary, but the demon lord demands a plausible explanation for it, receiving the answer that the reason cannot be revealed. He asks for understanding, claiming that if he speaks without his master's permission, he will suffer a horrific and indescribable fate, leaving the demon lord in silence. In extreme anger, Belial grips the arm of his throne and declares that no matter who his master is, the decisions for this floor belong to him, rejecting the advice. He burns with flames of pure fury and screams that he will make that insolent brat learn exactly who she dared to challenge, promising a painful lesson. The advisor takes his leave, respecting the demon lord's will, but asks one more time that he take his warning into consideration before taking any action. He huffs in frustration at the man's arrogance and thinks he relies too much on his own master, until one of his guards suddenly bursts in screaming for his king. The soldier reports that Seer's army has crossed the border into their floor and delivers an official letter sent by the enemy queen directly to the Lord. In the letter, Seer declares that she will judge him for his crimes and take his head, which leaves Belial laughing at her audacity, finding it incredibly reckless. Belial burns the letter with his own flames and orders his troops to march immediately, promising to send the girl to the same fate as her late father. While marching, Na'an reminds Seer that her role is crucial and that the direct confrontation between the two demon lords will decide the fate of the entire battle. The MC asks if she is really okay even without having had much time to train, and she confidently states that she learned enough and is ready. He intended to say she could ask for help if she needed it, but upon seeing the spark of pure confidence in her eyes, he realizes that is a new expression on her face. Deciding to trust her, Na'an encourages the young girl, saying she will do great, and Seer promises to live up to all her master's expectations. Sitri approaches, announcing that her forces are completely ready, and Na'an replies that their group has also finished all necessary preparations. Sensing her ally's hesitation, Seer asks if there is something she wants to say, and Sitri asks for permission to give valuable advice to the young warrior. Sitri explains that, although Belial is terrible at other types of magic, his control over fire is brilliant and extraordinary, capable of creating actual infernos. She warns that many mistake that power for common fire, but reminds her that deep down, it is still pure mana, and Seer must never forget that detail. Seer smiles and thanks her for the precious advice, leaving Sitri touched by her kindness and amazed at how much the young girl has matured in such a short time. Suddenly, one of the armored knights blows a large war horn to alert everyone to the imminent approach of the enemy forces. On the sandy horizon, the imposing vanguard force of Belial's fearsome army is finally spotted by the scouts, officially kicking off the clash. Seeing the enemy advance with their elite troops, Na'an proposes using the hammer and anvil tactic, making Sitri curious if their group will take the defense. He smiles and says Sitri has excellent soldiers who have served for a long time, leaving the ally queen surprised by his knowledge of her own army. Na'an explains that he has his sources and orders that while Seer holds off Belial, Commander Rin and her team must move, making Sitri agree, intrigued by him. Na'an tells the young girl to head to the battlefield and give it her all, and she promptly responds by accepting her beloved teacher's command as she steps forward. Seer leaps toward the fight at high speed and playfully promises she will be right back, leaving the rest of the army behind. Na'an assumes a leadership stance and demands everyone's attention, declaring that from this exact moment on, he will act as the supreme commander of the forces. He orders the vanguard troops to hold the front line steady, using their heavy shields and powerful protective magic. The commander instructs the rear guard to prepare concentrated magical attacks to fire at the exact moment the front lines overlap. He shouts that it doesn't matter if the attacks take time to land, as long as the main force doesn't fall back, making the soldiers respond with determination. Rin el-Laza leads the cavalry mounted on her horse and orders a fierce charge through the enemy flanks to strike directly at their rear guard. The entire division of knights charges like a whirlwind across the sandy plain, raising a massive cloud of dust toward Belial's army. Belial thinks it's ridiculous for them to use such a basic tactic and sends two of his commanders with 20,000 soldiers each to protect the left and right flanks. Florence, the commander of Belial's Crimson Flames, coldly guarantees that she won't allow a single enemy to pass through her defense line. Entria of the Blue Flames smiles confidently and confirms receiving the orders, showing total loyalty to her fearsome ruler. Belial orders his troops to crush the rest of the army, but a mysterious voice from the sky asks where he thinks he is going in such a rush. A confident smile appears in the dark as the young queen casts her devastating ice magic to intercept the enemy advance. From the magic circle in the sky, huge, sharp stakes of glowing blue ice begin to rain down, taking Belial by surprise with that sudden twist. He thinks it's foolish to use ice against his flames and mocks Seer's insolent choice, promising to melt every last piece of that frozen magic. With a quick wave of his free hand, Belial fires a devastating torrent of blazing fire to collide directly against the ice falling from the sky. The fierce flames rise, swirling like a bright whirlpool in an attempt to extinguish the freezing attack cast by the girl. The violent clash of the two opposing elements triggers a massive explosive shockwave that lights up the entire battlefield. Instead of melting, the ice expands insanely, creating gigantic pillars that sprout from the ground and freeze several of Belial's soldiers nearby. Belial is in disbelief that his flames were put out so easily. While Seer explains that it is actually fire made purely of mana, the demon lord turns his face with an expression overflowing with irritation and fixes his eyes on the young opponent in front of him. Without giving him time to recover, Seer rushes forward, unleashing a direct strike with her sword that forces Belial to strain to block. She gives a smug smile and explains that when there is a massive gap in energy amount, weaker mana can never overcome stronger mana. Visibly enraged and exerting great physical strength to withstand the pressure of the sword, Belial curses, calling his opponent a reckless brat. Seer performs an agile aerial spin to create distance from him and lands softly on the ground, while he attempts a counterattack that cuts only air. He screams furiously at her for coming to lead the invasion alone and warns that he will make her understand the gravity of her terrible mistake. Seer fires back, saying her mistake was not crushing him sooner, while he complains about her insolence and warns that the final result of the fight will speak for itself. Enraged at being provoked by a young girl, Belial readies his next devastating magic while warning that the battle is far from over. The massive attack comes down from the sky with full force, forcing Seer's soldiers to hastily take defensive positions amid screams of desperation. Seer laughs mockingly as she sees the damage, questioning if his reputation as a powerful lord of the Crimson rank was nothing more than empty rumors. The demon lord grinds his teeth so hard his fangs almost break, completely consumed by hatred over the girl's constant provocations. He passes command of his main troops to General Eris, furiously declaring that he will personally tear that insolent girl apart. Belial accepts the direct duel and says it would be foolish not to notice such an obvious bait, walking intimidatingly toward Seer. Seer ignores the mockery and asks for just a moment to store in her dimensional space the armor her beloved master had given her before the mission. She gives a sweet smile and explains that she would hate to dirty such a precious gift from her mentor in a fight where she won't even need defenses to win. Blinded by rage from being so looked down upon, Belial unleashes all his power in a massive eruption of flames, while the young girl celebrates the success of her plan to infuriate him. Belial admits he underestimated her for being young, and acknowledges that she honors Seer's bloodline, making Seer joke that receiving compliments like that makes her blush. However, the Demon Lord warns that the compliment ends there, and that despite being strong, she is still an extremely inexperienced warrior in battle. He burns with fire in his eyes and says that trying to face him alone in direct combat is one of the biggest and foolish displays of arrogance. Belial summons his forbidden technique, invoking Surtur, the Giant of the End, a colossal, flaming entity that promises to burn absolutely everything to ash. Facing the terrifying and colossal presence of the giant fire demon, Seer merely watches him with a calm and serene gaze, showing no signs of fear. He gives a sadistic smile and warns that now it is too late for regrets, guaranteeing with absolute certainty that only a total shutdown awaits the young girl on the battlefield. With his giant, flaming sword raised to the heavens by the entity, Belial challenges Seer to try fighting for her life if she is capable of enduring that attack. The devastating impact of the strike splits the plane's ground in half, opening a colossal, deep chasm that spreads with a roar across the entire combat scene. Watching that absurd display of destructive power from afar, Citri trembles in absolute dread, her eyes wide with worry for Seer. She turns around desperately and asks the MC if that dangerous situation is truly under control, and he calmly replies that it is. Citri complains that they are facing the legendary giant Surtur, but Nahan assures her that although the training was short, Seer will know perfectly well how to counter. Nahan wraps up the conversation, saying that just as important as Seer defeating Belial is making sure they turn the tide of the entire battle in favor of their army. A violent and ringing sound of metal echoes across the battlefield as two blades collide with immense force during the fight. Florence exerts all her effort to hold back the heavy attack coming from Rin El Laza, who presses against her mounted on her horse during the violent clash. Sensing her major physical disadvantage, Florence quickly pulls back with her mount to try to regroup and escape her opponent's immediate pressure. Florence wipes a trickle of blood from her face and admits that the commander truly lives up to the title of being one of Seer's 4 elite swords. Rin El Laza orders the enemy general to stop her useless resistance, and Florence sarcastically replies that she is honored to have her name remembered. Florence raises her glowing blade and declares that quitting the fight would mean surrendering to a young girl, something she would never accept doing. Admiring the strong determination of her pink-haired opponent, the blue-haired commander readies herself and challenges her to come at her with everything for the final clash. Florence charges at high speed without even using her mana, shouting for her rival not to underestimate the true combat power of a young lady. Rin El Laza watches the charge without showing any concern, firing back that her opponent misjudges her completely if she thinks she would do that. In a split second, the two mounted warriors collide again in the middle of the desert in a clash of impressive speed. Florence's sword is knocked far away and falls helplessly onto the dirt, while Rin El Laza calmly states that she was fighting seriously from the very beginning. Florence coughs up blood in absolute shock upon realizing the severity of the wound she just received, unable to hold back a dry cough. The commander praises her skill and regrets that they aren't allies, while Florence's body falls limply off her mount. Looking coldly with her bloodied sword, Rin El Laza wishes for her opponent to rest in peace, while the scene shifts to another part of the field. On the battlefield of Entria of the Blue Flames, the enemy commander is completely terrified and breathless at what she is seeing. Trembling with fear atop her horse, she stammers, unable to understand how that colossal warrior in front of her is still alive and standing. Upon being called Elias, the half-dragon warrior corrects his opponent, saying that he is now named Belcarus, a name given to him personally by his queen. Entria looks him up and down and comments, intrigued, that no matter how she looks at him, the warrior definitely doesn't belong to the same race as her. She activates a special ability, her eyes glowing intensely in a light blue hue, wondering if that technique could be the legendary demon eyes. Belcarus delivers an insanely powerful axe swing toward the ground, generating a devastating impact that causes the earth to shake violently. She is startled by the absurd strength of that seemingly simple attack, but relies on her agility to dodge and keep fighting. She claims that Citri's followers were dealt with when her power was sealed, accusing the warrior of tricking everyone by using a fake name. The half-dragon repeats the accusation in a deep, threatening tone of voice, as sparks of green energy begin to crackle around him in the dark. He tells his opponent to choose her words very carefully from then on, stating with extreme coldness that his group never tricked a single person. He roars furiously that the Grand Assembly did something despicable by insulting his mistress over nonsense, releasing a terrifying aura of green energy. With his eyes glowing with hatred, he warns that he will send the commander far away from there and orders her to give his regards to her fallen comrades. Entria pulls back, paralyzed with dread, as she feels the immense, lethal pressure emanating from the warrior, realizing too late the deadly danger she is in. She screams in absolute panic upon realizing that the green aura is actually the terrifying petrification power emanating directly from his demon eyes. The spell's effect begins to spread instantly, turning the commander's foot into solid stone while dangerous cracks appear. Rin El Laza tries to leap to dodge an incoming danger, but ends up being caught off guard by something unexpected that catches her attention mid-air. With her eyes wide in panic and surprise, she tries to scream desperately for her opponent to stop the devastating attack he is about to unleash. Without showing a single trace of hesitation or mercy, the half-dragon coldly replies that it is already too late for any kind of pleading. He unleashes a massive vertical slash with his weapon, infused with green energy, slicing through the air and crashing relentlessly toward the enemy lines. The commander manages to cross her arms with her weapon to block the overwhelming impact, generating an explosion of golden sparks and smoke all around. She realizes that the force used is identical to the powerful previous attack, requiring the absolute limit of her physical endurance to avoid being crushed into the ground. Rin El Laza plans to set her stance first to hold back the brute force of the strike, and right after, leap backward to create a safe distance from him. To the commander's absolute despair, the blade of her sword cannot withstand the devastating pressure and completely shatters in half against the axe. The broken metal pieces and her bloodied hand fall limply onto the cracked earth, marking the tragic and violent end of that clash of raw strength. The half-dragon fervently declares that he will uncover the whole hidden truth to restore the glory and power his beloved mistress possessed in the past. Back at the main duel, Belial looks into the smoke of his devastating attack and mutters in disappointment, wondering if the girl was really taken down with just one hit. However, a swift shadow begins to move skillfully within the thick curtain of dust and sand, covering the area of the big explosion. Belial notices the sudden movement in the smoke and narrows his eyes, completely confused upon realizing that his opponent's presence hasn't vanished. Seer emerges holding her wooden sword and comments, relieved, that dodging that wasn't easy, asking with admiration about the Demon Lord's absurd strength. The Demon Lord acknowledges that she is tough and decides to fight seriously for real, summoning the colossal fire entity once more to lend him its power. Suddenly, a gorgeous, glowing, starry sky filled with shimmering galaxies and ribbons of pink energy appears, covering the entire combat area. Seer raises her pink-bladed relic toward the heavens, while a thick cloud of purple mana begins to violently erupt around her body. With a dark gaze and her eyes glowing intensely in blue, she warns with authority that she won't allow Belial to use his giant's power again. Seer casts her ultimate forbidden spell of existence, erasing, creating a massive sphere of black vacuum that consumes all surrounding light. The colossal fire giant simply vanishes into thin air, and Belial comments, confused, that he doesn't know what she tried to do, but the spell seems to have failed. Belial ignores her words and angrily orders the giant Surtur to rush forward with everything to crush that insolent opponent once and for all. However, his eyes widen, and he becomes totally bewildered as he notices that absolutely nothing happens after his attack command. Belial starts breaking into a cold sweat, unable to comprehend why his powerful summon simply disappeared from the battlefield all of a sudden. Suddenly, he suffers a severe physical backlash of pain and coughs up blood, placing his hand over his mouth as he feels his body fail brutally. Lacking the strength to stay standing, Belial collapses to his knees on the cracked earth while letting out agonized screams of pure pain under Seer's calm gaze. He realizes in horror that he is suffering a terrible mana backlash and demands to know what that insolent girl did to his body. Seer gives a playful wink and explains that it wasn't a common trick, but rather an extraordinary magic that carries an extremely high mana cost. She demonstrates the spell by erasing a small energy sphere and explains that this magic simply erases any trace of existence it touches. Belial turns pale with pure horror and stammers in disbelief, claiming that such an absurd and destructive magic simply shouldn't exist. With a confident look, the young queen replies that believing in the existence of that magic or not is entirely his choice. Seer charges forward at high speed with her glowing blade, declaring with determination that the time has finally come to end this battle. Severely injured and desperate, the demon lord curses in rage and gathers his remaining strength to try to raise his metal sword to defend himself. He lets out a wild roar of pure agony and fury as he tries to concentrate his energy to the maximum to resist his opponent's final strike. The two blades collide violently, generating a massive explosion of golden light and sparks in the middle of the battlefield. Belial suddenly realizes he can no longer feel any energy coming from her and gives a sadistic smile. Noticing that she has also depleted all her mana, he asks if she really thought she would have the upper hand in a physical swordsmanship duel, promising to show her the true power of a combat sword. Seer mentally acknowledges that even though he is internally injured by the backlash, he is still very strong, calmly concluding there is no other way out. She executes an extremely agile and precise swordsmanship move, shifting her attack's trajectory in the blink of an eye to catch the lord off guard. Completely blinded by rage, Belial swings a violent vertical slash with his weapon, screaming with all his might for his opponent to end right there. With a flawless dodge, Seer slides beneath his guard and delivers a precise, lethal cut, slicing through the air with her glowing blade. She gives a victorious smirk and sarcastically asks if he has gone mad, questioning who he thought he was trying to teach swordsmanship to. The young queen holds her weapon high with great pride and solemnly declares to her defeated foe that she belongs to the legendary Devata bloodline. Consumed by hatred, Belial leaps in a desperate charge to take her down, screaming that he will shut the girl up once and for all. She calmly warns that she intended to save that trick for the future, but concludes he isn't a worthy opponent to make her hold back her power. Belial suddenly senses a massive wave of energy surging from her and falls into total panic, unable to understand how she still has so much mana left. He tries to strike her, shouting that he won't let her do as she pleases, but Seer replies that it is already too late and activates her devastating strike. In a swift and lethal motion, Seer's blade cuts Belial's body in half, spraying the demon lord's blood through the dusty air. The young queen grips her reddish blade relic firmly as her enemy's blood slowly trickles down and hits the dry desert ground. On the verge of ending and coughing up a lot of blood, Belial stammers in shock, unable to believe the legendary overwhelming swordsmanship technique she just used. An imposing golden silhouette of a legendary knight appears behind Seer, revealing the spiritual manifestation of the divine sword Altair. Belial recognizes the divine power of the Devata bloodline before collapsing lifeless to the ground, while Seer calmly comments that he indeed knew the technique. She smiles proudly and comments that although her bloodline helped, the real secret to her strength was having an absolutely wonderful teacher. After the fighting ended, inside the medical tents, the officers report the casualties suffered by the army and confirm the capture of about 70,000 enemy soldiers. Vice Commander Varuna reports that Belial and 2 of his generals passed away, while the other 2 were captured alive, receiving praise from Seer. Varuna asks Nahan to praise the queen greatly on behalf of everyone, and the MC agrees with a smile as the subordinate leaves to tend to the wounded. Nahan praises her flawless performance as a true demon queen, but Seer humbly says she merely followed all her master's advice. He gives a warm smile and thanks his beloved disciple for becoming someone so reliable and for growing in such a wonderful way. Upon hearing the sweet words and sincere praise from her beloved master, the white-haired young girl turns bright red and stands speechless from pure shyness. With her eyes sparkling with happiness, she asks if she is truly reliable, and Nahan confirms, saying he is extremely proud of his only disciple. Seer asks expectantly if she has finally become more mature, but Nahan smiles and comments that she still seems to him like a child trying to grow up too fast. She insists, asking if maybe she matured just a little bit, and the MC lets out a light laugh, casually commenting that it's a relief. Suddenly, Seer's blue eyes take on a playful and determined glow as an intriguing thought forms in her mind. She asks cutely if that means she is becoming an adult, leaving Nahan quite uncomfortable and with a strange bad feeling about it. Quite hesitant with the girl's quiet reaction and fixed stare, Nahan calls her by name in concern, and she timidly answers back. He thinks to himself that it must have been just his imagination, and that he probably just got worn out and worried too much due to the recent war. Nahan suggests she go rest since she used up all her mana, but she points to the reports, and the master assures her he can finish all the paperwork alone. Seer thinks for a moment and says with total naturalness that she wants to rest sitting on her teacher's lap, leaving Nahan completely shocked. She pouts like a spoiled child, complaining that she loves sitting on his lap, but her master hasn't been letting her do that lately, leaving him not knowing what to say. He explains he doesn't mean any harm, but she is growing up and there are other people's opinions to consider. But Seer argues that there is no problem at all when they are completely alone. Facing her sad, pouting face, Nahan ends up giving in defeat, thinking that she is still young and has every right to act spoiled. Nahan finally gives in and tells her to come over, making Seer happily sit on his lap with a little smile of pure joy and gratitude. Well settled on his lap, the white-haired young girl looks at her master with affectionate eyes and gently asks him to pat her head too. He reaches out his hand and begins to gently stroke her hair, leaving the girl beaming with joy and celebrating that she loves receiving his affection. Nahan reflects that she still sleeps hugging dolls and loves sweets, concluding thoughtfully that maybe he was the one who changed, not young Seer. He gently advises her, saying that although she needs to maintain her dignity as queen in front of others, things are different between the two of them. Nahan gives a charming wink and lovingly assures her that she can act spoiled whenever she wants. After all, he is her one and only teacher. The master's sweet words echo deeply in her mind, making Seer give a subtle smirk filled with hidden motives regarding that phrase. Brushing her thoughts aside for a moment, the girl responds happily as she hugs Nahan's neck, showing all her immense affection for him. Meanwhile, in the mysterious and imposing Golab Palace, in the 5th Cliffa, a demon whispers, calling for his fearsome and powerful sovereign. From atop the grand throne surrounded by blazing flames, a colossal voice echoes through the room, demanding to know what brings Abaddon to that imperial palace. Kneeling on the palace stairs, Abaddon fearfully reports that Belial was completely defeated, sparking the immediate interest of his sovereign. Golab, the cosmic sovereign of the realm, asks in surprise, recalling that Belial ruled the 67th floor and shouldn't fall so easily. Abaddon explains that Belial was taken down by the sole blood heir of the former Lord Seer von Devata, the young Seer von Devata. Golab reflects that someone of Belial's level shouldn't lose to a low-level lord, wondering if that happened because she is a legitimate Devata. Trembling heavily with fear, the advisor adds a crucial piece of information, saying they found traces of the Leviathan, the legendary beast of the end, in that location. Upon hearing the colossal monster's name, Golab's eyes widen in absolute shock and he roars, unable to believe that stunning revelation from his subordinate. The elf confirms the information and fearfully reveals that the great and mysterious sovereign of the inverse realm seems to be personally hiding in that territory. Furious, Golab rises from his throne and demands to know why that man would be there, ordering the elf to guarantee the truth of those facts with his own life. He concludes that Gamaliel must know the exact location of his opponent and decides to go personally to find her, lost in thought over that leader's mysterious absence. Golab roars in fury, wondering what that sovereign of the inverse realm could be planning to do personally inside the demon underworld. Shortly after, outside the walls of Gamaliel's palace, sounds of indulgence and provocative laughs from succubi echo freely through the dark corridors. Suddenly, the servants get a huge fright when Golab's massive presence and terrifying voice echo, demanding to know Gamaliel's whereabouts. The cosmic lord appears imposing in the room, making the lesser demons tremble in horror and beg fearfully for respect toward the supreme sovereign present there. Looking with extreme contempt at the luxury demons, Golab comments with disgust that he hates going to that palace due to the filthy creatures there. One of the servants tries to argue, saying that even someone important should give warning before coming, but ends up crushed by the Lord's ruthless fury. Golab complains about getting his hands dirty and repeats the order with absolute coldness, demanding they state immediately where their mistress is hiding. Suddenly, the firm sound of footsteps in high heels echoes through the palace courtyard, immediately drawing the cosmic lord's attention to the staircase. Gamaliel, the mistress of luxury, appears imposing and angrily demands to know what he thinks he is doing invading and causing chaos in her domain. He replies that he was merely looking for her and decided to teach her insolent servants a lesson, but she fires back furiously over the destruction of her subjects. Golab says he had urgent questions about the supreme leader, but Gamaliel irritably brushes it off, claiming she knows absolutely nothing of what he speaks. Gamaliel feigns indifference regarding the matter, but asks with deep suspicion why he is so interested and curious about that man's steps. He explains that leaving the underworld vulnerable without its guardian is dangerous amid the conflict with celestial beings, leading her to ask where that rumor came from. Golab confesses he used Belial to spy on the underworld, and she mockingly asks if he really should be admitting that and if he doesn't fear her telling Thaumiel. He finds the threat amusing and fires back that she does far worse things, assuring her that neither of them would walk away unharmed if they decided to reveal their secrets. Golab advises her to drop her secret obsession with that man, warning that her life will be in serious danger if leader Thaumiel discovers her plans. Tired of the argument, she decides to yield and asks what he plans to do with the information, and Golab reveals he intends to persuade him to return to the underworld. Gamaliel laughs at the idea of persuading him and reveals she found traces of him in the human world after that man directly messed up the plans she had over there. She concludes that, since it is a location with a direct connection to the human world, he must certainly be hiding either on the first floor or the 72nd floor. With a sneaky smile on his face, the demon lord celebrates finally knowing the rival's general location and decides to focus his investigations on the Devatas. In another palace, an officer in armor kneels before his queen and seriously reports that Belial was recently eliminated during the war. Shocked to hear the news about Belial's fall, the queen screams in disbelief and demands to know immediately who was responsible for taking down the powerful lord. Gremory von Dieu, the queen of the 55th floor, is left jaw-dropped and questions how Serre's young heir managed to reach such an absurd level of power. The kneeling knight ponders that this rapid growth of the young enemy queen is likely due to the strict teachings of her mysterious royal mentor. She taps her fingers thoughtfully on her throne and agrees with the theory, admitting she also heard terrifying rumors about that mentor's skills and power. She asks her loyal knight if that master would be capable of raising her to an even higher level of power, and the soldier answers respectfully and cautiously. Achilde opines that given Seer's terrifying growth and the alliance with proud Citri, it is entirely possible that man possesses that absurd power. With a sly smile, she ponders that a sudden approach would raise suspicion since he already supports Citri, deciding to prepare a proper gift for him. Days later, Nahen reads the reports and gets confused upon learning that the 55th floor declared war on the 56th floor for no apparent reason. He thinks about Gremory von Dieu, the last remaining demon queen of the prestigious Dieu clan and current sovereign ruler of the 55th floor. He furrows his brow and reflects that she was just one of many ordinary queens who appeared in the game he remembers, not knowing much else about her. The butler comments that the news of Belial's defeat must have reached her, making Nahen agree thoughtfully that the situation is quite dangerous. Nahen ponders that Gremory is weaker than Belial in direct combat, but the real problem is her army, which has at least 300,000 soldiers. Decided to figure out her goal, he plans to send Dane to investigate while Aerie takes care of the human world, until sudden knocks on the door interrupt him. Seer opens the door running, super excited and shouting for her master, making Nahen ask in surprise if she already finished all her daily chores. She affectionately holds Nahen's hand and explains cutely that the housekeeper Leah told her to take a short break from work before continuing. Smiling happily, the white-haired young queen lovingly declares that she came there just to recharge her energy with him. Laughing at his disciple's gentle behavior, Nahen pats her head and encourages her to cheer up so she can keep up the good work. The butler watches the scene in silence and nostalgically recalls that just a few years ago, the young queen was merely a helpless child who had lost all hope. He is impressed to notice that now she has grown and become powerful enough to influence the fate of 5 whole floors of the underworld. The butler acknowledges that all this wonderful change is thanks to Nahen, admitting that at first he had his doubts about that man who held no official title. He remembers when the MC calmly revealed that he had received a personal plea for help directly from the former ruler, Seir von Devata. Grateful for the results, the butler announces it is snack time and takes his leave, wishing from the bottom of his heart that Nahan remains by Seir's side forever. Seir focuses her affectionate gaze on her master, while the butler thinks to himself if wishing for such happiness for them might be foolish greed on his part. Nahan nods his head, giving a light smile of approval to his disciple, confirming the pleasant and peaceful atmosphere settled in the study room. Seir celebrates super happily and affectionately thanks her master, who lets out a light laugh and playfully asks if she really gets that happy over small gestures. He asks how the division of the 67th floor is going, and Seir reports that they divided the territory, but are still negotiating the split of the riches. Worried about her fatigue, Nahan steps closer and asks if she needs help with the work, but the girl blushes and gestures, saying she can handle it. Seir twirls a strand of hair and timidly asks if she should change her hairstyle because she's bored with her current one, though deep down she just wants his attention. He gently says any hairstyle would suit her very well, making the girl ask for a recommendation, but the master admits he doesn't understand much about the subject. She takes a light hop to get off her teacher's lap, landing on her feet on the floor as she prepares to ask him a new and intriguing question. Seir raises her finger and asks to ask questions one at a time, and the master acceptingly agrees, noticing the girl would definitely pout if he refused. She starts by asking if he prefers long or short hair, and Nahan answers that he prefers long, making the young girl immediately ask if he prefers it tied up or down. Nahan tries to say both are pretty, but upon receiving a deadly pouting glare from his disciple, he quickly corrects himself, saying he prefers hair worn down. Seir then asks his opinion on bangs, leaving the MC quite awkward and thoughtful as he tries to formulate an answer that will please her. He mentally confesses he prefers short, asymmetrical bangs, since Seir's illustration in the Sword Saint game route is his absolute favorite by far. Seir jokes, commenting that he was very detailed and serious in his response about bangs, and Nahan covers it up with an awkward laugh, saying he just remembered something. With a gentle, mischievous smile, she concludes satisfied that her master loves bangs that slightly cover one of the eyes, celebrating that she finally discovered his tastes. The young queen winks charmingly and promises herself in the darkness of her thoughts that, step by step, she will begin to change everything around her. Dane manages to reach the 56th floor somehow, but gets confused noticing the peaceful atmosphere of the place. He finds everything way too quiet for a territory where a war supposedly erupted recently. Resolved to understand the situation, he approaches a local resident and asks if he can ask him a question. The resident explains that the demon lord Ose was taken out before the war even started, which is why there were no civilian casualties. Dane is surprised by the event, and the resident whispers a rumor that one of Ose's subordinates betrayed him. The elf asks him not to take the rumor too seriously, and Dane thanks him for the information while reflecting on the case. Dane says goodbye to continue on his way, leaving the resident relieved to finish that tense conversation. From afar, a mysterious general watches Dane walk away and wonders if he could be Seir's spy. The resident confirms to the general that Dane came from the upper floors recently and doesn't seem to be a demon due to his lack of mana. The general finds it curious that they are using a human as a spy, remembering that humans are usually just slaves around there. He celebrates that they took the bait perfectly and plans to use Dane as a trump card at the right moment. As the general decides to fall back, Dane realizes that they leaked that information on purpose for some hidden reason. He covers his face and thinks that regardless of their intentions, it will be up to Lord Nahan to make the final call. Meanwhile, Seir is training. Nahan asks what kind of matter is so important that she wants to fight, but Seir says she will only reveal it if she wins the duel. As he blocks another attack from his disciple, Nahan points out that her lower body stance is still unstable. He dodges her movements with ease, commenting that the young queen's strikes are way too predictable. Seir ends up pushed back by the force of the impact and quickly tries to regain her balance. She loses her balance and lets out a small gasp of surprise, realizing she lost control of the situation. Without giving up, Seir leaps into the air with all her strength and challenges her teacher to block her next strike from above. He dodges without difficulty and warns that putting too much force into a single attack is also not a good idea. The girl's eyes widen as she realizes her powerful attack completely failed, and she was left totally exposed. He emphasizes that it's necessary to stay calm in fights, as emotions end up clouding one's ability to judge. Seir is shocked to see the blade near her neck, unable to understand how he managed to move so fast. Nahan declares his victory with a light smile, while Seir complains poutily, saying that wasn't fair. She complains that he didn't leave a single opening, while Nahan laughs awkwardly, thinking to himself if his high demon body helps him that much. He praises her for being so strong at 12 years old, but the girl timidly confesses she would like to get even stronger faster. The teacher says he understands that desire, but advises her not to get too attached to results so as not to harm her mindset. Seeing his nostalgic look, Seer holds his hand and promises to obey him in everything so he won't be sad. Nahan apologizes awkwardly for letting the past show through and assures the girl that the problem isn't with her. He strokes his disciple's head and confesses that she is his great joy, as nothing makes him happier than seeing her grow. Seeing Dane approach, Nan decides to end the training and asks Seer to keep practicing on her own for now. Dane explains that the person responsible for leaking the information on purpose is likely Vitos, one of the generals from Gremory's floor. Nan deduces that they want to propose an alliance, but ponders that the true mystery behind it is their real motivation. He suspects that Seer's victory over Belial is the reason, reinforcing that he needs to secure an important item from that floor. Nahan orders Dane to keep watching their movements, and calms the spy down by promising to notify him if anything happens to Eri. The MC comments on his strong concern, and Dane affectionately confirms that Eri is the only friend he has left. Feeling guilty about this situation, Nan silently wishes that the two of them can live very well from here on out. He then jokingly suggests that Dane become Eri's partner if she is that important to him, leaving the spy completely stunned. Dane frantically denies everything, embarrassed, and Nahan explains he only said that because they are the only humans living in the demon realm. Dane timidly takes his leave, leaving the MC wondering if he ended up being too nosy in someone else's personal life. Seer approaches her teacher and says she was waiting patiently for them to finish talking so she could ask him a question. With a curious and bright look, she asks what exactly it means to become someone's partner, startling Nahan. He grows extremely tense at the sudden question, wondering to himself if his disciple's eyes didn't look a bit strange. Seeing the girl's innocent little face, he tries to calm down, thinking his mind is just overly exhausted due to the issues with Gremory. Nahan explains that partners are married people who gain the duty and responsibility to build and protect their own family. Seer asks if he would also gain that sense of responsibility if he decided to get married, and the master vaguely agrees. Satisfied with the answer, she turns around and walks away, leaving the teacher without understanding why she gave up on her other question. Nahan is left confused by her attitude, while Seer walks to the library lost in thought, recalling her master's words. She sits in her chair and excitedly concludes that married couples should never separate, engraving that teaching deeply into her heart. Writing in her notebook, Seer mentally thanks her master for personally revealing to her how to make him stay by her side. On her list of ways to stop her master from leaving, she notes down the options of force, external mana, and marriage, promising to give it her best effort. The next day, Nahan walks through the hallways thinking that Seer's sudden behavior must just be the result of teenage mood swings. He runs into the maid Cecily and asks why Seer isn't working at that moment, since that should be her duty hours. Cecily happily shares that the queen herself requested an etiquette and refinement lesson with the housekeeper elsewhere. Nahan finds the timing strange, but Cecily jokes that she might have gotten bored and decided to engage in a cute bit of rebellion. While the master suspects the situation, Cecily silently roots for the queen to succeed in winning what she desires so badly. He asks where the etiquette lesson is taking place, and the maid replies that they are probably in the back garden. Seer tries her hardest to balance a stack of books on her head while receiving compliments for her posture. Housekeeper Leah asks her to take a few steps, and Nahan watches from a distance at that somewhat unusual scene for the young queen. Nahan approaches a bit awkwardly to talk to her, catching Seer's attention, who is surprised to see her teacher there. Getting distracted, the girl loses her balance and falls to the ground, but laughs to reassure the two who rush over in concern to help her. Nahan asks if he can talk to his disciple alone for a moment, and Leah agrees that it would be a good opportunity for a break. Sitting on a bench, he asks if the work was that boring, and offers to reduce her class hours so she can focus on etiquette. Startled by his proposal, Seer screams frantically, saying he could never do such a thing. She explains, blushing heavily, that she loves her classes with him and begs him never to reduce them, promising to focus more to finish her work quickly. He is happy to notice the value the classes have for her, and asks the reason for her sudden interest in etiquette, hearing that she wants to prepare for the assembly. Nahan agrees and mentally recalls that in the game, the elegant status obtained through etiquette and dancing was a crucial factor for storyline events. He blames himself for postponing that due to other problems, knowing very well that an elegance level that's too low could lead to a bad ending. He decides to take over part of her workload until the etiquette classes are finished, asking his disciple to gracefully accept her master's consideration. Seer suddenly remembers that the real reason for her visit was the report regarding the 55th floor and the alliance proposal. Nahan asks what she wants to do, and the young queen replies that it wouldn't be a bad idea, despite some risks involved. She points out that it would be tough to deal with Gremory right now, and Nahan explains they will have two options if they decide to actually seal that alliance. He reveals that the other option would be to climb the floors on their own to pressure Gremory before finally locking in the deal. Seer prefers the second option, but finds it impossible given their troop numbers, though Nahan states there is still a way to apply pressure. The Master reveals he plans to bring a minority race to their side earlier than planned in the game, which would be the vampire tribe. With a confident look, Nahan promises his disciple that he will place that entire tribe under her command very soon. Seer is surprised and remembers that vampires are overly proud and only respect their progenitor, known as the primordial moon. She comments that this progenitor entered an eternal slumber after a certain incident, but Nahan reveals that the tribe is hidden in the human realm. He details that they are in the uninhabitable polar regions of the north, leaving Seer shocked by the amount of information her master possesses. Nahan recalls that in the game, it was revealed that the rumor about their hideout being in common human territory was actually a decoy. The Master explains it will be an alliance of equal terms, leaving Seer a bit reluctant since she is a demon lord dealing with simple demons. He advises her to use people to achieve her goals, explaining that even if it looks like an alliance of equals, the reality behind it is different. Nahan shows a red jewel called lunar blood, explaining that it is the crystallized blood of the progenitor needed to awaken him from his slumber. He suggests using the precious item as leverage to close the alliance with the progenitor and, consequently, absorb the whole tribe under her command. With a confident smile on his face, the Master asks his young disciple what she thinks of that well-thought-out proposal. Later, after Nahan walks away, housekeeper Leah approaches Seer and asks if she is truly okay with her master's plans. Leah expresses her concern about bringing back the demons who abandoned the demon realm to live hidden in human territory. Realizing she might have spoken too much, Leah humbly apologizes, but Seer says she perfectly understands her fears. The young queen smiles and reminds the housekeeper of an old piece of advice she received, saying that men like women who trust what they do. With determination, she states she will continue placing all her trust in him so her teacher can do whatever he sees fit. Meanwhile, Nahan appears somewhere else, quite thoughtful and focused on the next strategic steps he needs to take on his journey. In the human realm, specifically near a portal in Celino, Eri notices Nahan's serious expression and asks if she did something wrong. Nahan denies it and reveals he just remembered that Dane was extremely worried about the fact that she lives alone in that realm. Eri gets embarrassed by the revelation and promises to scold Dane for bothering him, making the MC quickly try to calm her down. He merely asks her to try to be a bit gentler with her friend, and the girl promptly agrees with an awkward smile on her face. She reports that the war he asked her to investigate will soon end with the victory of the Bismarck Empire, which relieves Nahan for following the game's path. With the weakening of the Northern Coalition, Nahan predicts that the Ark's hero will appear soon, potentially being even stronger than in the original version. He enters the portal and orders Eri to keep closely monitoring the Empire's moves, receiving a response full of loyalty from his companion. Arriving at Dorhan Castle, a strategic location on the way to the Kalt Mountains, Nahan decides to make a stop to closely evaluate the current situation. Nahan walks through the castle market and notes that the situation there is worse than he imagined, since everything is way too quiet. He has to deal with an angry merchant holding a little white-haired girl for having stolen a piece of bread. The merchant demands immediate payment, but is interrupted by Nahan, who offers a coin to cover the girl's debt. The MC calmly notifies him that he will pay for the bread and holds out his hand with the coin to wrap up that argument right then and there. The man is startled to see that it is a very valuable silver coin, and Nahan tells him to keep it since it's the only money he has on him at the moment. The merchant thanks him, bowing several times, while Nahan hands the bread to the hungry girl and tells her to eat. Seeing the little girl desperately devour the food, the master gently comments that she must have been really starving. With a sharp look, he asks why a member of the lunar bloodline like her would be pretending to be just an ordinary human. The little girl gets frightened by the revelation, and Nahan asks her if her tribe simply stopped taking care of their own children. She tries to give the bread back so he will pretend he didn't see her, but Nahan tells her to eat and assures her he won't say anything to the humans. Finding her face familiar, he asks her name and discovers that the little vampire is named none other than Veronica. He remembers that in the game she would become the Lunar Princess, one of the great vampire leaders, and finds it bizarre to run into her living as a beggar. Nahan asks why she is alone instead of being with her clan, and Veronica reveals that her family was cast out for making a mistake. She sadly reports that her father passed away fighting in the clan's territory, and her mother fell sick from heartbreak right after receiving the tragic news. Nahan reflects on her fate in the game and deduces that there is a high possibility the girl's parents were actually innocent. With a clever smile on his face, he realizes that bringing a child with so much potential to his side right now would be extremely advantageous. Veronica says she doesn't want to go back to the clan because they destroyed her family and claims they would only point fingers at her if she returned. He introduces himself as Seer's tutor and offers shelter and food to the little girl in exchange for her oath of loyalty to him and the queen. She grows suspicious, asking if he wants a child as a subordinate for some other reason, but Nahan tells her not to take things in a weird direction. Changing the subject, he asks one last time if she will come with him or if she prefers to keep starving and struggling on the streets. Veronica hesitates for a moment, staring at Nahan's extended hand, while silently praying that she made the right choice. She asks if he will really give her food and blood, and the MC sincerely guarantees he will take care of all her needs. Satisfied with Nahan's answer, Veronica shakes his hand and officially accepts the invitation to join his group. As they walk, Nahan warns that she will serve a demon lord destined for the absolute top, and the little girl enthusiastically agrees. He asks how she managed to get blood before, and gets startled when Veronica reveals she fed on mosquitoes, deciding to buy more food right away. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Seer appears in her quarters with a very serious and thoughtful expression on her face. Looking through the large window, the young queen comments to herself about an inexplicable bad feeling she just experienced. She starts to suspect whether her master might be bringing an unexpected surprise to the castle, like another girl, for instance. Squeezing her plush toys in jealousy, she firmly guarantees that she will accept anything except a rival competing for her master. Far away from there, Veronica asks if he will protect her when they find her old clan, wanting to know the reason they are heading there. Nahan reveals that the goal is to propose a commercial alliance as they approach the imposing vampire castle in the cold mountains. Upon arriving at the gates, a guard orders them to halt, and Nahan formally identifies himself as an envoy of Demon Lord Seer. The guard refuses, saying they do not accept emissaries from any lord, but Nahan asks him to simply deliver a message to the leaders. With a confident smile, the master asks the guard to notify his superiors that he has brought the legendary lunar blood with him. Panicking upon hearing the precious item's name, the guard tells them to wait and runs frantically inside to get permission. Veronica cowers in fear close to Nahan, who tries to calm her down by asking if she is nervous about returning to her old territory. The little girl timidly tugs on his cloak and merely asks if there is a piece of bread left for her to eat, leaving the master speechless. Inside the banquet hall, the clan leaders give them a warm welcome and offer a lavish table so they can eat well. Nahan refuses the food and says he came to speak with the progenitor using the lunar blood, with no time to waste on small talk with the rest of the clan. The blonde vampire Roselia laughs mockingly at his words and questions how they could believe him when he hasn't even shown the precious item. Nahan simply extends his hand and displays the true lunar blood glowing intensely before the eyes of everyone present. The vampires leap up in shock upon confirming the authenticity of the legendary jewel, demanding to know where the intruder obtained that item. An annoyed Roselia warns that only lords have permission to see the sleeping progenitor, saying he isn't someone just anyone can meet. He fires back, saying he represents the Devata clan as an official emissary, but Roselia laughs mockingly, repeating Seer's bloodline name. She and another lord make fun of Seer, calling her a mediocre queen, leaving Nahan deeply angered to see his beloved disciple insulted. The master reflects that they are too far from the demon realm and have forgotten fear, concluding that the law of brute force will be necessary here. Ignoring the vampire lord's provocations, Nahan calmly asks Veronica to step out of the hall for a few moments. As soon as the door shuts heavily, tentacles of dark mana begin to emerge in the room in an extremely intimidating fashion. With his eyes glowing golden and a terrifying aura, Nahan says they don't seem to know who should really be begging for their lives. Faced with such boldness, one of the vampire lords slams the table in fury and shouts angrily against the visitor's insolence in his own home. Extremely irritated by his boldness, Roselia attacks and screams that she will rip that arrogant tongue right out of his mouth. She channels her power and warns that she will use her blood magic spear to eliminate him without the slightest bit of mercy. However, before she can strike, she is slammed against the wall with extreme force, letting out a deep groan of pain. The other vampire lords panic, seeing Roselia defeated, and shout in outrage, questioning how he dares lay a hand on a lord. With a menacing smile, Nan comments that 7 lords is too high a number, contemplating leaving only 4 of them alive to walk out of there. While the lords beg for their lives on the outside, Veronica trembles in fear behind the door, promising never to ask for bread again. To save their own skins, the vampires guide Nahen to the beautiful Moonlight Lake, the sacred place where their ancient progenitor rests. As they near the shore, little Veronica is awestruck by the beauty and mysterious energy emanating from that lake. In the center of it all, on a bed decorated with glowing flowers, rests the body of the sleeping, magnificent progenitor of the tribe. Nahen notices she looks exactly like the character from his game, and mentally admits that her appearance in person resembles a masterpiece. He presses the lunar blood jewel with force, shattering it to release the flow of sacred blood that must be offered to the progenitor. He directs the precious liquid with precision into her mouth, solemnly beginning the long-awaited awakening process. Immediately after absorbing the primordial blood, a powerful, vibrant reddish energy begins to envelop the creature's body. Upon awakening from her centuries-long slumber, the progenitor greets Alberon and asks with curiosity if the man beside him is her special guest. With an enigmatic smile, she admits to being very impressed that her clan brought someone with a presence of such immense caliber. Floating elegantly, the powerful vampire leader descends from her bed of glowing flowers to interact directly with the visitors. To the absolute shock of everyone present, the imposing progenitor kneels with deep respect right in front of Nahen. She respectfully introduces herself as Ursha Scarlet, leaving Nahen himself completely perplexed, unable to grasp what is happening there. Meanwhile, back at the castle, housekeeper Leah gets a fright upon seeing a piece of dishware suddenly shatter on the floor. Worried to see the queen completely lose focus on her etiquette training all of a sudden, Leah suggests they take a short break. With a serious face shrouded in shadows, Seer calls her housekeeper in a low, cold tone, making the servant quite tense. With her eyes glowing intensely, the young queen reveals she is certain that her master is meeting with another woman. Leah suggests it must just be Aerie delivering human reports, and Seer calms down in relief, realizing she worried over nothing. The housekeeper grows apprehensive over the young girl's obsessive jealousy and timidly asks how the sovereign managed to sense that from far away. With a gentle pose and a playful smile on her lips, Seer simply replies that it is a big secret between her and her intuition. Back at the sacred lake, progenitor Ursha Scarlet repeats her respectful greeting, bowing humbly before the master. She respectfully reaffirms her identity to the MC, who still remains in complete silence trying to process all of it. Confused, Nahen silently wonders if there might be another hidden entity nearby that she was actually bowing to instead. He finds it incredible that such a powerful warrior would bow to him and orders Alberon to take young Veronica away from the lake for a moment. Nahen tells her to stand up and asks if she knows his true name, hearing from the creature that she will gladly answer his question. She reveals he is the great supreme ruler of the inverse realm and utters the master's name, though a mystical censorship hides the sound. The MC gets confused by being unable to hear the final words, and Ursha notices what happened, asking for permission to ask a question. She recognizes his golden eyes, but questions him about why there is a strong restriction seal preventing the pronunciation of his true name. Nahen's eyes widen in complete shock as he realizes that even the most ancient entities of that world suffer the consequences of that rule. He recalls that another demon named Lily also failed to pronounce his name in the past and begins to theorize about the mysterious origin of it all. The master admits he knows nothing about the matter and doesn't even remember his past life, leaving the progenitor quite intrigued by the case. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity with the legendary being, Nahen seriously orders her to reveal absolutely everything she knows about his existence. Ursha playfully asks him not to glare at her so terrifyingly, and the master apologizes, asking merely to be called by the name Nahen. She reports that Nahen is a colossal demon of such strength that none of the other 9 rulers of hell dared to even challenge his supreme power. The master asks if he really is an unequaled being, and Ursha proudly confirms that not even the supreme commander of hell dared to face him. Facing that revelation, the MC questions who would place such a seal on him, and Ursha suggests that Nahen himself might have sealed himself in the past. Upon being asked the reason for awakening her, Nahen directly proposes forging an alliance with her powerful bloodline, and with her, the primordial moon. She finds the proposal innovative and fun, while the master seriously adds that the alliance of equal terms won't involve just him. Nahen asks if she knows Queen Seer, and the leader says she knows the Devata bloodline, but asks apprehensively if the former King Seir ended up passing away. He confirms it has been nearly 8 years since his passing, and Ursha deeply mourns, moved by the great pain her master must have felt. Ursha is shocked to see that he doesn't recall the special bond he had with Seir, revealing that the former lord was the only close friend in his solitude. The MC deduces that Seir must have asked him to take care of Seir, uncovering another major plot secret that the game never revealed. She asks what they plan regarding the alliance and solemnly accepts the proposal, saying she would never refuse to extend a hand to her great leader. Ursha merely asks that the master not oppress or mistreat her vampire people, explaining that acts of oppression would only serve to spark rebellions. With a firm nod, the MC promises he will keep that condition in mind as he finalizes the signing of his valuable commercial agreement. Ursha finds it incredible to see the great master carrying a treaty, but he warns that she shouldn't follow him, but rather Seir von Devada. She notices how serious the MC is about the situation, and he firmly replies that he always acts with absolute seriousness toward his goals. He tells her to sign the treaty, and Ursha feels honored upon realizing the master already knew her name without her needing to introduce herself. Without hesitation, the progenitor bites the tip of her finger to sign the document using her own royal vampire blood. She explains that the blood signature is necessary to prevent rebellions from her people in case she ends up falling into a deep sleep again. Ursha confesses she merely wishes for her children to reach glory by faithfully serving the demon queen chosen by him. Looking at him intently with her reddish eyes, the vampire leader solemnly asks if he can truly promise her that. With a confident smile, Nahan guarantees that her tribe will become the most influential race by following the sovereign who will dominate the entire realm. He also promises to collect lunar blood as soon as he finds it so she can regain her freedom, leaving the progenitor surprised and touched. Nahan explains that the troops will fight in wars and deserve real rewards, making Ursha question why he exerts so much effort for her. He answers that this is the true meaning of an alliance, and Ursha feels deeply honored to be useful to such a grand entity. Nahan casually reveals he ended up eliminating 3 lords of the clan for insulting Seir, wanting to avoid future misunderstandings between the two sides. She finds his serious expression amusing and accepts the master's decision, merely asking that he not drive her children to complete extinction. Ursha mentally notes how his personality has softened, remembering that in the past he was a cruel and merciless demon wherever he walked. She asks one more question, asking why there is only one apocalypse beast by his side, since in the past he possessed 3 in total. He grows tense upon finding out about the other 2, and fearfully asks her not to summon anything there, while the little Leviathan pops up on his head. Ursha explains that originally, besides the ocean Leviathan, the colossal earth behemoth and sky Ziz also swore total loyalty to him. The leader suggests that investigating his mystical restriction seal might bring the answers, and Nahan thanks her, promising to keep the advice in mind. Suddenly, Ursha begins to lose her balance from exhaustion, and the MC quickly moves closer to hold her before she falls to the ground. Grateful for the support, she smiles weakly, while Nahan decides to lay her carefully back on her bed of glowing flowers to rest. Ursha expresses the wish for them to talk more next time and praises the master's brilliant strategist mind before falling asleep again. Watching the progenitor rest, he tries to decipher the mysteries of his past and why she scattered her blood before sleeping for centuries. He sneezes and decides to leave, feeling a strange and strong gut feeling that he should buy some gift before returning. After displaying the contract to Alberon and ordering the dispatch of support troops, Nahan leaves for the 70th floor alongside Veronica. Shortly after, at the prestigious shop of Merchant Bennett, the clerk is surprised to greet Nahan's unexpected arrival. Bennett notices the scared girl behind Nahan and asks in surprise if that little child belongs to the legendary and rare lunar bloodline. Nahan confirms Veronica's origin and reveals she was abandoned by her people, leaving the merchant shocked by the implications of that. The MC reveals that the vampires and the Devada clan closed an alliance, ordering the news to be spread to the hidden races. He comments on Bennett's sales success, and the shopkeeper proudly celebrates that his company is now among the top 10 largest in the realm. Upon being asked the reason for his visit alone, Nahan says he wants to buy a beautiful gift that is ideal for Seir, who is 13 today. While Bennett goes to fetch the items, little Veronica approaches the counter and tries to grab a necklace without anyone noticing her move. Nahan calls her out immediately, and the little girl nervously tries to play it off, saying she had no intention of stealing the necklace. The master picks up the jewel and asks if she wanted that necklace, mentally realizing he will also need to teach the girl some moral lessons. He advises her to simply ask honestly for what she wants instead of stealing, promising to buy the item in the future and leaving the little girl surprised. Bennett returns to the counter and opens a shiny little box with 3 options of refined rings to present to his important customer. The merchant recalls that the queen loves shiny jewelry and displays the pieces, receiving compliments from Nahen for his excellent taste in selection. The master chooses the middle ring decorated with a lovely butterfly, thinking that delicate piece will suit Seer perfectly. Wrapping up Seer's purchase, Nahen turns to the little vampire and calls her to leave in case she doesn't want to pick anything for herself. Veronica timidly points to a shiny heart necklace, and the MC immediately decides to buy that piece as well to gift the girl. Nahen jokes, saying she seemed not to believe he would buy the necklace, and Veronica admits she is still getting used to his kindness. The master smiles gently and says, "Time doesn't matter since they are family now," leaving the little girl quite thoughtful and blushing at that. He pats Veronica's head, explaining that as a future loyal servant of the queen, she is considered part of his precious family. She reflects on his goodness and notices that unlike other adults, the price Nahen charges for his help is simply her loyalty. Seeing her lost in thought, he asks if she liked the gift, and Veronica happily replies that she loved the necklace before he offers to put it on her. While putting on the necklace, he asks her age and is surprised to discover she is 11, appearing much smaller than normal for her race. Veronica timidly asks if he is raising her just to consume her in the future, but the master cuts off the topic immediately, calling her name. With an extremely serious look, he forbids her from talking such nonsense again and warns that repeating that near Seer would put her life at risk. Veronica fearfully agrees, and back at the castle, the maid Cecily announces that the master has returned, making Seer celebrate the immediate end of the lesson. Upon hearing that Nahen is on his way to her room, the queen changes her mind in an instant and asks to restart her exhausting etiquette class with Leah. Listening to her master's footsteps approaching the place, the young girl fixes herself up quickly and tries to hide her huge anxiety to see him. Upon seeing Nahen suddenly open the room door, Seer gets startled and ends up twisting her ankle badly while trying to maintain her posture. A loud crash echoes through the room with her fall, making Nahen run frantically in her direction to see if his disciple got hurt. The maids whisper about the fall being a seduction plot, while Seer feigns pain on the floor to win her master's sympathy and affection. However, the cozy atmosphere ends at the exact instant Seer notices a completely unexpected presence right behind her teacher. Pointing her finger in a furious and jealous manner at little Veronica, the queen demands to know immediately who that new girl over there is. Sensing the deadly aura and jealousy emanating from his disciple, Nahen breaks into a cold sweat and tries to formulate a quick response to explain himself. Leah and Cecily celebrate upon deducing that he succeeded in the alliance with the vampires, soothing Seer's jealous heart a bit. The MC confirms he managed to awaken the progenitor and close the deal, displaying the signed document to prove his success. However, he makes the mistake of revealing that he simply adopted Veronica along the way, causing Seer's rage and the servants' panic to return full force. While Cecily quietly mourns, Leah despairs upon realizing the master just completely ruined the entire peaceful mood in the room.